Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you so much for joining us for our ASEAN Business and Investment Seminar 2021. Now we'll begin the event in 5 minutes time. That's at 8:30 a.m. Brunei time. That's GMT plus 8. Allow for some time for our attendees to log in. So in the meantime, while we're getting ourselves all together, please do visit our website. We're on www.asean-brunei.com.bn for more information on the plans of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council Brunei for the remainder of this year. You can also join us online. Our Twitter handle is at ASEANBIS. Our Instagram account is also at ASEANBIS. And of course, we can be found on LinkedIn. That's under the ASEAN Business Advisory Council 2021. So in terms of how we move around our platform, we do have a networking area. Grab a coffee, drop by virtually to meet others. We also do have virtual booths. That's where we'll be showcasing sponsors, businesses, business associations, business councils. So have a peruse and a visit of that space. Do drop by. And today there's also the opportunity to donate to our charity partner. Our charity partner is Save the Children. There is a link via the Hopin website, and also we'll have a link in our chat box. Thank you for the contributions we've received so far already. And thank you in advance for all the contributions still to come. We do have a target, so thank you so much for that. So ladies and gentlemen, whilst we're getting ready now, please do say hi in the chat box. Let us know where you're from. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. We'll see you soon.
ladies and gentlemen.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, hello and a very warm welcome to our ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. This is Southeast Asia's premier annual forum, bringing together heads of state, presidents, prime ministers, as well as business and thought leaders of ASEAN and its global partners, hosted by Brunei Darussalam as chair of ASEAN 2021. And we'd like to begin by thanking all of our sponsors and our supporters. Many thanks to our lead partners, Brunei LNG, Bank Islam Brunei Darussalam, BIBD, our platinum sponsors, Brunei Shell Petroleum, Baiduri Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, HSBC, Zulik Pharma, our gold sponsors, Brunei Gas Carriers, Mitsubishi Corporation, SAP, and Invest in Canada, our media partners, Borneo Bulletin, Media Permata, Radio Television Brunei, our strategic partner, Darussalam Enterprise, our charity partner, Save the Children, supporting organizations, EcoBoomi Architect, Dynamic Technologies, Adenin Group of Companies, ASEAN Joint Business Councils, and ASEAN Business Advisory Council. I'm Jenny Male Ali, delighted to be your host for today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, being a virtual event, we do need to do things a little differently. So some housekeeping guidelines will be helpful to ensure a nice, smooth flow throughout the course of the whole day. Also to allow for plenty of engagement from our audience who join us from all across Southeast Asia and also beyond. A warm welcome. So some housekeeping. For our attendees, we would love to hear from you as well and be part of all the conversations. Do post your questions, comments in our... Love to hear from you there. Do tag us on Twitter, on Instagram. Our handles are at ASEANBIS and the hashtag is ASEANBIS. The latest program can also be found on our Hopin platform. So with the housekeeping sorted out, ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's my pleasure to hand over to Haslina Taib, the chair of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021 and CEO Dynamic Technologies. Haslina.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan al-Bolkiah Mu'izzuddin wa Dawla Ibni al-Marhum Sultan Haji Omar Ali Saifuddin Sa'dul Hariwaddin, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Negara Brunei Darussalam, Chairman of ASEAN Leaders 2021, the Honorable and Excellencies, Heads of States, Presidents and Prime Ministers, senior government officials, esteemed Joint Business Council members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Each ASEAN member state has its own unique social, economic, and geopolitical blueprint. It is through this uniqueness and differences, ASEAN demonstrates the dynamism and wealth of opportunity for businesses. However, there are mutual challenges which we are encountering together, especially the COVID-19 pandemic and the changes it brings. The shifting sands of COVID and our uncertain future could be called liminality. With liminality, we no longer hold our previous state as we go through transition. We are at a juxtaposition where we can create a fluid state that will enable new ways or new norms to be synchronized and adopted. So much of our lives are being impacted because of COVID. We ask ourselves, others, and even Google, how long will this pandemic last? When will the lockdown end? And when can we safely travel? No amount of Zoom, Uber Eats, WeChat, WhatsApp, and Discord games can beat being present. We try to live our normal lives, but life is already different from what it used to be. ASEAN member states all vary, but our aims are the same. We need our economies to recover sustainably in the new normal. As Canada's sixth largest trading partner, with our combined GDP of $2.8 trillion and population of 643 million, the Canada-ASEAN Free Trade Agreement will see Southeast Asia expansion of trade and investment across many sectors, including financial services, ICT, energy, infrastructure, and resources. The UK has become a dialogue partner of ASEAN, with the total trade between the UK and ASEAN being £32.3 billion early this year. There is a huge potential to create more jobs, to boost trade, investment, education, science, and technology. Many of us in ASEAN look to advanced technologies such as the Internet of Things, AIs, and blockchain to prepare for our new future today. Programs in ASEAN, such as Go Digital, aims to provide micro and small businesses in urban and rural areas with digital skills. Brunei's legacy project called Harnessing Impact with Resilient Employability Digitally, or known affectionately as HIRED, aims at strengthening human capital and the future workforce. Businesses need to travel more. During the ASEAN Summit in November 2020, we saw the adoption of the ASEAN Travel Corridor Arrangement Framework, which aims to smoothen the flow of travel for both trade and diplomacy, and in time, progressing to safe and staggered reopening of tourism activities. Today, we will see a solution from the private sector of an ASEAN digital gateway and travel wallet, with a prototype that aims to provide collaborative platform to redefine regional travel, to see each other again safely. When we conducted an insightful regional roundtable discussion on fintech and financial inclusion, it calls, amongst others, for a more affordable, convenient, and easily accessible banking, seamless across all, including new platforms, through a secured framework and technology infrastructure. It bids for a more agile policy and secured ecosystems to allow great advancements. Today's climate and environmental challenges in conserving nature, business and community begs to approach sustainability from a different angle. The importance of circular economy over waste management focuses on extending the life of an asset or resource. Objectives such as net zero requires a collaborative and integrated development of policies with all stakeholders, as well as effective mechanism to monitor its implementation. We would have welcomed everyone for the Brunei Year to see some of our pristine forests and beautiful sunsets. As Sir David Attenborough said, and I quote, "This is an opportunity for us to right our wrongs and begin that journey to make amends. All we need is the will to do so." We are ASEAN. During this liminality, through collaboration and commitment of progressive public sectors and proactive businesses, we can build sustainable digital future sama-sama.
On behalf of ASEAN Business Advisory Councils, it is our greatest honor to now graciously and respectfully invite His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan Al Bolkiah, Mu'izzuddin Wad Dawlah, Ibni Al Marhum Sultan Haji Omar Ali Saifuddin Sa'dul Khairi Waddin, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Negara Brunei Darussalam, Chairman of ASEAN 2021, for His Majesty's keynote address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The COVID-19 pandemic is a global crisis like no others. It has disrupted our health and socio-economic order on a scale that has not been seen before in the modern world. With the pandemic still ongoing, the global economy remains fragile and uncertain. In combating this crisis, it is more important than ever for ASEAN and its dialogue partners to enhance solidarity and cooperation and to encourage continued engagement between the private and public sectors. Brunei Darussalam, as the chair of ASEAN for 2021, has the honor to lead the region towards economic recovery. The theme, "We care, we prepare, we prosper," affirms ASEAN's collective commitment to care for its people and prepare for future challenges and opportunities, with the goal of ensuring that the whole ASEAN community can sustainably prosper. Under the ASEAN Economic Community, Brunei Darussalam's 13 priority economic deliverables show our determination in focusing our efforts towards the region's economic recovery post-pandemic, while leveraging on new technologies and digitalization to ensure sustainable economic growth in ASEAN. The signing of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, RCEP, last year demonstrated our concerted efforts towards advancing international trade, cooperation, and regional recovery. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025 will continue to be a vehicle for furthering the aspirations of our businesses and expanding their global reach. I believe this year's ASEAN Business and Investment Summit will provide a platform for policymakers and other stakeholders to discuss, share experiences, and work together on how we can enable businesses to become more sustainable and resilient against future shocks. In closing, I look forward to the continuous cooperation between the private and public sectors so that we can recover together and emerge stronger. I wish the organizers a successful event. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now call upon the Honorable Yanti Rahman, Chair, ASEAN Business Advisory Council 2021, for the vote of thanks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and salam sejahtera. His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan al-Bolkiah, Mu'izzuddin wa Daulah, Ibni Almarhum Sultan Haji Omar Ali Saifuddin Sa'adul Khairi Waddin, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan Negara Brunei Darussalam, the Chairman of ASEAN 2021. Prime Minister Scott Morrison, MP of Australia, Prime Minister Hun Sen of Cambodia, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada, President Joko Widodo of Indonesia, Prime Minister Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri bin Haji Yaakob of Malaysia, Prime Minister Boris Johnson of the United Kingdom, Deputy Prime Minister Phan Binh Minh of Vietnam, honorable ministers and government officials, Haslina Taib, Chair of ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, Musa Adinin, Chair of ASEAN Business Awards. Your Excellencies, esteemed ASEAN and Joint Business Council members, leaders of businesses in ASEAN and beyond, ladies and gentlemen. I must say it has been a truly incredible and remarkable year for Brunei's ASEAN chairmanship, despite the historic challenges brought on by the pandemic that continue to test our resilience, our resolve, and our unity as a region. The unceasing and tireless determination, persistence, and collaboration between public and private sectors as one community in finding ways and means of save lives and bring our economies back to normal have shown that it can be done and can achieve much more for as long as we can stay together sama-sama. I am therefore deeply honored and grateful for the opportunity and privilege to have served ASEAN Business Advisory Council and our partners in this journey, and to have received invaluable support from my beloved Brunei government and ASEAN as a whole throughout our chairmanship. As the chair of ASEAN BAC, I wish to extend my profound gratitude to a number of major players, partners, and stakeholders that have made us come this far. First and foremost, the Ministry of Finance and Economy of Brunei Darussalam, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brunei Darussalam, with special recognition to the AEM Chair, the Honorable Datuk Seri Setia Dr. Amin Liu bin Abdullah, for his generous acceptance of our countless invitations to grace our undertakings throughout the year. Second is the ASEAN Secretariat, through the steadfast leadership of ASEAN SecGen, Dr. Lim Jok Hoi, for his unfailing encouragement, patience, and understanding in making private sector collaboration work and become a reality. I would like to thank the Joint Business Councils, which, by the way, was established 10 years ago during Brunei chairmanship in 2014. It has proven to be a highly powerful voice and effective platform in harnessing and mobilizing support from our private dialogue partners to push for AEC reforms. Thank you, JBCs, for joining me in supporting from the very start of the priority economic deliverables of Brunei's chairmanship. I also cannot forget my council, the ASEAN BAC, for providing us with all the needed attention, encouragement, and support at every turn of our chairmanship. I owe all of you my debt of gratitude. My heartfelt thanks also go to our events management team, Creativo, which by their very name has pushed the envelope in creativity and excellence in execution to make ABIS as an unforgettable legacy and a genuine source of honor and pride. Also not forgetting Mr. Gil Gonzalez, our Executive Director, and our ASEAN BAC staffers and Brunei staffers, who have contributed to organizing this summit until the very last days to the event. You all have played an important part in the summit, and we wish you could all join us physically today. The ASEAN Business Investment Summit has always been designed to bring together the insights and perspectives of our leaders, the experts from the corporate and business worlds, the great minds, and shape policy and action for development and progress. And today we will hear the insights and perspectives across various burning issues such as the future of work, education, health, and everyday life in the post-COVID, to ASEAN's priorities in the new normal, ASEAN's digital economy, and last but not least, ensuring a sustainable ASEAN. Now, we are delighted and very excited to have received a record-breaking over 2,000 registered participants for ABIS for more than 50 countries. Lastly, I cannot extend without acknowledging our generous sponsors, our lead partners, Brunei LNG and Bank Islam Brunei Darussalam, our platinum sponsors, Brunei Shell Petroleum, Baidu Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, HSBC, Zurich Pharma, our gold sponsors, Brunei Gas Carriers, Mitsubishi Corporation, SAP, and Invest in Canada, strategic partner, Darussalam Enterprise, media partners, Radio Television Brunei, Borneo Bulletin, and Media Promoter, and our charity partner, Save the Children, supported by Ekobumi Architect Dynamic Technologies, Adenin Group of Companies ASEAN Business Advisory Council, and powered by Imagine, our internet provider who has made this event possible. Thank you for your belief in our chairmanship and in raising the flag and honor of not just ASEAN back, but of Brunei and ASEAN. Thank you once again to all our sponsors. So hang on till the end, and I thank everyone for joining us today.
Honorable Yanti, thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, we continue our opening session now, and it's my pleasure to hand over to Haja Farida Datuk Talib, the Managing Director and CEO Brunei LNG, to deliver the special remarks on behalf of BLNG as one of our lead partners. Haja Farida.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Majesty, Sultan Haji Hassan al-Bolkiah Muizzaddin Wad Dawla, Ibni Almarhum Sultan Haji Omar Ali Saifuddin Saadul Khairi Waddin, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam and Chair of ASEAN 2021, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Honorable Ministers and Senior Officials, Haslina Taib, Chair of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021, the Honorable Yanti Rahman, Chair of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council 2021, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, a very good morning and salam sejahtera. The world is in a constant flux of change. Change is a necessary ingredient for evolution, the next step needed for our society to advance forward. As we look forward to rebound from COVID-19, people capability becomes essential for driving digitalization and sustainability efforts as we shift from the industrial age to the networked era. The movement towards Industry 4.0 is set to disrupt traditional way of doing things. Connectivity and automation on a larger scale enables increasing productivity and performance, shifting away from the traditional business mindsets and value chain. The possibility of a wider seamless digital integration opens the door for economic growth if it is done in an inclusive manner. COVID-19 pandemic is a stark reminder to all of us that what we view as normal lacks permanence and highlights the importance of equipping ourselves with the capability to thrive through rapid change. Strategic discussions on digitalization have accelerated into an operational imperative as many adopt and rely on digitalization tools to remain sustainable in the new normal. Digitalization for me is not a new way of working, but a way of working that needs to be accelerated, a way of working that we need to preserve for the future. The impact of climate change is real and occurring now. Loss of sea ice, accelerated sea level rise, and longer, more intense heat wave happening across the globe calls for more intensive efforts towards preventing further catastrophes. We all play our part in supporting the climate change agenda and making sure there is a viable future for our children and their children's generation. Coming closer to home, the ASEAN economy is predicted to be the world's fourth largest single market after the EU, US, and China by 2030. With this projected economic and population growth, its energy consumption in the baseline scenario is also expected to grow by 146% in 2040. This creates the challenge for ASEAN to find a pathway that can integrate a holistic approach for addressing their energy security needs with their aspirations for economic sustainability. As countries and businesses prepare for economic recovery from the pandemic, there is an opportunity to take advantage of the renewed mindset, leveraging on future challenges as new opportunities for ASEAN. With substantial digital transformation expected in the coming years and potential unlocking of sustainable natural capital opportunities like nature-based solutions, the ASEAN region has a huge potential for building digital capabilities and green developments. Brunei LNG is proud to be one of the joint lead sponsors for the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit and the ASEAN Business Awards 2021, led by the ASEAN Business Advisory Council Brunei. I believe that platforms such as the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit can cultivate thoughtful discussions amongst international leaders, key industry players, and promote collaborative spirit between public and private partnership to pave the way for solutions to address future world challenges. Personally, I am heavily invested in this futuristic society we could all create together. This also reaffirms our commitment as an industry leader in promoting sustainable energy solutions and as a trusted partner with the government of His Majesty the Sultan as the country progresses towards a low-carbon and climate-resilient nation. Your Majesty, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by expressing my great appreciation to your attendance and participation in the summit, and special thanks to the ASEAN Business Advisory Council Brunei for their continued efforts in ensuring the success of the event. Together, let us continue to build and foster strategic partnership towards a sustainable and digital future. Thank you.
Haja Farida from PNG, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to now invite Mr. Mubashar Koka, the Managing Director and CEO Bank Islam Brunei Darussalam, as one of our lead partners for his special remarks. Mr. Mubashar.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Your Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan Bolkiah Moizuddin wa Dawla Ibn al-Marhum Sultan Haji Umar Ali Saifuddin Saad al-Khairi wa Deen, Sultan and Young Di Pertuman of Negara Brunei Darussalam. Your Excellencies, esteemed heads of states and heads of government of ASEAN member of countries and participating countries. The Honorable Sitti Rozai Marianti Binti Dato Siri Laila Jasa Haji Abdul Rahman, Chairperson of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council 2021. Puan Haslina Taib, Chairperson of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021. Distinguished members of the ASEAN business community, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished participants of this virtual summit at what is undoubtedly a difficult time throughout our region and the world. This year's theme, Building Our Sustainable Digital Future, focuses on how we can build back better, recover stronger together, sama sama. Around the world, we see countries beginning to emerge from a crippling public health crisis, and we have every reason to look forward with continued resilience and hope. The summit today is therefore extremely relevant, bringing together head of states, presidents, prime ministers, as well as business and thought leaders to discuss the challenges and opportunities facing the region and beyond for the coming years. It is without doubt that digital transformation and sustainability are among several key opportunities that have emerged from this pandemic. Herewith, also an opportunity for business leaders to steer the sails, leveraging digital transformations to align with their sustainability objectives, redirecting capital towards sustainable practices and companies, incentivizing sustainable activities, and bringing more choice to consumers in terms of sustainable products and services. Your Majesty, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bank Islam Brunei Darussalam, BIBD, as the nation's largest financial institution, has already begun to embark on such a journey. As an Islamic bank, we have always been guided by the Maqasid Sharia, or objectives of Sharia, which speaks to the preservation and promotion of faith, life, the mind, progeny, and wealth. These principles are closely aligned to sustainability, specifically those outlined under the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals, UN SDG. It is hoped that as we embark on this journey towards making the world a better and greener place, we will develop practical ways of aligning our sustainability values with our business practices. Our hope is to lead the way towards a future that is more equitable and sustainable, not just in Brunei Darussalam, but also globally. At the same time, BIBD has always been at the forefront of digital banking transformations in the country. We introduced the next generation of digital banking solutions, aptly named BIBD NextGen, back in 2018, and we have also begun our digital journey with more digital advances. The bank's commitment to sustainability will be powered by the ESG policies, framework, technologies, and digitization, which will be key enablers in driving sustainable and responsible business activities, creating more opportunities of employment and an inclusive social impact. This will in turn allow us to become one of the main drivers towards supporting the government in achieving Brunei Vision 2035, in line with the bank's role as a partner in progress for the nation and advancing the nation's objectives in achieving the UN SDG. Your Majesty, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this platform has grown into an important platform to promote regional and international cooperation among the public and private sector. With collective effort and hand-in-hand partnership, there is much potential to uncover between the distinguished participants here today. I am positive that this year's ASEAN Business and Investment Summit will continue to expand upon these ideas, drawing upon the vast and venerable expertise and experience among leaders, policymakers, international organizations, and leading businesses in this region. It has been indeed an honor for BIBD to be part of this summit, and I look forward to discussing and sharing experiences to bring about more opportunities for cooperation and development towards building a sustainable digital future. Please allow me to take this opportunity to convey my best wishes for successful and productive summit as we work ever closer to achieving our aligned objectives and common goals. Thank you.
Mr. Mubashir, thank you so much closing out our opening session. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will return with our first panel discussion, a scene setting right after this message from BLNG. With that, straight into our first panel discussion, the ASEAN scene setting. It's my pleasure to hand over to our moderator for our first session, Haslinda Amin, Chief International Correspondent for Southeast Asia, Bloomberg Television, who will be introducing our speakers for this panel discussion and lead us through our whole conversation. Good morning, Haslinda, over to you.
Jenny, good morning from the Lion City, and thank you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker this morning. Please welcome His Excellency Joko Widodo, President of the Republic of Indonesia. Bapak Presiden, please.
Yang mulia para pemimpin ASEAN, Bapak Ibu para pebisnis di kawasan yang saya hormati. Setelah 20 bulan menghadapi kesulitan besar pandemi COVID-19, saat ini kita melihat harapan baru. Dalam seminggu terakhir ini, kasus COVID-19 di kawasan ASEAN turun 14%. Jauh lebih baik dibanding rata-rata dunia yang turun 1%. Situasi ini dipastikan akan meningkatkan kepercayaan internal dan eksternal ASEAN untuk beraktivitas kembali dan akan mempercepat pemulihan ekonomi. Tetapi tetap menjaga kewaspadaan, mengingat adanya peningkatan kasus di beberapa negara. Dalam menghadapi pandemi sekarang ini, kita tidak hanya ingin pulih kembali, tetapi kita ingin mencuri kesempatan dalam pandemi untuk melakukan reformasi struktural, untuk pertumbuhan ekonomi yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan di kawasan ASEAN. Peluang ini sangat besar untuk bisa kita lakukan. Sebagaimana yang kami lakukan di Indonesia, kesibukan menghadapi pandemi COVID-19 tidak menyurutkan niat Indonesia untuk melakukan reformasi struktural. Indonesia menerbitkan Omnibus Law, Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja untuk memperbaiki iklim investasi dalam rangka mendongkrak pertumbuhan ekonomi inklusif yang menciptakan lapangan kerja. Undang-undang perpajakan juga direvisi dengan tujuan yang sama. Kami ingin terus melanjutkan reformasi struktural ini untuk merespon catatan-catatan kelemahan kelembagaan dan cara kerja kami ketika diuji oleh pandemi COVID-19. Ujian berat berupa pandemi justru kami manfaatkan untuk memperkuat diri dalam menghadapi tantangan masa depan. Saya berharap juga demikian halnya untuk Asia Tenggara. Sebagai kesatuan masyarakat ekonomi, ASEAN merupakan kawasan yang harus mengambil pelajaran dari krisis dan melakukan perbaikan diri secara fundamental di tingkat kawasan. Yang mulia, para pemimpin ASEAN, para pebisnis yang saya hormati, kesamaan visi, semangat, berkolaborasi, dan kebersamaan langkah merupakan kunci utama kebangkitan ekonomi ASEAN. Pertama, penanganan kesehatan harus tetap menjadi prioritas pertama. Agenda jangka pendek untuk mempercepat dan memeratakan vaksinasi di semua negara di kawasan harus kita lakukan bersama. Target vaksinasi penduduk ASEAN sebanyak 70% harus segera dicapai secepatnya. Pemerintah dan pelaku bisnis di kawasan harus bersinergi untuk melakukan aksi bersama. Sedangkan ASEAN dalam jangka menengah perlu membangun protokol krisis kesehatan agar kawasan ASEAN lebih tahan menghadapi krisis kesehatan di masa depan. Kedua, pemulihan ekonomi ASEAN harus dipercepat dengan melakukan reaktivasi perjalanan yang aman, termasuk pariwisata yang aman. Menurut catatan UN, WTO, tingkat pembatasan di Asia Tenggara adalah yang tertinggi di dunia, yaitu mencapai 82%. Dengan situasi COVID-19 yang semakin terkendali, pembatasan tersebut bisa dikurangi. Mobilitas bisa dilonggarkan, tetapi harus menjamin aman dari resiko pandemi. ASEAN Travel Corridor Arrangement Framework yang digagas Indonesia setahun yang lalu perlu segera diimplementasikan. Pengakuan sertifikat vaksin di kawasan termasuk interoperabilitas sistem vaksin harus segera dilakukan. Pengaturan travel bagi masyarakat yang telah divaksinasi dan sehat negatif COVID harus dibuat. Vaccinated travel lane di kawasan. Jika semua negara ASEAN segera memfasilitasi mobilitas masyarakat dengan aman, roda ekonomi bisa kembali bergerak. Indonesia juga telah membuka secara bertahap Bali untuk safe tourism dengan protokol kesehatan yang ketat. Indonesia membuka Bali setelah tingkat vaksinasi Bali secara penuh telah mencapai 84,8%. Indonesia akan membuka secara bertahap wilayah yang lain yang tingkat vaksinasi penuhnya melebihi 70%. Ketiga, adaptasi kegiatan ekonomi kawasan menuju ekonomi digital harus dipercepat di semua negara. Teknologi digital menjadi solusi yang paling efektif dalam menyiasati keterbatasan pergerakan dan tatap muka dalam kegiatan ekonomi masyarakat. Sebagai kawasan dengan pertumbuhan internet tercepat di dunia, potensi ekonomi digital ASEAN sangat besar. Selama pandemi, ekonomi digital tumbuh mencapai 100 miliar dolar Amerika Serikat di tahun 2020. Hal ini menjadi batu lompatan kemajuan ekonomi di kawasan kita. Indonesia mendukung ASEAN menjadi sebuah digitally connected community. Pemerintah Indonesia juga telah menyusun peta jalan Indonesia digital tahun 2021-2024 sebagai panduan strategis perjalanan transformasi digital Indonesia. Nilai ekonomi digital Indonesia juga sangat menjanjikan, diperkirakan mencapai 124 miliar dolar Amerika Serikat pada tahun 2025, setara dengan 40% total nilai ekonomi digital Asia Tenggara. Saat ini Indonesia memiliki startup sebanyak 2.229, kelima terbesar di dunia. Indonesia juga memiliki 1 dekakorn dan 6 unicorn, dan kami membuka peluang investasi sebesar-besarnya di sektor ekonomi digital di Indonesia. Bapak Ibu sekalian, ekonomi kawasan ASEAN bukan hanya akan pulih kembali, tetapi juga bisa melakukan lompatan kemajuan serta tumbuh bersama secara berkeadilan dan berkelanjutan. Langkah cepat bersama dalam penanganan kesehatan, reaktivasi perjalanan yang aman, serta akselerasi ekonomi digital yang berkeadilan menjadi gerbang bersama untuk pulih bersama dan maju bersama. Terima kasih.
Thank you, President Joko Widodo. Now, as we heard from the President, the pandemic is forcing ASEAN to rethink its priorities, reimagine its future. While no country has been able to escape widespread disruption, ASEAN has, for the most part, been at a disadvantage. Several countries struggled with vaccine access, heightening the economic and political challenges as COVID-19 impacted lives, impacted livelihoods. Add to that a changing trading and investment landscape, along with geopolitical challenges like Myanmar and persisting U.S.-China relations. So, what are ASEAN's biggest challenges? How can the grouping build back better, ensure a sustainable future without leaving anyone behind? What must it do to continue to attract investment, capitalize on a young, digitally connected and innovative population? Well, I'm very privileged to introduce our speakers today. Dr. Aminullah Abdullah, Brunei's Minister in the Prime Minister's Office and Minister of Finance and Economy, Chairman of the Brunei Islamic Development Bank. Dato' Lim Jock Hoi, ASEAN Secretary General. Ibu Mari Pangestu, World Bank's Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships. Ibu Mari, as you know, was Indonesia's Trade Minister. Aaron Connolly, Research Fellow, International Institute for Strategic Studies. Rino Donosiputra, Standard Chartered Bank's ASEAN Vice Chairman. Ibu Mari, gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us today. I want to start with geopolitics and the latest on Myanmar. For the first time in ASEAN's history, a non-political representative from Myanmar will be invited to the Leaders Summit this week in a snub to the military, to the Myanmar military. Dato' Lim, your thoughts on what this means for ASEAN? Is there a shift, perhaps, in ASEAN's policy of non-interference?
Yes, we know that ASEAN is closely following the current development in Myanmar, which will have a spillover effect on the region. But ASEAN in April has agreed 5-point consensus by the leaders and reiterated its readiness to assist Myanmar in a positive and peaceful, constructive manner. For the benefit of the Myanmar people, obviously this is very important for ASEAN. ASEAN will continue work constructively with Myanmar to fully implement the 5-point consensus. In the meantime, under the 5-point consensus, we have the point 4, which ASEAN have a responsibility collectively to provide humanitarian assistance to the people of Myanmar, especially during this pandemic. And we are very much progressing in our assistance to Myanmar. And the first batch of the assistance was successfully delivered on the 15th September 2021, which is aimed at supporting a larger COVID-19 response to Myanmar. And subsequently, there will be a couple more assistance to be delivered by the end of November. This is with the help of ASEAN member states as well as the dialogue partner. We have a lot of response, and we will work closely with Myanmar authority in order to deliver this assistance to the needy people in Myanmar as a whole. So it's very important that we stabilize the situation there and work closely with every stakeholder in Myanmar as part of the 5-point consensus.
The thing is, Dr. Lim, there is worsening violence in the country. What else might ASEAN do to hold the junta government accountable for that?
Well, I think it's important that both the Myanmar people and also ASEAN as a whole would like to see them to be more prosperous, more stable, so that the impact of the situation there will not be affecting the whole region. And what is more important is we would like to work closely with them to make sure that the regions is stable and peaceful, and in such a way it will not hold up the ASEAN work program that we have. So we are very helpful, and we want to work together with the people in Myanmar, especially to implement the 5-point consensus that's been agreed by the leaders.
Aaron, let's get your thoughts on this. I mean, this is the most serious sanction against a member nation of ASEAN in its 50 years of diplomacy. How significant is this move? Does it set a precedent?
I think thanks, Hansalinda. I think this was very carefully designed not to set a precedent. The way that the decision was conveyed by Dato' Erdogan and a decision made by His Majesty creates a situation in which this is really a one-off. It applies only to this situation in Myanmar, and it is specifically related to the dispute over the identity of the legitimate government of Myanmar between the SAC, the military, and the NUG, which claims legitimacy based on last year's election. And so I don't think that this precedent, this could be applied to any other situation in ASEAN where you've had a similar situation. That's not really a precedent of a member state having this kind of situation before.
How significant is it, Aaron? And how much of it has to do with pressure from the likes of the US?
I think it's tremendously significant. This is, although the Secretary General is very diplomatic, perhaps, we can speak frankly, this is a small less sanction. It is the most significant sanction that ASEAN has ever handed to a member state. And it is in direct response to the non-compliance that we have seen from the SAC to the 5-point consensus that it agreed to in Jakarta in April. So this is a very significant move. And I think that, some analysis suggests that this is, less significant. I think it doesn't put this in the context of ASEAN's history. I would just say, there was an accusation on the part of the SAC that this was due to outside pressure. I don't actually think it was due to outside pressure. There's not a lot of evidence of this. This was a decision that ASEAN member states, the ASEAN 9, made on their own in response to the situations on the ground in Myanmar and the lack of compliance from the SAC.
Were you surprised by the decision?
No, I think this is a kind of natural evolution of the situation that we were seeing with regard to Myanmar and ASEAN earlier in the year, and then also ASEAN's practices. Some said that ASEAN couldn't do this because of consensus-based decision-making or because of the principle of non-interference, but ASEAN did, and I think it's an evolution of the very intensive consultations that we always see in ASEAN as a result of that consensus-based decision-making principle. It took longer than many outsiders would have liked, but it was something that ASEAN was sort of moving towards steadily throughout the year. That's not to take anything away from His Majesty's call. This was a very big call for Brunei to take this decision, but it is something that is consistent with an evolution of past ASEAN practices.
Needless to say, Myanmar's economy is reeling. Its currency, the kyat, is down about 50% since the military took over back in February. Ibu Mari, foreign reserves dangerously low. GDP has contracted almost 20%. What do you think needs to be done to address the situation, to stabilize Myanmar's economy?
Well, I think that's a very difficult question to answer. Obviously, you need to get the political stability back in place before we can think about the economic aspects. But
I think it was mentioned that we should address, of course, the humanitarian aspects of the Myanmar people first. And then second, to the extent that you can still conduct economic transactions under the current situation, then we need to keep as much as possible Myanmar being engaged in trade, in investment. But this is probably going to be, increasingly difficult until we can resolve the political stability issue. To the extent that you are going to have sanctions, for instance, being imposed by the major markets and so on. So I think the priority would still be the political stability and as much as possible trying to maintain the livelihoods of people. I do think in terms of keeping people's livelihoods going would still be a very important part of safeguarding the people as well as the domestic economy to the extent that it can still be functioning.
Dr. Amin, let's bring you into this conversation. If Myanmar's economy fails, what do you think will be the impact on ASEAN?
Thank you, Haslinda. I think Myanmar obviously is an important partner of ASEAN as a whole. So we don't want to leave Myanmar behind. So we continue to maintain our ASEAN centrality stance and to encourage them to commit to the 5-point consensus as mentioned by Secretary General earlier on. So that we can bring stability back into ASEAN, and then so we can continue to trade like normal. So, but of course, the pressure on ASEAN and many of our dialogue partners continue to mount if Myanmar do not commit to this 5-point consensus. So, as far as the economy, I think we still continue to trade with them. But as to how long we can continue to do this without further pressures from not within ASEAN, but I think more from outside ASEAN, that is hard to tell. But we hope Myanmar would commit to this this 5-point consensus and come back into this ASEAN centrality, so that we can all continue to work together again. As far as economy is concerned, overall for ASEAN, I think Myanmar, if you look at the economy prior to this crisis, is doing quite well. I mean, but of course, in the bigger scheme of things, we have larger economies in ASEAN, among the ASEAN member states, and so it will affect, just like how COVID-19 has affected all of us. But we do have many other sort of initiatives to try to further our economy, despite whatever internal political situation in Myanmar. There are many other things that we can talk about later on about our sort of effort in our recovery agenda under the Brunei Darussalam chairmanship, and also the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework endorsed by the leaders at the end of last year. And so this set the scenes for our economy to move forward, despite whatever challenges that we are facing with Myanmar.
And Pak Doni, how does the private sector view developments in Myanmar? Does it add to the risk of doing business in Southeast Asia?
Thank you, Aslinda. And I think very similar to Aaron, actually. We should see ASEAN actually as a collective whole. I mean, it's not something actually that Myanmar's issue is not something actually that, sort of define how ASEAN is being seen or perceived by the global investors. So, first of all, actually, I just would like to share actually the position of ASEAN, the way that we see it in the political economic landscape. It is emerging as really a destination of choice for investments and trade. Large and relatively young population, growing middle class, abundance of natural resources, and strong manufacturing capabilities. It is really at the forefront in capturing the global megatrends of supply chain shift, China +1 strategy, North-South capital investment flow with China's Belt and Road, Taiwan Southbound policy, and the likes. to what Dr. Amin mentioned, actually, the ASEAN sort of numerous free trade agreements, including the RCEP, actually offer global companies wider access to the global markets through a network of free trade agreements, actually, that have been signed. Everyone increasingly wants a piece of ASEAN, really, actually. And again, actually, for us at Standard Chartered, this is actually the core to our strategy. As the only international bank with presence in all the 10 ASEAN markets. We play a role in facilitating global clients, market penetration, and expansion in the region. So the way actually we should look at it, actually, to your question earlier, is that ASEAN is much more actually than just Myanmar. Actually, it is something actually a challenge. And given the diversity, I mean, there's always two sides of the coin, right? ASEAN diversity is the one actually that gives it its strength. At the same time, there are also actually different stages of economic and political development in ASEAN countries.
Aaron, we heard from Padani saying that ASEAN is more than just Myanmar, but looking at Myanmar and the risks, how high is the risk that Myanmar becomes a failed state, and what can ASEAN do to prevent Myanmar from becoming a failed state?
Well, I think the one aspect of the 5-point consensus that Myanmar has begun to fulfill, as the Secretary General said, is point 4. It's that humanitarian assistance. Myanmar had a very bad COVID crisis earlier this year. It is still ongoing. That humanitarian assistance is very badly needed. And to the extent that Myanmar can fulfill point 4 more comprehensively and with less trouble in the future, I think that would go a long ways to avoiding a failed state scenario. But I think we also have to take soundings and understand that Myanmar, more than any other country in ASEAN, is more of a failed state already. This is a country which the central government has never controlled the periphery of the country at the same level as other ASEAN member states. And where there has always been an extraordinarily level of low economic development. And so the risk of Myanmar going backwards is profound. And I think that's one of the reasons that ASEAN has taken a fairly careful approach to the way that it has handled the Myanmar crisis, because that would have significant consequences for the rest of the region, both in terms of refugee flows, in terms of disease leaving Myanmar, as China and India are very concerned about. So that's certainly a concern.
I want to go on to U.S.-China tensions, which is another geopolitical challenge for Southeast Asia. It continues to place ASEAN in a tug of war, and China's recent show of force over Taiwan is a great cause for concern. Also, the big power rivalry in the South China Sea. Dato' Lim, how do you view rising U.S.-China tensions, the persistent U.S.-China tensions?
Obviously, the political situation is very important. And ASEAN recognizes the importance of internal and external political dynamics. Indeed, one of the biggest achievements in ASEAN so far is to maintain regional peace and stability, and also to enable the region to cooperate and to flourish. However, I think we are aware that the heightened tension between the major powers, which may exacerbate the recent development in the region, may have an impact on our peace and stability, prosperity. However, ASEAN will continue to engage in the external partners in a constructive manner and will not take sides in the rivalry. As you know, that China is an important trading partner. In fact, the largest trading partner of ASEAN for the last 10 years. And US is also an important partner for ASEAN and the largest investors in ASEAN. If you take cumulatively, the investment to ASEAN is $320 billion, and is larger than US investment in India, Japan, Korea, and China together. I think that's how important the two trading partners, and we see these two trading partners should engage in a constructive manner that would take the region to a more cooperative and in a flourish to develop the region and increase ASEAN centrality, which we will maintain the inclusive and outlooking posture to support realization of the community vision. And we hope that these two major trading partners will cooperate, work constructively in this region.
Do you think ASEAN member nations can continue not to pick sides, given what Australia has done? It does seem like it is gravitating towards the US with the recent AUKUS deal.
I think it's we always continue to be neutral in our approach to this two very important partner. We see that it's important for us to work closely with them, and they know that we will not be able to choose either side. We think these are complementary to one another, and we see it is important that we work with them constructively to make sure this region in peace and prosperity, and we're able to work closely, and our market remains open for both sides, and this is good for everyone. And I think this is where ASEAN will be going to in the future and the years to come.
Ibu Mari, what is the best course of action for ASEAN when it comes to trade and investment with both the US and China? How should it position itself?
Well, I think Dato' Lim already mentioned that, what ASEAN should be doing is, of course, remain balanced because both China and the US are very important trading partners and investment partners for ASEAN. And I think what is the key for ASEAN is to continue to deepen and broaden its own regional integration, both within ASEAN as well as RCEP, because then that provides the diversification of trade and investment that will, I think, strengthen ASEAN's position vis-a-vis any external pressures and tensions from the US. So if you notice that even prior to the US-China trade wars in 2018, 2019, there was already diversification outside of China, and they were coming to Southeast Asia. And I think with post-COVID, COVID has led to a disruption of value chains and a rethink about how we should be restructuring regional and global value chains, not just based on efficiency, but also based on resilience, because you have disruptions of the supply chain, including on the intermediate goods side, and then now we have shipping disruptions and so on. So I think increasingly we are regional. I think the prediction is that regional value chains are going to be more evolving, and that's why our role in regional integration will be very key. And I think the second thing that we should advocate as ASEAN, as a region, is to strengthen the multilateral trading system. Because what you want to happen is that trade wars don't happen, that if there are issues between US and China, it shouldn't affect us. We are being affected by the spillover of these tensions. They should be settled in the WTO, and with going back to strengthening the dispute settlement system. And if there are disputes about unfair trading, industrial subsidies being one of the big topics, then it should be dealt with in the multilateral system. So that would be also important. The final point I would like to make is that I think the one that I can sort of see where trade and investment could go, but the one that is very, very tricky because it's both economics, geopolitics, and really competition about technology is the whole issue of technology, especially the digital and telecommunications technology, which is in danger of making us a very polarized world in terms of technology. And that's really bad in the sense of you want the technology to be talking to each other, if you like, because if you had a world with bipolar technology systems, then you are really losing out on what I think President Jokowi was saying about the importance of the digital economy. And I think that's a very challenging one. In the past, you would have also dealt with, the way we dealt with how did we get to 4G? There was a lot of multilateral discussions under ITU. There was a lot of disagreements, but then finally there's an agreement on a standard. But we don't see that happening at all for 5G. And in fact, we see a lot of really a lot of tensions and geopolitics around it, and countries being in a way being asked to choose which technology to use. And I think that's a really one of the big challenges that we need to address, and it would be interesting to know how we should position ourselves as ASEAN in that respect.
I'll pick up on the point on technology and digital economy just slightly later. But before that, Aaron, just want your thoughts on this. ASEAN often talks about wanting to engage both the US and China. How can ASEAN help to shape US-China relations? Can it?
I think one of the major contributions that ASEAN has made over the last 15 years, since the inception of the East Asia Summit in the mid-2000s, was to bring the US and China together and to really stitch the diplomatic architecture of the region together. Remember, in the early 2000s, there were conversations about excluding the United States from the regional architecture, having an ASEAN +3 mechanism with Japan, Korea, and China really leading the regional architecture. And ASEAN took the decision in 2009 to include the United States and Russia, after having taken the decision to also include Australia, India, and New Zealand in 2005. And so that was ASEAN's contribution to the regional architecture. What we're seeing happen now is the regional architecture is beginning to become a little bit more divided. There are sort of centrifugal forces that are beginning to tear away at the regional architecture and at that sort of cohesive geometry that ASEAN created 15 years ago. And the real challenge for ASEAN will be to maintain that centrality amidst great power rivalry that is intensifying. And that'll be up to the leaders, whether or not they're able to do that in the future. I think the decision, not to go back to Myanmar, but I think the decision that ASEAN has taken with regard to Myanmar over the last week is really important to reinforcing that centrality, because it means that dialogue partners like the European Union, like the United States, they won't have to think whether or not they really want to come to a summit that is being attended by General Min Aung Hlaing. And so that's really important to maintaining ASEAN centrality and dampening that great power rivalry by getting the big powers at the table.
I'd like to remind our participants that you can submit a question to any of our speakers via the chat. So that would help it be more interactive. So just submit your questions via the chat, okay? Moving over to the economic recovery and policy priorities, ASEAN's economies are starting to recover as they begin to live with COVID rather than be COVID-free. Recovery, though, is looking pretty uneven at this point in time. Dr. Amin, what should be the priorities at the upcoming ASEAN summit to ensure economic recovery and one that is more equal?
Yep. Sure. I think we have seen how our economy has performed in ASEAN in 2020 after such a devastating performance. So when Brunei Darussalam took over the chairmanship, so we were honored to lead the region towards economic recovery. So we focus on a number of things. First is on the recovery, so that we can all build back better and build back stronger. But while we are building back stronger and better, so we also look at how do we actually start, looking at things beyond the immediate recovery efforts. So such as the adoption of digitalization. So we have seen during COVID-19 how this digitalization agenda it's advanced itself in its importance, and also how do we invest sustainably, so that we build back differently, not just better and stronger, but also how do we build back differently. And so on these three strategic thrusts, recovery, digitalization, sustainability, so we have developed 13 priority economic deliverables. So I'll just touch on a few of them, rather than going through all 13 of them. And under recovery, we obviously have the ASEAN Investment Facilitation Framework. But the idea here is to try to continue to attract investment into the region. Back in 2020, we have seen FDI into the region has decreased. But I think that is because of the general global FDI activity. In terms of our share in the global FDI, it has actually increased in 2020. So although the overall number has decreased, so I think this ASEAN Investment Facilitation Framework is very important to ensure that we have the overall conducive business ecosystem. We need to provide guidance for us to streamline our procedures and all the requirements and so on, so that we can promote the use of a single digital platform for investment and so on. So under digitalization, we do have one of the PEDs, meaning the implementation of the ASEAN agreement on e-commerce for the next 5 years. So this obviously is the idea is to spur significant growth in the digital economy through regional digital trade integration. In addition to that, we also have a regional action plan on the implementation of the norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. So while we are trying to promote digitalization, we should also be very concerned about the behavior of how people make use of technology. So just to drive home the point of the importance of digitalization, so on top of these 13 PEDs, we threw in the Bandar Seri Begawan roadmap and ASEAN digital transformation agenda to try to accelerate ASEAN's economic recovery and digital economic integration. So I think this BSBR, the Bandar Seri Begawan roadmap, I think it maps out all the steps for ASEAN to advance its digital transformation agenda. So this hopefully will provide a strong foundation for ASEAN's broader digitalization agenda. But on top of that, ASEAN has also finalized the consolidated strategy on Fourth Industrial Revolution. This is a cross-pillar deliverables under Brunei Darussalam's chairmanship. So again, the intention here is obviously to the same thing, progress the digital transformation, embracing new technology in a comprehensive manner. So on sustainability, this is obviously a very important topic, not just about how we, sort of include this in our strategy, but I think it's more to address the current conversation, a lot of movement about environment and so on. So we have the circular economy for ASEAN Economic Community, and we also have ASEAN taxonomy on sustainable finance. And hopefully with all these PEDs, we will give a strong foundation and for our subsequent discussion and for under the Cambodia chairmanship and so on. Thank you,
Dr. Amin, what do you make of ASEAN's digital plan, and what do you think? What should investments be targeting?
Oh, I think so. Obviously, there are plenty of things that we can look at under digitalization. So I think as I said earlier on, digitalization is not just specifically for any particular sector. It's a cross-pillar deliverables. So a lot of industries could make use of technology. I mean, may it be banking, may it be manufacturing. We talk about smart manufacturing and so on. And there is also telecommunication that need to support many of this implementation. So we talk about 5G, for example. So 5G is a technology, but the industry need to embrace it, to adopt it. So if the industries are not coming forward to make use of the technology, then that technology will be useless. So as far as digitalization, it's a cross-pillar, sort of application from all the industries. So even agriculture, for example, you can adopt technology for smart agriculture and so on. So the application, I think, is unlimited. So to answer your questions.
Pak Doni, how do you think the private sector can play a more significant role in the digital economy in ASEAN?
Haslinda, I think actually this relates to what Dato' Amin actually has just laid out. What are the opportunities actually there? And I think the private sector will see enormous opportunities from ASEAN. I mean, that's very clear, right? I mean, now digitalization, it's something that's really actually quite big, like President Jokowi had highlighted, actually, that it's a great potential for ASEAN, plenty of opportunities actually to invest into. And the private sector can play part actually in many of these sectors, similar to what Dato' Amin had already highlighted. A number of opportunities, I can think about a few key drivers actually where the private sector would want to move in the digitalization. First is that ASEAN would need significant investments in digital infrastructure. An enhanced focus on new technologies will present these business opportunities. So we talked about the 5G. We talk about ensuring actually that there is an inclusivity actually to people, because there's another flip side of the coin to what Dr. Mari actually had probably touched upon actually with regards to technology actually can also exclude people actually from that particular rural areas where infrastructure for connectivity is actually not really that great, right? Now, another driver is that high digital adoption will drive growth of e-commerce and digital platform services. Now, this in itself, actually, ASEAN is home to close to 20 unicorns. I mean, that has trickle-down effect, actually, to the real sector economy. And on the other hand, actually, it also attracts foreign direct investments in terms of capital into all of these investment firms, into these technology firms. And there are thousands more, actually, of startups, actually, in ASEAN that are really actually at the top list of any global angel investors.
Dr. Ibu Mari, I'm just wondering what you deem as the biggest challenges to ASEAN's digital adoption.
I think the biggest challenge is, like the different systems that are there, and how should the systems talk to each other. I mean, to put it very simply. And I do think that there is a few takeaways because of COVID-19. The fact that everybody had to work from home and not having face-to-face, I think has accelerated the use of digital technology across the board, including, the way we are designing the health protocols and so on, and the tracing and testing and containment policies. And I think, at least out from the data we have been doing what we call business pulse surveys across many countries, including the ASEAN countries. And what it reveals is that the firms that are able to adopt to digital technology did better in terms of laying off less people and being able to keep up sales. I mean, that's not a surprising finding. But I think what is important is that that leads to the uneven recovery, if you like. The bigger firms, the more established firms, obviously have that better capacity to adapt to these technologies, and there is a big worry that you will have a bigger digital divide, I think, as Pak Doni was. And this is something that I think is a challenge, because I do think that while we talk about the opportunities, the risk of inequality increasing is very high with the COVID-19, because it is the poorer households that are harder hit, the informal sector, the kids who cannot go to school are hitting the poorer household, etc., etc. So the human capital losses side of it is also very big. So I think that's one of the big challenges: how to reduce the asymmetry of information and access to technology for the small and medium-sized enterprises, for the informal sector. And the other sort of finding that we had was that all countries had firm support, had programs to support firms. Only about 20% of firms were reached, because it's very hard to find who are these firms. So I wanted to just say that one of the big challenges, and I think opportunity, is for each of the ASEAN countries, and they are in different stages of it, is to have what we call a digital ID, because that's the foundational block, if you like, for you to have a functioning digital economy. So a digital ID, a foundational digital ID, is basically saying, I am Haslinda. And then you need to link it to layers of other information sources. The citizenship registry. Haslinda is Singaporean. I hope I got that right.
You're right.
And then, okay, she needs social assistance because she falls in the bottom 40%. So you link it to all these. They call this foundational blocks, and it links to the payment system. It links to the mobile system. It links to your ability to be able to build out the digital infrastructure and digital economy platforms that need to happen. And obviously, in the ASEAN context, how do you make those systems be compatible with each other, or be able to be mutually recognized, or whatever the system? Or like, I know that a couple of years ago, the payment system, for instance, that we wanted to have the ASEAN digital e-commerce be able to function on the same payment system. I'm not sure how far we are into that, but these are I think some of the benefits, if you like, of ASEAN. And I would just emphasize what President Jokowi just mentioned about, I think, let me just finish with two quick wins, I think, that where digital and recovery can intersect. What he was saying about the, what was it called? The ASEAN Travel Corridor Framework. I think that's a quick win. 2/3 of ASEAN tourism is intra-ASEAN. I remember that from my tourism minister days. So if you can actually revive intra-ASEAN mobility for tourism and temporary workers with a vaccine passport and testing system, which is what Europe is trying to do, I think you would have a good boost in terms of reviving the economy. Second one would be trade facilitation. I used to call that the costless stimulus. And again, this is where digital technology can play a role to streamline the processing of goods and services moving across the border. You already have ASEAN single window. Make sure ASEAN single window is really, really functioning and reducing the cost of trade between ASEAN and between RCEP, actually. That would be a big boost to trade. We are not even talking about the importance of building more efficient logistics and infrastructure. Let's focus on just those two things that I think is very much in the ASEAN spirit and doable and can be done and can really boost trade and investment and the economy.
Dr. Lim, there's a question here from one of our participants, Mukris Emran. He says, digital adoption is important to strengthen the economy through digital transformation. How does ASEAN collaboratively play an important role in improving connectivity and network infrastructure to all ASEAN countries?
Yes, I know that we have the ACRF, ASEAN Regional Comprehensive Recovery Framework, which concentrate on key 5 areas. One is the strengthen the health system, which is highlighted by President Jokowi, which is critical to our recovery. Second, we have to strengthen our human element, human resources, which is critical again in upgrading and rescaling our people. The third is digital transformation, which is I'm going to answer later on. And the fourth is the external increase our intra-investment into trade within ASEAN and external partners. And finally, a very important one, resilient and sustainable, which is part and parcel of our recovery. I think what is important is interoperability that we have in ASEAN. We have built a network of interoperability in terms of ASEAN single window. As Mari was saying, this is one of the major features of intra-ASEAN cooperation, which helps to reduce the trade transaction costs. And we will extend this to all RCEP countries, including ASEAN Plus World Dialogue partners. And this is an exciting area we think that can help us to extend our economic recovery. It means that we will have to focus on the use of the digital economy to ensure there's seamless interoperability, not only in terms of the single window, but also, as Ibu Mari was saying, as we open the economy, we have to make sure they use this technology for safe opening, especially inter-people mobility, which is critical to the economy of ASEAN, especially tourism industry. And we will use this as part of our, the other challenges is for us is how we can maintain this interoperability so that there's no disruption. And we are focusing on the cybersecurity element. We set up a working group on cybersecurity together with the digital economic minister as well as digital minister. We have recently interfaced with the 2 ministers and we agreed that we will go ahead with our digital transformation, digital roadmap. By 2025, we will have a digital agreement among ASEAN member states. But at the same time, we'll make sure that these are being looked after through the cybersecurity network that we build up within the ASEAN system. So digital technology is a key driver for economic growth. We anticipate that this will increase by 300 billion by 2025, and we will add another 1 billion to the GDP of ASEAN member states.
Let's pick up on that. Cybersecurity, data privacy, data on ownership, all big issues for governments around the world. Aaron, what risks do you see given the different standards? And perhaps what regional multilateral agreement approaches are needed?
I think one of the key things that has to happen is the United States has to be at the table. It is one of the big players, and the departure by the Trump administration from TPP, later CPTPP, 4 years ago was a big blow, because if the United States is not at the table and helping to set standards in collaboration with ASEAN, in collaboration with its partners in this region, then of course the standards will be different, and it will be difficult to stitch those things back together. And so, I think that's one of the key questions: is how do you get the great powers, the United States, China, and here we really have to take into account the European Union, which is a regulatory superpower. How do you get them at the same table and make sure that they're on the same page? But as Dr. Lim was saying, I wouldn't underestimate the difficulty of this. This is a really challenging work, and it's getting more challenging the greater the tensions between the great powers become.
I want to move on to sustainability. We touched on that slightly earlier, but let's delve deeper. Ibu Mari, at the G20 Trade and Investment Ministers meeting in Italy about 2 weeks ago, your message was pretty clear that trade and investment are the means for a greener, more resilient and inclusive recovery and growth. The question really is, how can ASEAN balance economic growth and sustainability?
Yes, thanks, Hasinda, for that question. I think what we should be looking at is how can we ensure that trade in the recovery can be green, resilient, and inclusive recovery. And it is about, COVID has accentuated the development challenges that countries are facing. And at the same time, you have the climate crisis that you have to deal with. It's already affecting us, put it that way. So you do need to have to deal with it. So how do you respond in an integrated way? And if you look at, let's just look at green resilience and inclusiveness and how to look at it in an integrated way. When we say green, it's about sustainable trade. And trade has often been blamed for causing CO2 emissions in its production and its shipping costs and so on. But at the same time, trade can also be the solution to sustainable development, to the extent that we can have trade in environmental goods and services, which will help countries also adapt and mitigate, undertake mitigation and adaptation with regard to climate change. You can start with, you can look at the import of weather-resistant seeds, for instance, that will allow countries to then adapt their agriculture, or environmental services and renewable energy, for instance, and so on. So I think opening up trade in environmental goods and services, not just goods, but also services, is one of the key pillars of that. And the other thing that is very, very key is that consumers and markets are increasingly going to demand sustainable supply chains. So it's no longer just about where is the lowest cost of producing something. It is about sustainable supply chains all the way to the source of the input that you're using. So increasingly, investments are being driven by whether or not I can produce something with renewable energy. There's a concrete example of Tesla considering between Indonesia and India, for instance, and asking the question, I will go to where I can produce with renewable energy. So it's not just the actual production of it being sustainable, but how you produce it, and all the way the tracing of the carbon footprint all the way across the supply chain. This is going to be, it is already a reality with the carbon border adjustment mechanism that Europe plans to introduce. So all countries will have to start thinking about carbon pricing as well as carbon tracking the carbon in their production. And I think this will be a challenge for ASEAN to also work together on this. And I think that there's a lot of capacity building that needs to be, we need to make sure that countries have the tools and the infrastructure and the framework to be able to do the tracking and not be punished in a way because they can't meet it and face perhaps a discriminatory trade practices because of it. But we need to keep that as a key issue and make sure that the negotiations in trade and environmental issues involve and include us. And I think this is where ASEAN can really play a role by, having either an ASEAN cooperation around the pricing, the carbon pricing, or the standards that must emerge around the sustainable supply chain. And I just wanted to mention also on inclusiveness, because I do think, we had lots of discussion of this in the G20 Trade Ministers meeting, and I think it's probably also a recurring theme in ASEAN. How do we get the political support for continued trade openness? Because actually, the trade is still good because it leads to growth and poverty, but we also know that trade has not been distributed evenly. And so how do we address the inclusiveness part, making sure that SMEs are going to be part of the sustainable supply chain? SMEs are going to not be left out of that digital divide. How do we make sure that we have complementary policies, real effective complementary policies that will actually bring along people as well as the left behind regions, the left behind sectors, the left behind communities. It's partly labor mobility, it's also migration, it's also skills upgrading, and just having adaptable social protection policies, I think. And we're actually learning a lot from the COVID social protection policies on that. But, instead of just talking about it, I think, inclusiveness is actually part of the pillars in ASEAN. So we need to, here is where, I think ASEAN can also think about very carefully about how do we make sure that the trade and investment in the recovery is not just going to lead to growth and hopefully address poverty, but how does it be more inclusive? That's increasingly going to be an important challenge to meet.
Let's pick up on some of the points that Ibu Mari highlighted. Dr. Lim, will sustainability and ESG investing be an increasing priority for ASEAN, and where are discussions when it comes to carbon pricing? How realistic is it that there will be one soon enough?
Well, we are very conscious of what's going on. We are very conscious about the two issue, development as well as climate crisis or climate change. I've just come out from a meeting of environmental ministers only a couple of days ago. We have a very strong statement to the COP26, to COP26, and statement have highlighted many areas that ASEAN is doing. For example, we are doing a lot on the area of marine debris to address this issue. Second, mangrove conservation, peat swamp, peat recovery, which is important for carbon sink. We're also working ourselves on together in fighting against illegal wildlife trafficking, which is critical in our wildlife. And also we are looking at how transboundary haze is affecting each other and trying to reduce it. This is also reducing the deforestation in the ASEAN member state. And obviously important area is energy. We are very progressing in energy efficiency program, which ASEAN has surpassed its aspirational target of achieving 21% of energy intensity. We have already done that. And so we are going to do more on the renewable energy. I think this is a target that ASEAN is going to do in order to address the issue of climate change. And more importantly, as you say, ESG, we are talking about cross-pillar cooperation among ASEAN on the development of ASEAN taxonomy on sustainable finance, which is also very critical. But we have to understand all this issue, especially in order to attract more investment to the country, in order to be able to be sustainable what we produce. So it is critical, but we need more transition period in order to address all those elements, and we need to work together with all partners, especially in the capacity building side as well as technology transfer. We cannot do it without technology transfer, without access to technology, especially in the renewable energy, and that is critical to the future, the climate change. So we will go to COP26 with a strong commitment in the climate change.
And Dr. Amin, we often hear how the private sector has to lead the charge. What do you think businesses can do more for sustainability and be supportive of the SDG goals?
Thank you. Yeah. So I think we talk a lot about sustainability, but I think sustainability is not just about having the right government policies and so on. A lot of these projects to support sustainability needs to be properly funded. So we are talking about sustainable infrastructure. We can talk about renewable energy. We can talk about marine debris. We can talk about waste management and so on. So even with the right government policy, it needs to be properly funded. So how do we get private sector to come in? And so it all depends also on the private sector's values on sustainability. So I think in the case of a lot of this will come from the financial institutions. So if you look at speaking on behalf of Bank Islam Brunei Darussalam, BIBD, so our value here is aligned with Maqasid Sharia, which support sustainability. And so along with sustainability, we also champion environmental protection, responsible entrepreneurship, and inclusive social impact, as what Ibu Mari mentioned earlier on. So all of these are important value if we were to be successful in ensuring that our effort on sustainability agenda is achieved. So maybe if I can just share on what we do in BIBD. So what we are seeing here is plenty of opportunities as far as Brunei Darussalam is concerned, as we do have Brunei Darussalam National Climate Change Committee that look into policies in terms of how do we sort of achieve this low carbon environment and so on. So we feel that there are a lot of opportunity for us to finance this agenda. And so as far as just BIBD is concerned, over the next 10 years, we look at potential of financing of 2 billion Brunei dollars. And so that is a big amount. But again, in terms of the opportunity that we see, we feel that, being the largest financial institution in town, it's our responsibility to kind of lead the way for us to support this agenda. So again, as ASEAN as a region, I think we need to align all our effort together. And in terms of how do we sort of look at financing the sustainability agenda. As I mentioned earlier on, one of the PEDs this year is about ASEAN's taxonomy on sustainable finance. So we need to first of all define what is green actually, right? So before we talk about how do we finance them. So this hopefully create a framework for us to look into what the banks can respond to the work done by ASEAN. And also circular economy and so on. So probably in the interest of time, so these are few of the sort of initiatives this year that set the momentum for the coming years, so that the future chairmanship of ASEAN can continue this discussion and to encourage the private sector to play a bigger role in supporting sustainability agenda. I want to touch a little bit on Ibu Mary's point on inclusivity. So I think during COVID-19, we have seen many people were affected by COVID-19, especially the MSMEs, the women, the vulnerable groups, and so on. So how do we make sure that we also incorporate this inclusivity in our private sector's role to help these individuals? And so we in BIBD, we have many schemes that we look at, but I think without going through all of them, so we just want to sort of share that BIBD, we promote environmental protection, inclusive social impact, and so on. Thank you.
And Pak Doni, we know that for Standard Chartered, the tagline is here for good. I mean, what are your thoughts? Are you seeing ESG investing as really being here for good?
Thank you, Haslinda. It's a very interesting question. And for us, it's sustainability is really no longer a strategy. It's actually part of our values, essentially. But can I just first actually follow up on what Dr. Mari actually had said about the importance of embracing sustainable supply chain? We did a very recent research called Carbon Data, the Net Zero Supply Chain Revolution. And it revealed that 78% of global MNCs will remove suppliers that endanger their carbon transition plan by 2025. And potential losses to companies not embracing net zero transition in the following markets like Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia alone would cost actually about $240 billion. So it is really actually just punctuating further the importance of embracing sustainability principles as fast as possible for ASEAN companies to ensure a more resilient supply chain and that we can capitalize on the investment opportunities that is happening in the world right now. Now, sustainability really is a big global agenda, as you know, right? It requires trillions of dollars, as I think Dr. Amin had highlighted, to come in actually to emerging markets like ASEAN, where we are the most vulnerable to climate change and we need the most funding. However, very often actually that emerging markets are being overlooked and underinvested. Now, we did a study actually last year that interviewing about 300 investment fund managers that has the AUM of 500 trillion or $50 trillion, over actually half of the world's GDP. That 2/3 of their investments currently is still within the developed markets. Having said that, looking ahead, the next 3 years, the focus actually will shift towards sustainable investments in the emerging markets and where ASEAN is actually at the forefront. Globally, the sustainable debt market, this is the green, social, blue, and sustainability linked bonds, reached a cumulative of 1.7 trillion at the end of 2020. So this is actually double the figure, if you will, almost double the figure actually from the last 5 years. Debt instruments such as bonds actually are still dominating with over 70% of sustainable financing. And the volume of ASEAN green bonds and loans jumped to 25.5 billion last year, up from 17.5 in 2019. So despite COVID, actually, it's been quite a good progress when it comes actually to ASEAN. So the region has a positive track record in supporting and innovating solutions that advance this sustainability agenda. Now, as a bank, actually, if we think as more industries actually are moving towards the decarbonization pathways, transition finance is starting to emerge as key and critical theme at Standard Chartered. I mean, we're assisting our clients to transition, providing more funds to climate positive companies and helping carbon-intensive firms better manage actually their emissions. We've made commitments to net zero, 2 commitments. Actually, one is from our operation by 2030 and from our financing by 2050. And in our journey to reach these net zeros, our dual objective is to reduce our own finance emission and help clients to transition. But this is actually where emerging market perspective actually needs to come into place, because we fully understand that different sectors and regions will decarbonize at very different rates. So we're working out actually to map this out actually for the different industry sectors. So for clients who are just starting their journeys, we'll provide sector-specific guidance on what they must do to prepare for a low-carbon future journey. However, those who have probably actually unable or unwilling to meet the requirements, unfortunately, we have to limit our relationship, ultimately leading to an exit, actually, which we have done.
Pak Doni, speaking of green finance, give us a sense of what role green financing is doing in a country like Indonesia that's trying to push the EV sector.
Well, I think President Jokowi has touched upon how important sustainability is for Indonesia, particularly leading up actually to COP26. And from a economic development perspective, I think very similar to what we talk actually, how ASEAN can capitalize on the opportunities. Now, Indonesia has abundant opportunities actually. Actually, EV is one of them, right? I mean, it's the largest sort of consumer market in ASEAN. Of course, actually, it has the largest sort of number of vehicles. Actually, that presents a significant opportunity. The whole end-to-end value chain, actually, from Indonesia actually has the largest nickel deposit actually in the world, and EV batteries all the way up actually to the EV vehicles itself, and to the whole charging stations that will use renewable energies such as solar power, wind power, and so on actually to generate. That itself actually presents a lucrative billions of dollars actually opportunities for any private sector actually to invest in. And we know that Indonesia also has a lot more friendlier actually FDI policy framework with the omnibus law and 100% ownership actually allowed actually for fintech companies and so on. I mean, this will really actually help to attract it. Last but not least, actually, when you talk about Indonesia, is one thing. As more global companies are adopting net zeros, there's a reemergence actually of the need actually for doing the offset through carbon trading. Now, carbon credit in Indonesia is, from a potential perspective, it's really actually a natural capital superpower in that regards. Now, we Standard Chartered actually, together with SGX, Temasek, and DBS, actually, we set up the first carbon trading exchange platform in our climate impact exchange in Singapore, which is recently announced, and that's the first in Asia. But you can see actually that Indonesia can really capitalize actually on that really significant potential from a carbon credit perspective.
Ibu Mari, this question is for you. At least I'm directing it to you. This question is from Oliver Pritchard from ISB. He wants to know, in your opinion, which one of the SDGs is the most important to focus on at this point in time? Tough one.
That's a tough one. Because in a way they are interrelated. But I would say, poverty. Our numbers are showing that the numbers that will enter into extreme poverty is going to be like 100 million because of COVID. And it's not unrelated to inequality. So I think poverty and inequality tend to go together, because the higher the inequality, the harder it is also for you to reduce poverty. And it will have an effect on growth, because inequality we also see will be increasing, and it's kind of across the board, whether you're talking about the vulnerable, the lower income groups that are going to be worse off, SMEs and the informal sector who had to sell off their assets and run down their savings, small firms, micro firms, women-owned businesses. The COVID-19 has impacted women more than men in many ways. Whether it's income loss or woman-owned businesses, or gender-based violence, or lack of health services going to women because of the pandemic, and on many fronts. So I would say those are kind of the big ones, and it's very hard to pick the SDG. But the last thing I would say, what we are seeing is what we call scarring. How do we prevent a lost decade of development that will come from scarring? And the scarring comes from all those human capital losses, basically. That is very hard to reverse once it's lost. Right? Like children not going to school. You have to get them back to school, and then you have to capture the learning losses of not going to school, as well as what they lost from the time they were in school, but they forgot because they were not in school for so long, So, and then all the skills losses and the new skills that you have to develop. I really worry about the human capital losses. because those are really hard to reverse, in a short time.
We're fast running out of time. I just want to discuss briefly CPTPP. We know that China has expressed interest in joining CPTPP. Aaron, let's have your thoughts on this. What might China's membership mean for the region's security environment? What are the implications?
I'd be very curious as to Dr. Lim's views on this, although he's not in his former role anymore. But I think this is a really interesting bid for membership. Of course, Taiwan has also put in a bid for membership of CPTPP, and I think there can probably only be one China at this particular moment in time in CPTPP. But the real question is whether or not the members will agree to either request, and the easiest thing may be to not agree to either request.
Before I get to Dr. Lim, Aaron, just a follow-up. If China becomes a member before Taiwan and the US, can you envision China vetoing that bid to be part of CPTPP?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Lim, your thoughts?
Well, there's no secret that they have already applied a long time ago. They expressed the interest to be part of the CPTPP. A couple of years ago, they studied the agreement, and I'm not surprised that they apply officially to be part of CPTPP. And we see this a broader Asia-Pacific free trade area that has been moved by China in 2010, I think. This is, we have RCEP with CPTPP with both people in except the US. We hope that they can come in, but this will be a greater Asia-Pacific free trade area that we are talking about in APEC. And this is more or less strategic, but at the same time is bringing everybody together on board to the Asia-Pacific. I think this is a very welcome initiative. Of course, the more people join in as part of the process, I think it's good that we can work together to increase development in the region.
Right. How confident are you, though, that having China as part of CPTPP would bring it closer to CPTPP trading standards, or might it bring CPTPP towards Beijing standards instead?
Well, they have to follow the rule that we have set up during CPTPP. And of course, there will be a lot of transition period, a lot of negotiation. But again, I don't think the standard has to be go down, but it's a matter of how they come in and how they will be able to adopt to the agreement. Of course, market access need to be discussed among member states and a member of the CPTPP. There are a few areas I like SOEs, IP are very critical to the CPTPP. But again, we always welcome. I'm ASEAN Secretary, shouldn't say that, but individually, I think it's a welcome initiative by both of them.
Ibu Mari, your thoughts? Would it be, I guess, imperative for the US to join, to be part of CPTPP if China becomes a member?
These regional agreements should be open. That's the way I have always thought about regional agreements. If we want good regional agreements, so they should be open. But as Dato' Lim said, they have to meet the standards, right? So they should be open. And I mean, this is no secret. When it was designed by the US as TPP, I'm getting all these acronyms. I think there was a statement from the US that it was so that China did not set the rules, which was not very helpful, I would say. Because I think the idea of these regional agreements is really to catalyze, and the bigger the members, the larger the number of members, it's better, right? Because you're going towards more and more countries being integrated and having rules and of the trading system that will eventually hopefully become multilateral, right? So that this is the kind of the good side of looking at regional agreements, and that's why I think it should be open, just like RCEP should be open. We would welcome the US to join the RCEP if they wanted to. So I think, we always thought about RCEP also as, Dato' Lim will be very familiar with this argument that, people tend to compare RCEP with CPTPP as having different standards, but it doesn't mean that RCEP can still evolve and can actually evolve to the higher standards. And CPTPP could probably also learn from RCEP in terms of RCEP, in terms of the capacity building and the economic and technical cooperation, which has been more very much embedded in our side of the agreements and so on. So that's my full glass view.
In wrapping up the conversation, I'd like to pose a concluding question to all the speakers. What is your top short-term and long-term priority for ASEAN? If you could keep it within perhaps 25 to 30 seconds. And perhaps we can start with Dato' Amin.
I think as we are trying to recover and also to build a better future for ASEAN, all of us, I think, need to adopt, to embrace changes. And so unless we are ready to adopt changes, it's very difficult for us to move forward. Thank you. I think you're muted.
Dato' Lim? Oh, I was muted.
Yes.
Apologies for that.
For me, I want to see ASEAN to be more resilient, to be more open for investment and trade. And as we become more resilient, we'll be more protected within ourselves. So that's my vision of ASEAN in the future.
Pak Donnie?
I think very similar to Dato' Lim. I think actually ASEAN really has abundance of opportunities, and the main strategic need for ASEAN right now is to optimize regulatory framework, create a conducive investment climate, and increase value propositions to emerge as a leading region in attracting capital investments for the region to recover and grow.
Aaron?
Thanks, Haselinda. I think the challenge is there are 4 really big challenges, and I'm not sure that ASEAN can address all of them at the same time. I don't think there's ever been a period in which the organization has been buffeted by such strong challenges. And it's inequitable growth that Bu Mari has addressed. It's recovery from the COVID-19 crisis. It's addressing the climate transition and addressing great power rivalry. One of those things may have to give, and that's really the challenge, is deciding where to put the priority, where to place the strongest efforts most quickly.
Bu Mari.
ASEAN should pursue building back better. What does that mean? It means a green, resilient, and inclusive development pathway. And if ASEAN can do it, it will also contribute to the East Asia region as well as globally.
And on that note, Ibu Mari, Aaron, Dr. Amin, Dato' Lim, Pak Donnie, thank you so much for your time today. It's been an insightful and candid conversation. We appreciate your time. And with that, I'll hand it back to Jenny. Jenny, over to you.
Thank you so much, Haselinda, and your very esteemed panel. It was a very dynamic start to our sessions today. That was our first session, the ASEAN scene setting. So ladies and gentlemen, we're back with our next leader keynote address straight after this message from our BIBD lead partner.
We cleanse ourselves, but at what cost? We brighten up the rooms, only to add to the dark clouds outside. Single-use plastic seems like it will be a part of our lives forever. But what if we told you there are some of us who are spearheading this movement? What if we told you that there are some of us that cradles the earth so we can pass on to the next generation a life. Our partners are those who are responsible in their conduct and enterprise. Learning to harness energy from unlimited sources like the sun. Conscious of how we produce our daily nutrients. A diverse selection of crops grown from well-maintained soil and watered by the rainfalls, collected with the most efficient water management system. Even the clothes we no longer wear could be repurposed and redesigned for an unending cycle of new styles and a new outlook on life. The things we reduce will only add to the change we all strive for. We at BIBD have also taken initiatives to support our government and the community in hopes to sustain a future for all. Protocol Hijau. Sowing seeds, connecting apprentices and masters together. Change today, change the future. Small decisions lead to ambitions larger than life. At home, at work, with the community, we will always be a partner in this journey towards sustainability. Breathing clean, crisp air, endless streams of water, and a mindful life for a more meaningful future.
Thank you, BIBD. Ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our next leader keynote address, let's welcome back Ms. Haslina Taib, the chair of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021, CEO of Dynamic Technologies. Haslina, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Jenny. It is now our privilege and honor to invite the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, for his keynote address.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Thank you, Madam Chair, for hosting this important event. Like so many of you here present today, I'm joining you virtually, and I'm very glad to do so to share a few words on the importance of this summit and of Canada's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. But first, I want to congratulate my friend, His Majesty the Sultan Haji Hassan Al Bolkiah and Brunei on a successful chairmanship of ASEAN in a year marked by the COVID-19 pandemic. This past year and a half has been tough for our people, for our businesses, and for our economies. And trade will be crucial to our recovery and to building a better future for all of our countries. But in order for that to happen, we must care about how we trade, what we trade, and with whom we trade. And we also must care about who trades. We have to make sure that more entrepreneurs, especially more women, young people, Indigenous people, LGBTQ2, visible minorities, and other underrepresented business owners get involved in and benefit from trade. Now, more than ever, we must also promote a strong, open, rules-based trading system under which we may all prosper. We can only do that if we work together. And that's why we're here today. La pandémie n'a pas été facile et elle nous a montré à quel point nos pays et nos économies sont interconnectés. Elle a mis en relief ce qu'on sait déjà. On est plus fort ensemble. C'est pourquoi on ne peut pas se replier sur nous-mêmes pendant qu'on rebâtit. C'est pourquoi on ne peut pas arrêter de faire du commerce. Et c'est pourquoi on ne peut pas se retirer de la coopération multilatérale. Right now, we're not only dealing with a global health crisis, we're also dealing with a global economic crisis. We have to deal with both. And Canada is committed to continuing its collaboration with international partners to end this pandemic and prepare for future health emergencies. That includes the $3.5 million commitment we made this past January to the COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund. And as we finish the fight against COVID-19, deepening our ties with ASEAN economies and diversifying trade across the Asia-Pacific will play a crucial role in our recovery. My friends, a strong Canada-ASEAN relationship is a clear win-win for all of our businesses and all of our people. That's why we're working hard to implement a 4-year action plan in support of the Joint Declaration on ASEAN-Canada Enhanced Partnership. Why we're making sure businesses of all sizes can reap the rewards of a strong Trans-Pacific partnership, including through our 10-year ASEAN Strategic Action Plan for SMEs. And why we are continuing to explore ways to take our relationship to the next level, including through a possible free trade agreement. Un tel accord favoriserait la croissance dans les secteurs de la technologie, du commerce numérique, de la fabrication de pointe, de l'agriculture et de l'agroalimentaire et des services professionnels. Il changerait la donne pour un grand nombre de nos entreprises et entrepreneurs qui travaillent fort en les aidant à établir des liens et des relations d'affaires aux 4 coins du monde. Il permettrait de créer des emplois pour la classe moyenne, il contribuerait à réduire les obstacles au commerce et offrirait aux investisseurs une plus grande clarté et une plus grande confiance afin qu'ils puissent accroître leur présence sur les marchés des autres pays. Et il aiderait à protéger nos chaînes d'approvisionnement et des incertitudes liées à la pandémie mondiale. Canada and ASEAN countries will be more prosperous if we continue to work together. And we will create a better future for our people and our countries. So let's continue to move our relationship forward. Let's make sure the benefits of trade are felt by everyone. And let's come out of this pandemic stronger than ever. Thank you. Merci, mes amis.
Prime Minister Trudeau, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now take, as per the program, a 30-minute virtual networking break. Brunei time, quick time check. I've got 10:35. Let's return by 11:05 for our next session, which will be a presentation on UNCTAD. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's my pleasure to now call upon Mr. Richard Baldwin, Director of Investment Research, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, for his presentation on ASEAN Investment Report 2020-2021, Investing in Industry 4.0. Mr. Baldwin, welcome.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, foreign direct investment in the first half of 2021 in ASEAN was up 43%. My name is Richard Baldwin. I'm the Director of Investment Research at UNCTAD, and it's a pleasure to present to you the findings of the ASEAN Investment Report 2021, which we produce at UNCTAD together with the ASEAN Secretariat already since 2012 annually, with the financial support of the government of Australia. We've already presented the main findings of the report, policy findings to the report, to the economic ministers meeting in September, and I will give you a helicopter view of some of the main findings of the rest of the report. Let me share with you a few slides to do so. The report every year has a first chapter that provides data on foreign direct investment trends and corporate investment trends. It provides an overview of the policy measures taken over the year in ASEAN. And it has a second part of the report, the second half, which addresses a theme chapter. And as announced, the theme chapter this year is Industry 4.0 transformation. Of course, an extremely important topic for ASEAN for the future as a manufacturing powerhouse. Let's look at the trends first. In 2020, FDI flows in the ASEAN region dropped by 25% as a result, of course, of the pandemic. In the rest of the world, FDI flows fell by 35%. Obviously, the share of ASEAN in global investment flows increased from less than 12% in the record year for investment in ASEAN to date. So less than 12% in 2019 to almost 14% last year. Manufacturing fell the most. FDI in manufacturing fell by 55%. So manufacturing really suffered. And that's quite important for what we'll be talking about in terms of Industry 4.0 investment. The part of FDI in ASEAN region last year that was most resilient was the intra-ASEAN investment flows. So intra-regional investment was relatively resilient. It went from about 12% in 2019 to 17% of total inflows in the ASEAN region in 2020. So that's a good sign for regional integration. It means really that the part of the investment flows in the region that is strongest and most resilient is the part that is really intra-regional, between countries of the region. Now, I mentioned already that in the first half of this year, we're seeing an upward trend of 43%. So that's really making up, rebounding, basically, making up for the fall in last year. And so if the trend continues, we're set to exceed the record level of investment flows in ASEAN in 2019 this year. Now, we have to make a few provisos with that. A big part of that is driven by the stimulus. It is driven by infrastructure investments. The value of international project finance projects and infrastructure announced in the first half of this year more than doubled. But greenfield investment in industry, greenfield investment projects in manufacturing announced in the first half of this year are still on a downward trend, minus 20%. So the prospects for manufacturing investment is really not in a recovery phase yet. It still needs support, and this is quite important. We have worldwide a similar trend in the stimulus packages being adopted around the world are all focused on infrastructure, digital infrastructure, green energy, and those are excellent targets for support. But industry investment is still weak around the world. So investment in global supply chains, in global value chains, in manufacturing is still very, very weak. And we need to make sure that we balance that more closely. Now, looking at the prospects for investment in ASEAN are quite positive, solid, and there's of course still factors of uncertainty, not least of which is the course, of course, that the pandemic will take. There are other factors of uncertainty, but ASEAN has, of course, very strong fundamentals. I mentioned the stimulus packages that have been adopted. There is a big need for investment in infrastructure. Some 360 billion of infrastructure packages in the region have already been adopted by governments, according to the IMF. So that will boost investment. The ASEAN region is also a policy exception. It is one of the few regions in the world where all policy measures being taken for investment are in the direction of a more conducive investment climate. And we see around the world policy measures being taken in the direction of more regulation, more restrictions, screening of inward investment. We monitor in UNCTAD investment policy measures for the G20 on twice a year. And over the last year, we have not found a single measure in the direction of more regulation or restriction in ASEAN. It is really aiming at continuing to create a more conducive climate for foreign direct investment. Of course, the regional integration efforts are also an important factor, and not least the signing, of course, of RCEP last year. And let's look at that a little bit more in detail. We looked in the ASEAN Investment Report at the opportunities that will flow from the signing of the RCEP agreement. You see here that RCEP already accounts for more than 40% of inward investment in the ASEAN region. But if we look at the total share of the RCEP region in total outflows around the world, it's almost 50%. And if we look at other regions that are advanced in regional integration, like in the EU, the shares of intra-regional investment easily exceed 60%. So there's certainly room for growth, and that's an important factor with RCEP and ASEAN inward investment that we see boosting investment over the coming years. Now let's look at the theme chapter a little bit. Industry 4.0, the relationship between foreign direct investment and Industry 4.0 is really a symbiotic relationship. The FDI can really support Industry 4.0 transformation, but advancing in Industry 4.0 ecosystems also helps attract FDI in manufacturing, which, as I mentioned earlier, is sorely needed. Now, what are the types of FDI one would attract to build or to support Industry 4.0 transformation? Well, one is, of course, the enabling factors, which is mostly telecoms infrastructure, the building of 5G, which is attracting a lot of investment in the ASEAN region, the attracting of investment in data centers, and all that is proceeding rapidly in the region. And the growth of data centers is such that in 2024, there's a chance that ASEAN might exceed the United States in terms of the attraction of new data center capacity. Another factor is, of course, attracting FDI in industries and of multinationals that are relatively advanced in adopting Industry 4.0 technologies. That boosts the presence of Industry 4.0 technologies and solutions in the local industry infrastructure, and of course also with local firms connecting to those multinational enterprises. A third area is attracting FDI in the production of Industry 4.0 technology and solutions, manufacturing of equipment, parts and components, that in which the ASEAN region might become a competitive actor over the coming decade. So that's the third element. And the last one is, of course, working with multinational enterprises, foreign direct investors, through public-private partnerships, for example, to jointly upgrade skills or invest in skills development centers, centers of excellence, R&D centers, and the like. We always work with ASEAN governments, ministries of all 10 member states to develop the policy recommendations from the report. Clearly, what came out from the work with our colleagues was that the context for developing Industry 4.0 investment promotion policies is extremely important. Context being cyber laws, cybersecurity, data residency, privacy, and digital frameworks. So the work going on e-commerce and data flows is extremely important as context. But of course, our first focus in the ASEAN Investment Report is on strategic investment policy, and what type of FDI to attract, to build the enablers, to facilitate the adoption, to enhance the productive capacity in Industry 4.0. That's really important. And then there's, of course, a whole series of challenges that individual governments face. They are, of course, different for different countries at different levels of technological development, with different digital infrastructure in place, different levels of institutions, skills, and human resources. So the type of bottlenecks that need to be addressed is a really important factor in policy development. Let me conclude with the key recommendations that came out of the work with each of the governments of ASEAN and that are included in the ASEAN Investment Report this year. They are at the level of strategic investment policy, at the level of building the industrial infrastructure and ecosystem, and at the level of regional programs to collaborate. Let me synthesize. In strategic investment policy direction, as I mentioned, what is happening around the world in investment promotion agencies, investment authorities, they are building their plans to target investment in the areas of the symbiosis I mentioned earlier that they need. So the first element is really targeting investment in enablers, Industry 4.0 technology and solution segments, but to do so on the basis of existing industrial capacities and competitive advantages, for example, in the electronics and automotive sectors. But very importantly, and here I think the key word is complementarity, there is also adjacent sectors in which FDI promotion can really support the transformation to Industry 4.0. And that is, for example, one such as green energy, to continue the fast growth in attracting data centers that I talked about earlier. It is really important, for example, to have a presence of cheap green energy, because that is increasingly a locational determinant for investment in data centers. The second area, industrial infrastructure and ecosystem, and here the key word is probably clusters. Selectively invest and upgrade, for example, in the infrastructure, industrial parks, science parks, to support Industry 4.0 development. I would say that it's not just clusters that is a key word, it is also cost consciousness. It needs to be, we can't develop all of our free zones, all special economic zones into science parks. That would be that would be too much. We need to really look at those parks that already have a strong cluster of industries that would have a high propensity to adopt relevant technologies and solutions. So focused investment concentrated on those areas where we have a good chance of building a competitive sector. And clusters, in large part, consist also of SMEs. So SME participation and supplier linkages with multinationals is really important in those parks. Final element, regional programs and coordination within the region to jointly work on Industry 4.0 development. We had an important meeting on Industry 4.0 investment during the World Investment Forum in UNCTAD last week. We had the presence of ASEAN colleagues, and the key thing that came out is this cannot be done alone. One needs to collaborate. So joint regular meetings of investment and digital bodies is an idea that was brought forward. Joint promotion, the establishment of an Industry 4.0 resource centers or forums for SMEs is an important suggestion to promote the Industry 4.0 transition. And of course, a final item is informed policymaking. At the moment, the Industry 4.0 Readiness Index being used around the region includes very different measures. It is very hard to know where different countries stand on Industry 4.0 development. That synthesizes the results of our report. It is available on both the UNCTAD websites and the ASEAN Secretariat websites. Again, a final thank you to both for the collaboration with the ASEAN Secretariat and to our friends at the Government of Australia for supporting the ASEAN Investment Report. Thank you very much.
Mr. Baldwin, thank you very much for joining us. Again, full details can be found of all those slides on the UNCTAD website. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be back after this short message from BSP with our next panel discussion on the future of ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our next leader keynote address as part of our next panel discussion, we welcome back the Honorable Yanti.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the Prime Minister of Australia. Australia is ASEAN's oldest dialogue and a great friend, and we are very grateful for the strong support Australia has given ASEAN, and in particular to Brunei as chair for this year. The ASEAN-Australia relationship is an important one that spans trade, education, healthcare, and vaccinations, defense, and more. And we look forward to hearing the outcomes of the annual ASEAN-Australia Summit that is taking place for the first time under Brunei's chairmanship. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, it is my great pleasure to welcome the Honourable Scott Morrison, MP, Prime Minister of Australia.
G'day everyone from Australia. I'm pleased to be joining the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. I thank our hosts and recognise His Majesty, the Sultan of Brunei Darussalam, the guest of honour. Australia enjoys a close friendship with Brunei, and I really want to thank His Majesty, the Sultan, for his steady leadership at this very difficult time. I had the opportunity to thank His Majesty personally recently in one of our recent calls. Sadly, the pandemic has kept us apart again this year, yet the relationships between our governments, businesses and people, they're as strong as ever. During this time of uncertainty, we do stand together as partners in facing the economic, health and environmental challenges facing our world, and especially our region. ASEAN is a long-time valued partner of Australia. Our futures are intertwined. Your growth underpins our prosperity. Your stability is fundamental to our own. And our enduring relationship is critical to an open, inclusive and resilient Indo-Pacific region. I'm here to affirm that Australia strongly supports ASEAN centrality. ASEAN and its forums are an essential pillar of our engagement with the Indo-Pacific. Our interests align closely with the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Our partnership with ASEAN is one that we are always seeking to strengthen, and we want our businesses to invest in the region with confidence and for yours to do the same here in Australia. Today, I will speak briefly about our partnership and how we are responding to the health, economic and environmental challenges we collectively face. The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us of what we can achieve when we work together. We all know that the way forward from here is vaccines. Access to safe and effective vaccines is the highest priority for Indo-Pacific nations. And Australia is stepping up to help our friends, stand with them, our neighbours and those in need. Together with our Quad partners, the United States, India and Japan, we have pledged to donate at least 1.2 billion vaccines doses globally. And Australia has committed 60 million doses to the Indo-Pacific by the end of 2022. Already, we've delivered 2 million doses directly to Southeast Asia, and we expect to share millions and millions more by the end of this year. We've also contributed $130 million to the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment, which so far has delivered over 33 million doses to Southeast Asia. We've committed $21 million to support the establishment of the ASEAN Centre for Public Health, Emergencies and Emerging Diseases. And we're also combating vaccine misinformation. We're training health workers. We're providing much needed medical equipment and expertise across Southeast Asia. These investments are in addition to the $500 million to support new security, economic and development cooperation with Southeast Asia, which I announced at the ASEAN Australia Summit last year. And we're working towards safely restoring international travel, which will be vital for reinvigorating all of our economies. We all want our economies to rebound strongly from COVID-19, and we all know that this can be accelerated through trade and investment under an open, rules-based international system. This makes agreements such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership more important than ever. These agreements bring together the shared economic weight of ASEAN and the region's other major economies. Through our $46 million Australia's Regional Trade for Development and our Digital Standards Initiative, we are working with ASEAN to support implementation of RCEP, including by bringing a larger focus to e-commerce and digital trade across the region. We are also working bilaterally to forge new agreements and deepen existing arrangements with regional partners such as Vietnam, Indonesia and Singapore to boost two-way trade and open up new frontiers in the green economy. This is a vibrant and dynamic region, and we want to ensure the opportunities and benefits of trade continue to flow unimpeded, and that supply chains remain open and connected. At the same time, we're also very focused on the global challenge of climate change and the world's transition to a new energy economy. We know reducing emissions domestically and internationally will require practical, scalable, and commercially viable technologies. And that's why we are making major investments to drive our energy transition, including around $20 billion to commercialise promising new technologies like clean hydrogen, green steel, long-duration energy storage, and carbon capture. We expect this will leverage some $80 billion in total investment by 2030. And this will help drive our energy transition. And it will help our friends and neighbours too, including our ASEAN nations, to transition to secure and affordable low-emissions technologies that can drive development and jobs within the ASEAN region. As part of this work, we've agreed to pool the collective resources and expertise of Quad partners, the United States, Japan and India, to work with other Indo-Pacific partners to build the reliable and resilient supply chains needed to support the region's energy transition. And I look forward to inviting your best and brightest clean energy experts and minds to Australia's Clean Energy Summit in early 2022. I want to assure you Australia is embracing the opportunities of the new energy economy as the world accelerates its pursuit of net zero emissions. And today we join ASEAN member countries in looking to the future with great optimism, confident that together we can meet the challenges before us all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Prime Minister, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now hand over to our moderator to lead us through the conversation. Please join me in welcoming Dato' Timothy Ong, board member, Baiduri Bank Group. Dato' Tim, it's over to you.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for the warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this conversation on the future of ASEAN in this ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. My name is Timothy Ong, and I'm joining this conversation from Bandar Seri Begawan, where it is a lovely Monday morning. With me are an excellent panel. We have Parag Khanna, Dr. Parag Khanna, thought leader, author, founder and managing partner of Future Map Singapore. We have John Graham, the CEO of Zulik Pharma. Welcome, John. Welcome, Parag. We have Agneta Johnsgaard-Lewis, the country chair of Shell in Brunei. Welcome, Agneta. And we have Sasaki Nobuhiko, the chairman and CEO of Japan External Trade Organization, better known as JETRO. Welcome, all of you. I'd like to begin the conversation with a big picture question. And I would like to direct this to you, Parag. You have thought deeply and written extensively about Asia's place in the world. I want to ask you regarding ASEAN's place in Asia, and by extension, ASEAN's place in the world. As you know, ASEAN was founded 54 years ago, and in the heart of the Cold War, when the world was very different. 54 years later, at a time of tensions between the great powers, at a time when COVID-19 is wreaking so much damage in our economies, how is ASEAN relevant today? Parag.
Thank you so much, Dr. Timothy. It's a pleasure to join all of you, and I appreciated hearing the remarks of the Prime Minister and the earlier comments and presentation with a lot of interesting data that shows the progress that the ASEAN region has been making in terms of, for example, the steadiness or the increase of intra-regional trade dynamics, for example. Now, I'm very glad you've asked this question because, of course, when we speak about the world economy, it's only very recently that we treat the ASEAN region or Southeast Asian region and ASEAN as a coherent entity and as an entity with significant weight. And that's certainly justified given the steady growth rates, the V-shaped recovery that we're hoping to achieve in the region, the overall trajectory, both demographically in terms of urbanization, economic diversification, the youth, the share of the demographics, and the fact that, therefore, if you put all of that together, this becomes a region that is poised to be the fourth largest economic region in the world in the coming decades. I'll note that it's worth differentiating between the vast potential of the Southeast Asian region in terms of its demographics, its geography, the role that it plays, that its individual members play with respect to their economic and other relationships around the world, and ASEAN as an institution, which in some ways represents these countries, but in other ways, of course, doesn't. It is not a supranational body. But let's hold them, to be more or less synonymous in this conversation. for the sake of looking at ASEAN structurally. And it is important, therefore, that we view ASEAN as one of the pillars of Asia. Now, a lot of people have fallen into the trap over the last couple of decades of focusing largely on China as the central actor in Asia. But we do have to view Asia much more broadly as a system. And within that system, there is a pivotal role as pillars, really, for Japan, for China, for ASEAN, for India, for Australia or Australasia and the oceanic countries, and other key players. You mentioned the history of ASEAN's founding more than a generation ago, 2 generations ago during the Cold War. Let's remember that really 30 years ago, when the Soviet Union collapsed, is the point at which we can really mark this broader Asian region and its various sub-regional geographies and clusters, beginning that process of much more rapid integration with each other, both internally as sub-regions such as ASEAN and then across them. And the story begins with the super cycle, the commodities super cycle, for example, linking the Gulf countries to East Asian economies. And that's an important reminder of how we need to think about Asia as this much broader geography. Over the past 30 years, these West Asian countries have become much more aligned economically in terms of trade flows, investment flows, with other Asian countries than with their historical colonial era trade, investment, and political partners. And over the last 30 years, we've not only seen that super cycle, but we've also witnessed, of course, growing infrastructure investment, deepening trade frameworks, the RCEP, and of course, the Belt and Road Initiative, and other programs that have basically helped to liberate or unlock the complementarities among all Asian economies. And if we look back at the share of Asian trade that is internal or within or between Asian countries, going back to 2000, 2005, 2010, 2015, 2020, we've seen a very, very steady advance in that intra-Asian trade component. So much so that now Asia ranks only just behind the European Union in terms of the share of total trade that is internal to the region. And that's been achieved largely in the last 20 years, which is a really remarkable accomplishment. Now, ASEAN plays a increasingly central role in all of this, as has been emphasized already in the preceding presentations. And I think that the promise, the structural promise, is very, very strong. Again, I mentioned the demographics already, but let's just look at the ways in which not only RCEP, but also the geopolitics, which has not yet been mentioned, are going to reinforce this. Because there is now a strategic willpower to diversify supply chains, to diversify the geography of production, to ensure that there is not a single point of failure or a single origin market of production dependence in Asia, specifically, of course, China. And therefore, I think that we will see those foreign investment volumes really continue to rise in this region. And importantly, we'll see the internal barriers and internal frictions, I should say, come down and allow for ASEAN to become a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. And it's taken a long time for that sort of vision or that goal to be in view, in sight, that ASEAN can genuinely be a whole greater than the sum of its parts. And that's what the growing deregulation and cross-border economic activity is certainly promoting. It's what foreign investors want to see, so that you can have more economies of scale across the region, so that firms can really access in a more frictionless way each of the major ASEAN economies, and so that their output can start to match their size. Let's remember that even though that this is a very worthy objective, in terms of overall manufacturing output, China still massively dominates. Many people still view ASEAN as really the beneficiary of simply so-called China plus one kinds of supply chain allocation. But if we look at the population size and its the massive gains to productivity that can and should be achieved through greater foreign investment, I think that ASEAN can gradually punch above its weight. Let's remember that ASEAN, with half the population of India, has a larger GDP than India. Just on the eve of the pandemic, ASEAN was attracting almost the same volume of greenfield foreign investment as China was. So the momentum is very, very strong. And I think that despite the difficulties that the pandemic has presented, what we've witnessed over the last 20 plus years of iterative crises is that ASEAN governments have learned to respond relatively quickly in terms of the necessary reforms. The 98 Asian financial crisis, the SARS epidemic, the financial crisis of 2008, and now the pandemic, each has presented different kinds of shocks. But what we've seen is that the capacity of states and regulators to respond to these shocks, to take note of the lessons and to act upon them, and most of all, to act upon them not only through domestic reforms, through fiscal stimulus and other kinds of measures, but also to open more to each other and to, again, to exploit those complementarities and to realize that they must become more codependent, more interdependent, more efficient together, has been one of the consistent lessons across these moments of crisis, again, going back from 1998 through the present. So I do think that all of those factors, the structural, trade, infrastructure, investment realities, the foreign investment flows, the geopolitical exigencies, and the demographic and other realities, both the top-down and the bottom-up, are contributing to ASEAN really, I think, pulling its weight increasingly as a pillar of this broader Asian system, and therefore as a key hub for the entire world economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to return to you after this first round of questions in terms of the kind of challenges that ASEAN must watch out for, because this is a kind of precarious world order that we confront. You may have a more optimistic view of the way the world is unfolding, and ASEAN needs to adapt to this new geopolitical situation, but we'll return to that. I now want to turn to getting some business views. John and Agneta, you both run significant enterprises in ASEAN. John, Zulik Pharma is a $13 billion business in 13 Asian economies. And Agneta, you are the country chair of Shell Brunei, which is Brunei's most significant enterprise. What has been the impact of the pandemic on your business? And what have you learned in terms of preparing for the future? Let's start with you, John, and then we'll have Agneta's views.
Thank you, Dr. Tim, for having me today. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be able to address this group of people. And also, it's a great opportunity for me to represent our industry and other industries within the region. I think in terms of healthcare, which is where our business is focused, manufacturers, distributors, and healthcare providers have all grappled with ensuring that healthcare is available and accessible to broader populations across the region, even under normal circumstances. It's been, of course, particularly challenging in countries with large populations spread across huge geographies, sometimes very disparate geographies with many islands in some cases, where transportation, logistics, the mobility of people is a huge challenge, and getting goods in and out of isolated areas of these countries is difficult. I think as far as the pandemic is concerned, these challenges have been even more exacerbated, and it became really actually apparent during the lockdown, the restrictions, the movement control situations that were put in place, where we were in a situation as a company where we had to deliver sometimes life-saving medication or devices to hospitals, to patients, to doctors and hospitals in far-flung areas of countries, and we're not able to move around very easily. Later on in the pandemic, of course, the issue of the race of getting populations vaccinated as fast as possible further, I think, highlighted key challenges in the infrastructure weaknesses that we see in some of the countries across ASEAN. And getting vaccine, particularly those vaccines that are temperature sensitive to hard to reach remote areas, has been a big undertaking, not only for distributors, but for everybody involved across the supply chain. So I think for us, there were two key lessons that we have been able to draw from our time in managing healthcare supply during the pandemic. One is that collaboration with key stakeholders throughout the supply chain is absolutely vital. And I think in a business as usual environment, sometimes we forget that there are stakeholders in the chain, in the value chain, that can provide more or less value depending on the situation and the environment that you're in. But we found very clearly that collaboration of our organization with government, not only at the national level, but also at a regional, state, even city level, was absolutely crucial to making sure that medical products and services could be delivered in a timely manner to the patients that needed them. And sometimes we had to collaborate, or we needed to collaborate with branches of government which we normally wouldn't even have had any relationship with. So normally our relationships are with Ministry of Health, with regulatory bodies dealing with healthcare. But the pandemic saw us collaborating with, in some cases, the armed forces, in other cases, the police, just to be able to get passes and licenses to move product from A to B within a country. And this really was something that was duplicated across all countries, regardless of the level of development. Most countries were just not prepared for these sudden breakdown in transportation and access, and sometimes within, well, either overnight or within days, which meant that we really had to ramp up all our activities and draw on our relationships with governments at all levels to make sure that product could move from A to B. I think the second key learning for us, as we now move into even now the second stage of the pandemic, which is the vaccination and the endemic stage, is that the digitalization of healthcare is probably no longer a dream to be pursued over the longer term, but it's an absolute necessity in bringing healthcare, especially to the populations of ASEAN, which, as I said, many of whom are in far-flung and remote areas. And it goes beyond, the need for reliable and up-to-date information and data on which to act, but also it's a fundamental shift in the way that healthcare is delivered. We've seen a clear shift from in-person to online interactions, not only between patients and physicians, but also between companies in a B2B environment, where we ourselves shifted our entire ordering process and payments process over the last few months from a heavily manual face-to-face interaction dependent process to now very quickly a largely digital process, which I think probably seems quite obvious now that we look back on it. But I think the key learning in this process has been how easily technology can be adapted and accepted in an environment where there's an emergency and a real political will to get things done. And linked to that, I would say, is the fact that governments collaborating with the private sector today can indeed move things very quickly. It's possible to accelerate new technology, even in some cases ahead of developed markets because a lot of the barriers to entry are a lot lower. And we were driven by digital because we saw the benefits of harnessing these tools. We were already on that path and had made key investments in digital solutions. But the pandemic has really been a catalyst to bringing these digital solutions to fruition. I would say the same thing goes for virtual consultation platforms, where over the last few years we've seen a slow growth in virtual consultations with physicians. But over the last few months, the acceptance of virtual interaction with physicians, virtual prescriptions, direct-to-patient delivery of products have become more the norm than we would have expected. And that development probably would have taken decades in the past. So really, I think the second lesson here is the fact that the pandemic has accelerated many things beyond our dreams. And that just shows that with collaboration between private and public sector, as well as the political will to get things done, can move things to improve healthcare delivery across Asia much quicker than we had anticipated.
Thank you very much. Collaboration and digitalization. At some point, I'd like to develop this challenge of digitalization and get your views on how this promise can be fulfilled in a region as disparate as ASEAN, because digitalization requires infrastructure, it requires access to the digital world, and this is very uneven in ASEAN. Agneta, how has the pandemic impacted your business, and what have you learned in terms of preparing for the future? You are on mute.
Let's try to go off mute. Digitalization indeed. Thank you, Dr. Timothy, and thank you for the opportunity to join the session here today. Yes, so what is it meant for the business and what have we learned? So I think for the Brunei Shell joint ventures, we are in such a unique position here in Brunei. The lights will literally go off if we stop doing what we do as we power the hospital, schools, and all the essential services through providing all the domestic power in country. So we are very cognizant and very clear on the priority and need really to adapt. And maybe that's point one in terms of what we've learned, and I'll come back to that. I think the other part of it, of course, is that we provide crude oil and LNG to countries all over the ASEAN, as well as Australia, India, and Japan. So again, our responsibility to continue despite the challenge is very clear. We have to deliver through the entire value chain from upstream all the way down to delivering to our market and customers. What we've seen, of course, is that different parts of the world are in very different stages as COVID has hit. And I think this is where our opportunity comes in direct learning. We try to learn, especially from our neighbors in the ASEAN. But I think also being a large company or affiliated with a large company, we also try to learn from different parts of the world and how they went through it. In Brunei, we've been very blessed. It's really the second wave, which only occurred a couple of months ago, which probably has put more constraint on us than what we've seen. And I think one point that I think John alluded to is really vaccination. You know, how do we get vaccines to the population at large so that we can really reopen in a more normality. And that for me is maybe one of the key lessons here is how, again, we see examples across the world. We see how getting the large vaccination rates are helping to revert to more normal. So that's one of the challenges. And one of the things that we work directly with as part of the company is supporting and ensuring that our frontliners are indeed vaccinated so that we don't see interruptions. I think there's also an opportunity to accelerate the strategic and operational. And a part of that is, again, digitalization. I think globally, the pandemic has pushed the world to go through a rapid digital transformation, which has its own challenges, but it also provides some real opportunities. We have seen for the last few years digital as an opportunity for us as a company and a business. But I think what the pandemic's caused is actually an acceleration here. So as an example, while our frontliners are working in what we call bubbles to safeguard operation and our people, those that are working in the office now are working remotely. And we are really connected in a completely different way, being forced to really embrace digitalization. And you also see how people are looking at it and finding the opportunity. And I think that's always one of these things. I think as humans, we're incredibly adaptive. And when the challenge is thrown to us, we start innovating and we really see that there is a change here and just a familiarity, which I think will serve us now and it will serve us in the future as we leverage partnerships to effectively digital transformation. As with other industries during this pandemic, volatility is expected. However, for us, our objectives remain constant, and that's really to safely deliver secure power and revenue to the country and provide a steady and secure energy supply for all our customers. So for us, this is not really a shift about what we do, but rather the way we do it. And going back to what we learned, I think we really learned to adapt and we've learned to collaborate. It's interesting to hear John's reflections. Of course, we typically collaborate with the ministers of energy and finance. But what we see now is also much more deeply a collaboration with the Ministry of Health to ensure that we really stay safe. So I think collaborating with the various bodies as well as with our business partners to really ensure that we can continue to safely deliver our products.
Thank you. The pandemic has changed the way we all work. So more and more people are now working remotely. I'd like to have a quick comment from John and Agneta as well. In terms of the way you work today in response to the pandemic, how much of that will carry through into the future, you think, when we are past the pandemic at some point?
John, I'll let you go, Agneta.
How much? So I think it's actually giving an opportunity, which maybe in the past we kind of question how effective can we be working virtually. At the same time, I think we're all asking that maybe the travel we used to do in the past, is it really required? As we become more proficient at working with the digital tools and collaboration space, because I mean that's really at the crux of it. How do you effectively collaborate if you're sitting in different countries, in different locations? So I actually think the challenge upon all of us is how we use the tools we're learning and the skills everybody's acquiring to really work more efficiently and in better ways. Because I do think it is also providing what we see is some of we see people are able to maybe get a better work-life balance as well, particularly if you have long commutes. Is there an opportunity there to find this new way of working in a collaborative space? So I think it's upon all of us to take the best of it and continue it as we go forward and adapt, really. I see opportunities here.
John, you have a comment to make here? Before we turn to Sasaki.
I think many of the changes that have taken place in our work lives are here to stay permanently. I think every company today is probably re-examining how they work, how the teams work together, etc. And I think we've been forced, as Agneta was saying, to work remotely. And I think we've discovered actually how productive, or sometimes we can be even more productive by working remotely. We've seen in Zulik Pharma that sometimes team meetings done remotely can be work more efficiently because everyone gets a chance to speak and everyone listens more intently. But of course, then longer meetings become a real chore. If you have to sit 4 or 5 hours in front of a screen for one meeting, that becomes very difficult. But I think it's very often easy to generalize when we speak about working from home. I think working from home, especially in ASEAN, means different things to different people. In many ASEAN homes, you have 3 generations of people in the home, living usually in a quite small space. So whether the actual work environment is conducive or even attractive for people to remain at home, I think is a question that needs to be examined and taken into account across, of course, all the different hierarchies in the business, right? It's also, I think, a question of many of our newer employees over the last 2 years might not even have seen an office building or a warehouse that belongs to Zulig, and so the connection with the company is something that I think is something that we need to reinvent. How we onboard new employees and give them the feeling of being part of a company, part of a community, and impart the vision and the mission of what we do. I think all of these things have probably taken a back seat to some extent through remote work. And if we are to continue to work remotely or even in hybrid modalities, then we have to rethink how that happens in the future. So I think there are many different aspects of the new normal, so to speak, that we haven't yet really explored sufficiently. And I think that the last aspect is mental health. I think that mental health of our workforce is becoming more important as a focus area because we just don't interact with them at the same level that we used to. And perhaps there are areas that we're missing in terms of making sure that people are supported correctly in the work that they do.
Thank you, Sasaki-san. Japanese companies are major investors and trading partners throughout ASEAN. How has the pandemic affected their businesses, and how have they responded to the disruptions in the supply chain?
Okay, I'm Sasaki Nobuhiko, Chairman and CEO of JETRO. As an affiliated organization of the Japanese government that connects Japan and overseas economies, we have 10 offices in ASEAN and supports the activities of 9,000 Japanese companies located in ASEAN. ASEAN forms the hub of the manufacturing supply chains in East Asia. Japanese companies in ASEAN are also deeply incorporated into it. About 90% of Japanese companies procure and sell in Japan, China, and ASEAN, and each is linked. Therefore, if a disruption occurs in any of these regions, the effect is great. Since the spring of last year, the corona crisis has affected the supply chains in almost all industries, including semiconductors and automobiles, causing delays in the production of final products and intermediate goods. JETRO has been engaged in various activities to strengthen supply chains and has found 3 important points. The first is the diversification of the supply chains, increasing the options of the sources of procurement and supply in preparation for supply chain disruptions. The second is visualization of the supply chains, quickly identifying the location of problem when it occurs. The third is to respond to new sense of values for the supply chains, consideration for human rights and the environment in procurement and supply. If I may, I would like to continue to the points of supply chain strengthening. The first corona crisis has forced companies to suspend production lines and caused a stagnation in logistics due to delays in customs clearance worldwide. In line with this, the companies have been forced to halt operation or reduce production. In one JETRO survey conducted in December last year, 1/4 of Japanese companies in ASEAN responded that they plan to reconsider their suppliers. The results of the survey indicate it is necessary to support business activities leading to strengthened supply chains. One example of diversification is a project conducted by the Japan Freight Railway Company. Due to the increasing logistic volume within ASEAN, congestion near land borders of the region has become a major problem. Here, the company has been conducting a feasibility study for introducing the know-how of Japanese railway operation using IT systems, which will contribute to diversifying the transportation modes and realizing convenient and reliable door-to-door international railway transportation. Diversification means to increase the options of supply and procurement, but that option should be reasonable and competitive. So what the government can do is to help support the increasing those options. But this case of Japan Freight Railway is one example of doing that. Another keyword for strengthening supply chains is visualization. Through visualizing supply chains, problems can be quickly discovered and dealt with. Digital technologies are effective in realizing this. Visualization of supply chains makes it possible to optimize the supply chains by utilizing data. Also, by using the same visualizing platform and sharing the real-time data, users can further streamline the supply chains. Here I give you one example of visualization of trade vaults. Trade vaults is a trading platform which enables the digitalization of trade practices. Is a good example of visualization of supply chains. When we talk about trade transactions, there are many players in the process, such as exporters, importers, insurance firms, banks, and logistics firms. This results in high complexity, and the decentralization of information and complicated paperwork have long been issues. Trade vaults facilitates traceability and information management by enabling information sharing in an integrated manner. This endeavor also eyes interconnection with existing trade platforms in ASEAN. We hope that in collaboration with governments and ASEAN digital circles, these efforts will facilitate trade procedures and increase procurement and supply options between companies. And about regarding the new values of supply chain, I would like to comment in the discussion that follows. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So diversification, visualization. I'd like to return to you, Parag. And I have actually two questions. You are one of the most traveled people in the world, possibly. You have visited 150 countries. And I was just going to ask you, in the light of the pandemic, whether you envisage yourself continuing to travel in the way that you have. But before getting that, I want to dig deeper into your assessment of ASEAN's relevance. You gave a pretty optimistic assessment to ASEAN. In your assessment, ASEAN's looking at the demographics, the structural factors, the trade flows, the geopolitical configurations, ASEAN will continue to punch likely above its weight. But at the same time, there was a cautionary note that with the dominance of China in Asia, that ASEAN would be very much in the Chinese shadow, so to speak. What are the challenges in terms of ASEAN's continued relevance, in terms of its continued ability to punch above its weight? What would be the key challenge there? And then along the way, if you could share with us your thoughts in terms of your travel plans.
Sure. Great question. So I think we have to look at the domestic versus the regional or global challenges to ASEAN. The first is when it comes to the geopolitics, many people may view China's inexorable rise as automatically leading to ASEAN not only being under China's shadow, but quite frankly, under Chinese hegemony. But that need not be the case. And I think it's one of the great misperceptions of geopolitics in general and Asian geopolitics in particular, that there need be a single hegemon. And this really is derivative of a very poor understanding in Western international relations theory and quite frankly of the kind of longer arc of history and a lack of awareness about Asian history, because most of Asian history has been multipolar in nature. And Asia, again, is multipolar. The fact that there is one power that is more powerful than others, perhaps even some might say preponderant, does not mean that the system itself is not multipolar and that you will not have various dynamics, balancing dynamics, and efforts to build coalitions to restrain either that dominant power or to assert one's own interests despite that power. And that's very much what we see happening in Asia today. And Southeast Asia is very much at the crossroads of those efforts. And you can see not only that the Southeast Asian countries seek to stand up for themselves, but of course that Australia, the United States, Japan, India, United Kingdom, and many other countries are now seeking to support those efforts. So it is, as I've been saying for quite a few years, quite frankly, it is not the case that China will necessarily dominate Asia, even if it has ambitions of dominance. Because really we have to view it as a very dynamic system in which the efforts to, again, buttress the sovereignty of non-China countries in the region are really just gaining steam. So I don't think that we can make any linear projections there. The other challenge is sort of, quote unquote, domestic within ASEAN. And I'd like to, perhaps just engage everyone in a small thought experiment. Because if ASEAN were a country, imagine, or a supranational grouping such as the European Union, it would be by far the most unequal region of the planet Earth, right? Because Africa does not have nearly as many billionaires and ultra high net worth individuals as the ASEAN region has. It does not have countries with per capita GDPs that are approximating those of Brunei or Singapore. Meanwhile, there are still, of course, several hundred million poor people in ASEAN. So if ASEAN were a country, it would certainly be the most unequal country in the world. And that, to me, is, I think, the area where our focus needs to lie. Because countries that don't have economic sovereignty, that aren't pursuing economic modernization, that aren't reducing that inequality or raising the floor and alleviating poverty, are going to be vulnerable to exploitation in a number of ways. And of course, that's what we've seen happening in ASEAN. So I would like to see ASEAN countries simply continue the very strong path that they have rightly been on in terms of poverty alleviation, infrastructure investment, individual empowerment of families and households through those investments, through digitization, urbanization, and other forces, job creation, and so forth, skills training. A lot more can be done. And in doing so, it will make the region more attractive to investment. And that, in turn, helps to limit the dependence of any one country on a foreign investor such as China. So all of these domestic and international factors, quite frankly, do tie very, very, very intimately to each other. And we should embrace the sort of the contiguity and the influence of those issues with each other, not have parallel conversations about geopolitics, economics, social policy, investment, trade, and so forth. All of these things are simultaneously equally important. That's certainly a lesson that I've learned from my travels around ASEAN. I have not been traveling all too much in the region simply because of the restrictions. But if it's any indication, in the last 1 month, I've been in Dubai, Istanbul, Hamburg, Berlin, Munich, London, Madrid, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. So things are kind of, at least for me, returning to the pre-pandemic sort of paradigm. Apologies to the COP26 delegates for my rampant greenhouse gas emissions, although, of course, they're not any better as they fly to Glasgow right now. But I do think, and in the spirit of the comments also made earlier, much more can and should be done remotely for sure, and that we should exercise a bit more restraint than I just have in terms of our movements.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask for a quick comment. Are there things that face-to-face contact can do that remote communications cannot do? So I think this is a good question for you to answer, Parag, because, I mean, you are traveling the world, speaking to people, having meetings, consulting. Why can't that be done remotely? What is it about face-to-face contact that virtual communications cannot do? This is obviously early days. We are still in some kind of transition to some kind of a new normal. But, maybe a quick preliminary answer to this.
Sure. I mean, the simple answer is the ability to make your own judgment. For the past 20 years, I've immersed in the literature substantively or regionally or thematically for every place that I travel to and research. But at least my own writing has emerged from the contradictions between what I read and what I see. So if you were to strip away from me the privilege, of access to make my own judgment based upon what I see, I would be limited to simply what I've read or what people have told me. But I think we all know better than to simply accept at face value, secondhand information. So I, for one, still consider it an intimate part of my methodology for everything I do to go and see and make judgments for myself.
I'd like to invite a comment from Agneta, and then John, if you have something to share on this.
Thank you. And I've not traveled to 150 countries, but I've lived on 5 continents. So what can you not do virtually that you can do face to face? So I think it's in the subtlety. I honestly think it's in subtlety. So what we've seen in other parts, or what I've experienced, is when it comes to executing a plan, that works quite well in a sort of digital world, and you don't, when you know which parts and when you're going to do it. I think what meeting people face to face, the differentiator is when you want to innovate, when you really want to get creative, because then you also need to pick up on those subtle things and unstructured parts. And I think maybe that's what you're also referring to, Parag. When we sit face to face like this, there is a frame you work within. And what you don't see is what's outside the frame, and that's the piece that meeting face to face, and even I think talking about newcomers to the business, of course, picking up on what the daily task is simple enough, and you can do that in this digital way. But you don't know what you don't know, so picking up somebody talking by the coffee corner about something that's completely different, I think that sparks a different sort of thought process, and maybe I didn't think about that. So creating that affiliation, I think, when you actually meet people and do that face to face. But so I don't think it's one or the other. I think you need to have both.
John, a quick comment.
Yeah, I agree with both Parag and Annette, of course. I think for me it's the richness of the inputs that you receive when you have a face-to-face interaction. Much of what we do online with video conferencing or on Zoom or whatever literally ends up being one-dimensional or two-dimensional, and you miss a lot of the subtleties that come through discussions, the informality of interactions outside of a scripted meeting, let's say, or even the opportunity to pull somebody aside to have an offline discussion. All these things, I think, help in the building relationships, building trust, importantly, and also help to speed things along when there are misunderstandings. They can be dealt with immediately, rather than having to set up another call for an hour to get to the facts. So I think it is going to continue to be an essential part of how we do business. Just the question is whether the balance now will change.
We have 2 questions here, and I'd like to connect them because they touch on what has been raised in this conversation so far. The first question is from Abdullah Masood. Can the panel elaborate further as to how they are adapting greater digitalization in their businesses? Maybe this one, I would, so instead of everyone answering every question, I'll direct this question. I'll direct this one to Agneta, in terms of how the pandemic has accelerated digital transformation in the companies that you are involved in. There's a question from Jan Tynan Parker from Sydney, Australia, about the uneven access to the digital world throughout ASEAN. Parag made the point that tackling disparity and inequality in ASEAN is a major challenge and must be addressed seriously. This question is, how is this shortfall going to be managed in the short to mid-term in order not to leave these countries out of the rapid rollout and digitization of medical and healthcare sector? So maybe this is a question for John, if you are up to taking this question, because you talk about the importance of digital transformation in rolling out healthcare services. But we are talking, as Parag reminded us, of the most unequal region in the world, with some very wealthy members like Singapore and Brunei, and others that are really struggling in terms of their economies, like Myanmar and Laos. So how do we ensure that this access is more evenly distributed within ASEAN? And how do we tackle the short-term challenge of the disparity? And then I just see another question from Oliver Pritchard. What are some of the ways to help less developed ASEAN countries strengthen online learning? I'm not sure whether there's a volunteer for this. Parag, is this something that, with your encyclopedic knowledge, you could tackle? So let's start with Agneta, and then on your digitalization program, and then John, in terms of disparity in digital access, and then Parag on ASEAN countries strengthening online learning. And then I'd like to then turn to Sasaki-san in terms of talking about the values that you incorporate, that should be incorporated in supply chain enhancements. So Agneta, John, Parag, and Sasaki-san.
Thank you. So maybe let me just kick it off then. So I mean, digitalization, digital transformation, it's something we started on already a couple of years back, more intently, but as a business, and had a strategy. What's happening now? How does it help? So there is a belief, I think, when this all started, that the difficult thing about the digital transformation is finding the right tools, the software, the clever algorithm. I think what those of us that work with this for a while find is actually the harder part. We want to go digital, but in reality, it's the human component that is the challenge and the change process that we have to go through in actually adapting and really embracing these tools. So I think what the pandemic is doing is, by forcing us as individuals at all levels to actually use more digital tools, it's building that familiarity and actually creating a sort of a catalyst to be more adaptive, because we still have our same goals and we want to deliver on those goals. So I think what is really helping is adding those skills. And I think it's also, even though I know it's incredibly hard with homeschooling for many that's having to do that remotely, but I think it's also helping a lot of children to become much more familiar with some of these tools, which will actually serve them well in the years ahead. And I think that's really how it is helping the acceleration, by just building the skills and the familiarity. to the tools themselves, and really having to rely much more on data, because at the end of the day, that's a part of the digital transformation too, is really data, and the software is in some ways, I would say, the easier bit once you've decided what it is that you need. But getting people on board is where I think this is helping.
Thank you, Agneta. John, disparity, digital access.
Yeah, I think in terms of healthcare and delivery of healthcare, that digitalization actually acts more as an equalizer. We've seen across ASEAN that even in some of our less developed countries, that they have managed to stand up some quite unique and amazing digital solutions. Here I'm talking about Indonesia or in Vietnam, etc., where the access to the internet and to digital tools in general is actually quite amazing. And so it really, in my view, the biggest challenge is that obviously when we look at digitizing something internally, we just need to make a decision, make the investment, and everyone, or most people, get on board and we move ahead. The biggest problem when you are talking about multiple stakeholders in the provision of a service, whether it's manufacturers, healthcare providers, government actors, etc., is actually getting everybody, every participant in that value chain, first of all, to recognize the need for moving ahead and the value that digitization can create for the broader population, and then to move into kind of an implementation phase. What we found in the healthcare area is that very often, even though we have a very strong intent to digitalize the pieces of the value chain that we own, other participants along the value chain are less willing or less able to do that. And again, I come back to the issue of collaboration here, where if you decide that you want to get broader access to healthcare for your broader population, whether they are remote or poorer or have access to a computer or a cell phone, those digital tools exist. They are relatively cost-effective to implement. You just have to have all participants willing to get involved and to make that investment for the greater good of the population.
Thank you, John. Parag, online learning.
Yes, okay. If I could learn to unmute my microphone, that would make me better qualified to answer this question. Just to echo Agneta's point, for anyone who's had children who have had experience either weeks or months of home learning and lockdown, I think we all know that from the children's standpoint and from our own, for the sake of our own sanity, having kids in school is a far superior experience, and I think there's something almost emotionally overwhelming about the happiness that kids have when they are physically able to go and convene with their fellow little people, and how much they just enjoy the camaraderie. So I think we should really appreciate how important it is to, reestablish that sort of patterns of schooling where they've been disrupted, and obviously to create those environments where they're lacking. So the initial part of my answer is primarily around the physical, and in a way, not a rejection of the virtual, but to acknowledge its limitations when we're dealing with younger people. Where I do think it's extraordinarily important and has already proven to be effective is in the vocational domain. When you're talking about people who are already digital natives, who are already spending a lot of time online, in any case, how can they spend less time playing, video games and more time learning a skill? It could be acquiring a foreign language or the professional vocabulary needed for a certain job. It could be watching instructional videos and passing certain, tests or modules in order to learn a skill, to prepare for a job, things like this. In that environment, I think we already know that digital education can be extremely efficient and can remove the inefficiencies of needing to physically go to a place to sit in a classroom and hear something that you can just as quickly watch, and even watch at a faster speed so that you quickly absorb what you need to know. So what we need to do is to be designing far more curricula across all of the many vocational skills areas, and translating those, of course, as much as possible into local languages. So that is a huge opportunity. And I want to obviously encourage anyone who is an investor, an educator, an entrepreneur, to look at exactly that opportunity, because there, when you're talking about a very young and mobile workforce such as we have in ASEAN, the sky's the limit in terms of the gains to productivity that such tools could bring about.
Thank you very much. Sasaki-san, can you elaborate further on the points you were making in terms of strengthening of supply chains? In particular, the point you were making about how we need to incorporate some new values in the way we assess the supply chain. How is that going to work?
Okay. Today, global companies have been building complicated and multi-layered supply chains across a wide range. At the same time, the scope of responsibility required for a company is expanding, not only to the products it directly deals in, but also to the products of its business partners. In addition, as a new post-corona economic social order develops, it cannot be overlooked that there are greatly increasing factors which should be considered in establishing supply chains. For example, climate change, geopolitical risks, and government policies that encourage companies to respect human rights. In response to these trends, we should recognize that the more complex these factors become, the more difficult it is for companies to handle them alone. I think the roles of governments and trade promotion organizations like JETRO in solving these issues have become even greater. Regarding the respect for human rights within supply chains, each company should fully understand the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights adopted in 2011 and recognize it as its own problem without leaving it to lawyers. In addition, while the concept of human rights due diligence is important, its essence is engagement with stakeholders. Japanese companies can implement an effective human rights due diligence in cooperation with their stakeholders. It is important for Japanese companies to raise awareness and convey their practical efforts to suppliers and business partners. These activities will make supply chains resilient and sustainable in a mutual manner. As I mentioned, in an era in which we must take responsibility for human rights, it is important for us to ask ourselves on a daily basis how we can do this across entire supply chains. So that's what I would like to mention about this value change in supply chain. Thank you very much.
I want to dig deeper into the point that you made about human rights. Does this not complicate the way we assess supply chains, since there is so much disagreement as to what human rights entail? Do you have a comment on this, Parag? Because, I mean, it seems to me that we are living in a world where, despite our best efforts, we don't agree on many of the fundamentals of what comprises a good society and what comprises the most important human rights. If companies have to assess supply chains in terms of human rights, does this not create a problem?
Well,
is there some way of thinking about it?
Well, I don't have a may I?
Yeah, sure.
I don't have a clear answer, but as I mentioned, what is important is to think about this issue as one of them, themselves. Yeah. I mean, it's human rights. Of course, it's the value is different, people by people, but what the company should be responsible for is now changing, and companies should think this problem as its own problem. So that's what I would like to add. Thank you very much.
Parag, comment?
I don't think we have to agree on what the nature of a good society is to have a consensus around what kinds of interventions or policies or institutions can promote better governance and higher degree of dignity for people and performance of government. This is what I've called the so-called new Asian values in my previous book, where I spoke about far-sighted governance, maybe technocratic governance, in the sense of having very strong independent public institutions. Also a collaborative role between the state and the private sector, so a mixed capitalist kind of approach. And then a certain degree of sort of social solidarity as three critical factors that I do believe that Asian people broadly subscribe to. On the issue of the role of business and foreign investment, here it may seem provocative what I'm about to say, but it's quite frankly grounded in a century or more of history, which is that if you genuinely want to achieve or bring about or contribute to a positive social transformation in a society, you do have to invest there. You cannot simply throw reports at them and tell them that they need to do better. You cannot simply say, here is a World Bank study, right? And you cannot simply criticize them and issue, statements of condemnation. The true pathway to transformation lies with engagement. And the most powerful force for achieving those transformations from the outside, if you cannot be part, if you are not a part of the system internally, is investment. And I know that brings with it certain conundrums about whether or not one is abetting a certain type of regime and so forth. But ultimately, there is no other proven way than to actually engage directly in the country and to create local jobs, to transfer skills, to bring about new power centers and competitive power centers through commercial activity and dynamism. And I know that it is, again, a path that is ethically challenged. It's a path that is heavily criticized by many people, but it is absolutely the proven path that works. And so I believe that all of you who represent businesses that do invest in troubled areas, I think you do need to stick to your ground.
Thank you. We have had a fascinating conversation for the last hour, and I think in the few minutes left that we have, it would be good to talk about opportunity. It's always uplifting to conclude a discussion like this at a time like this by reflecting on opportunity. And as is commonly observed, crisis brings about opportunity in that it forces us to rethink, reinvent, reimagine the way we do things. So I'd like to invite each of you to put on the table one major opportunity you see arising from this crisis that we have, this impact of this pandemic, which will sooner or later be behind us. We have learned a lot from it. It has changed the way we do things. It's changed the way we think about things. What is one big opportunity that you can think of arising from this crisis that we've had? I'd like to start with Agneta, and then John, and Sasaki-san, and then Parag.
Thank you. So one of the real opportunities I see through this, so a crisis like this can either divide or it can bring people together, and it can bring nations together, their society together. ASEAN. I think if we look at this distribution of vaccines, for instance, that has the opportunity to actually build relationships by a just distribution of it, or it can divide those that have and have nots. So for me, there is a real opportunity here to ensure that as a region, work together, get vaccines distributed, and actually reopen the movement across the borders. And thereby, I think you will reestablish the economies and really, I think, allow people to better their lives. And that's what I see as a real opportunity here.
Opportunity for collaboration, bringing people together.
Collaboration.
Very good. John.
Yes, I think the crisis itself has had many negatives. It's been a tragedy for a lot of people in a lot of countries, but there is a positive side in that it has highlighted, I think, a lot of the weaknesses in our society that perhaps over time, as the world was developing in a positive direction, we became complacent about. And so I think for me, the most important thing is that we take the learnings and the issues that have arisen out of the crisis and make sure that we address them, whether that's the inequality of healthcare, access to healthcare, whether it's inequality of access to vaccines, accelerating digitalization, making sure that supply chains are more resilient in the future. All these things have really come to the fore as a result of the pandemic. And I think it's up to all of us, both in the private sector and the public sector, to take those learnings now and to really transform what we do in ASEAN so that ASEAN is a better place to live in the next decade.
So ensure that we learn what we have learned and keep learning, keep remembering those lessons.
Well, make the lessons actionable, yeah.
Yeah, that requires some optimism. I'm a little pessimistic sometimes about human capacity to remember lessons learned, but let's hope that we do. Sasaki.
Yes, as proposals to ASEAN leaders, in the short term, we would like you to promptly promote coronavirus vaccination and create an environment where foreign companies, including Japanese, can operate with peace of mind. In the mid to long term, we would like to see further cooperation between ASEAN companies and Japanese. The key to cooperation is digitalization. In February of this year, JETRO launched J-Bridge, a new business platform that deepens collaboration between ASEAN companies and Japanese companies. Collaboration is already underway with the keyword innovation and sustainability. We want to contribute to solving social issues, not only in Japan and ASEAN, but also around the world. The most important partner for Japan is ASEAN. I hope that the cooperation between ASEAN and Japan will deepen further in the future, and JETRO wants to contribute to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So cooperation through digitalization.
Yes.
And cooperation with JETRO.
Thank you very much.
Arak.
I'll end with there's a very important two-word term in trade, which is open regionalism. And open regionalism means that not only will ASEAN and should ASEAN do more to further eliminate and reduce internal barriers and restrictions so that it does become a whole greater than the sum of its parts, so that it becomes more internally integrated and resilient, but also that it be as open as possible to global trade agreements, whether it's TPP, RCEP, with the European Union, for example, and other arrangements. And open regionalism is by far the most successful, trade and economic strategy that a sub-regional unit like ASEAN can pursue. And that should be the number one priority around which there should be strong consensus among ASEAN governments so that they move together in that spirit and in that direction in the years ahead.
All good things must come to an end. We've had a fascinating, insightful, useful discussion. I have been to many of these conversations, and I have taken a number of notes. I've learned a lot from this conversation. So thank you very much, Agneta, John, Sasaki, and Parag. Wherever you are in the world, enjoy the rest of the day. And thank you for sharing your time with us at this ASEAN Business and Investment Summit on the future of ASEAN. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
And we all also took a lot of notes too during that very relatable conversation. Thank you, Dato Tim, and all of your speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, as per our program, we now have a short networking break. Now, we are going to stick to our program as close as we can, which means we have got 7 minutes for a break. We look forward to your return in 7 minutes for a presentation on ASEAN's care economy. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now, ahead of the start of our next session, we would like to remind you all about the opportunity to donate to our charity partners cause Save the Children. Now, we've just now reopened the link. It should actually be in the chat box now, nice and active. We've reopened the link, accessible via the chat box. Now, our target today is to reach 20,000. So far, we are about 6,000 in. So thank you all so much for your generosity and your contributions. Let's keep that going all the way until the end of the day. We've actually now reached the halfway mark of the day. So I think things are looking very, very hopeful indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move into a presentation on ASEAN's care economy. With that, it's my pleasure to now welcome the Honorable Datuk Paduka Sri Haji Aminuddin Ihsan bin Pinorangkaya Saiful Muluk Datuk Sri Paduka Haji Abidin, Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, and Chair of the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Council for his presentation on ASEAN's care economy in a few moments' time.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. On behalf of the ASEAN Social Cultural Community, ACC Pillar, it is a great honor to be a part of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, ABIS 2021. Our sincere thanks and congratulations to the ASEAN Business Council for organizing this important event. The ABIS theme for this year, Building on Sustainable Digital Future, strongly resonate with our work in ACC, highlighting the cross-cutting nature of our socio-economic development. Through this afternoon session, it is our hope that the constructive conversations on ASEAN care economy, how can ASEAN ensure no one is left behind, will not only continue, but more importantly, will form the basis of our work together in today's sessions and beyond. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the term "no one is left behind" is synonymous with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals. In facing an increasingly challenging world, the underlying message of the ASEAN care economy is for us to pay greater attention on how care can contribute towards the sustainable economic growth of the region. At the same time, the disruptive impact of COVID-19 on every sector of the ASEAN community remind us that the effects of the pandemic go beyond health alone. Brunei Darussalam ASEAN Chairmanship theme this year, "We Care, We Prepare, We Prosper," underscores ASEAN collective pursuit in improving the people's well-being and livelihood during this challenging time when collective action takes on even greater urgency than before. This is the thought behind the comprehensive framework on care economy, which will be adopted at the 38th ASEAN Summit this week. And where current data suggests that the care economy could create up to 475 million jobs to achieve SDG in 2030, this is why it is vital to advance the care economy in ASEAN. Hence, a comprehensive framework on care economy will chart out the strategic priorities not only by addressing the growing challenges of sustaining investments in care in the region, but also to reframe more comprehensive, enabling and supporting ASEAN care policies, building back better and amongst others by taking advantage of the advancements of digitalizations and the opportunities brought about by the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Being cross-cutting in nature, the framework will complement the work of other pillars through the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, our region exit strategy from the pandemic, and our ongoing work towards the ASEAN post-2025 vision. And above all, it will reaffirm our region as a caring ASEAN, prepared for future opportunities and challenges while prospering together sustainably. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, within the ASEAN Comprehensive Framework on the Care Economy, allow me to outline 6 broad strategic priorities identified to address current and future needs arising from the demographic change, social inequalities, and sustainable development challenges. These strategic priorities are expected to support and guide us in developing our care economies in the region. The first strategy is looking into promoting healthy aging and leveraging opportunities in the aging societies in our region. This is occurring across ASEAN, where there is a steady rise in the percentage of elderly people above 65 years from 4.9% in 2000 to 7.1% in 2019. And as the average life expectancies in ASEAN continue to increase, more and more seniors will rely on the care of others, and so will the demand for care. At the same time, the low fertility rates observed in several ASEAN member states have also raised questions on who will be taking care of the elderly when they require long-term care. Hence, it is important to balance the traditional role played by the family in the region with professional care. This is why intelligence and innovative policy making, as well as practical solutions, are so critical. We must continue to learn from elder care policies in other countries and identify new solutions through public and private partnership. This will be vital to face a future where the number of care recipients is predicted to reach 2.3 billion in 2030, as predicted by International Labour Organization. The second strategy is to enhance the roles of the care economy in building a disaster-resilient ASEAN. Aside from the impact to the lives of people and economies, disasters also affect healthcare institutions and care providers. Thus, care providers and community-based care providers need to be more prepared to respond in a timely manner and in all facets of disasters management. To do this, we need to overcome the major barrier facing our disaster care workers. This includes formally recognizing and defining the relatively new field of disaster care work, improve formal educations and training in disasters management, and devote more research and resources to disaster care. The third strategy is accelerating technological innovations and digital transformations of the care economy in ASEAN. The effects of COVID-19 has accelerated digital transformation, thus presenting new opportunities in innovations and accessibility in care sectors across education, health, disaster, and social development. Trends in digitalizations and smart solutions have featured prominently across sectors. Education curriculums and learning modalities have been adjusted. Digital platforms are part and parcels of our daily livelihood, and it has enhanced disasters and health response. It is important that we continue to build a people-centered and people-oriented ecosystem to nurture and drive innovation. We must make use of technological innovations to promote greater inclusivity so that no one is left behind, and to mitigate the digital divide, especially amongst vulnerable groups. The fourth strategy is on the need to build stronger and resilient families as the foundations of care economy. Balancing between work and family responsibilities is becoming more challenging in times of pandemic for workers in both the public and private sectors. This is particularly important for ASEAN, where there are a large percentage of women outside of labor force due to unpaid care work. This is similar to the global trend, where 606 million women of the total 647 million labor force declared themselves to be unavailable for employment or not seeking a job due to unpaid care work. Hence, we must continue to promote a positive workplace culture across the board in ASEAN. We must examine, share and promote best practices from within and outside the region on initiatives that will support these, such as flexible work arrangements, employee support system, leave schemes, childcare facilities, and maternity protection. The fifth strategy is to enhance social protection. COVID-19 has also reminded us of our economy's fragility. Movement restrictions and lockdown have also had wide-ranging adverse effects on whole population, especially on vulnerable groups. Towards this, government and private sectors of ASEAN member states must continue to ensure that ASEAN labor force and vulnerable groups can benefit from better social protection. Just as critical is the development of a universal and effective shock-responsive social protection in handling the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and other unpredictable large-scale risks in the future. And finally, the sixth strategy is the need to consider resilience and care for the environment. The COVID-19 pandemic has challenged all of us to identify innovative ways to enhance global cooperations on sustainable development. This is a golden opportunity to boost investments in green recovery, conserve the region's environments, and promote green jobs. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, overall, ASEAN is working together to realize shared interests to face regional and global challenges of common concern. We want to enable the people of ASEAN to thrive, prosper, and secure sustainable development for the benefit of present and future generations. As our region recovers from the pandemic, we will need to leverage on new opportunities in our programs and partnerships. Harnessing these opportunities in areas of the key economy will not only help our member states to reach their sustainability objective, but it will also allow ASEAN to remain an attractive and conducive investments and partnership propositions to the world. As we move to sustain the momentum of recovery, the support of government, private sector, the community, as well as our partners and stakeholders will be crucial. Let us continue our strong partnerships and cooperations can bring tangible impact to the countries and to the people of ASEAN. Thank you for your support to the ASEAN Comprehensive Framework on the Key Economy, and we look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you. Please stay safe. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam. Thank you so much to our Minister of Culture and Sports, Brunei Darussalam. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall return after this short message from Baiduri Bank with our presentation on Save the Children.
What does the future hold? Wherever you look, from whichever walk of life, we know there is great potential within, just waiting to be unlocked. For every milestone in your life, no matter how big or small, Baiduri is with you, enriching your life at every stage. For every business ambition, no dream is too big and no challenge is too great. Baiduri is with your business, empowering success every step of the way with our global outlook and deep local insights. As your financial partner, we believe in truly understanding your needs. We engage through meaningful experiences with you in mind as we build lifelong relationships. This is what co-creation means to us. Enriching, empowering, and engaging the communities we serve for over 2 decades. Together, our journey continues as we evolve, turning dreams into reality, uncovering new possibilities in a changing world. This is who we are. Baiduri Bank, co-creating your future.
Thank you, Baiduri Bank. And so we continue our program here. We'll be handing over now to Mr. Hassan Nur Sadi, who I believe is coming to us from Sun. We're looking forward to your presentation on Save the Children. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks very much, Jenny. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The COVID-19 pandemic has created 2 overarching global crises, one in public health and one financial. These 2 intersecting crises have combined to create a multidimensional societal emergency affecting the lives of millions of children and their families in myriad ways and on an unprecedented scale. The pandemic first triggered an extraordinary public health crisis. Till today, there have been over 245 million cases and close to 5 million deaths. Health systems in many Asian countries have been overwhelmed, especially those with low level of state investment in public health. The various countermeasures that government imposed, including the closure of businesses, schools, the cultural spaces, as well as strict controls on public movement and air travel, have helped to save lives. But these measures also triggered a second global economic crisis, the worst recession since the Great Depression of 1930s. Families depend on informal livelihoods and small businesses have been most affected. But they have often been beyond the reach of societal safety nets, especially migrant informal workers and their families. Save the Children and UNICEF published an analysis in May 2020 revealing that without urgent action, the number of children living in poor households across low and middle income countries could increase by 15% or 86 million. Across our region, extraordinary efforts have been made to support education, businesses, and other vital activities, including by expanding operations online. However, these benefits have not been evenly distributed. Many households, especially from marginalized communities, have lacked access to the internet or state benefits, leaving many children isolated and impoverished. Thankfully, children face lower direct risks to their health from COVID-19, but they have suffered greatly in many other ways, and not just by losing family members and breadwinners. Children education has been affected badly in many Asian countries. Worldwide, school closures have affected more than 1.5 billion students. More than half of them are in Asia Pacific. We see many efforts to address this, including through greater use of digital technology. Education technology was on the rise even before COVID-19. It is now even more likely to become a permanent feature of the schooling system across our region. Learning through the internet can be an effective tool to ensure continuity of education, but the use of online education has exposed the digital divide across Asia and across the world. For many poorer and marginalized families, an internet connection is still considered a luxury. All the stresses and disruptions caused by pandemic have increased social and emotional pressures. This has contributed to rise in violence and abuse against children, especially girls. Financial pressures on their families also mean that many girls have not and may never return to school. This pandemic could undo years of progress that have been made to reduce level of child marriage across Asia Pacific. In countries suffering from political violence and conflict, such as Myanmar, attempts to promote peace, usually with little or no impact from civil society or affected communities, have run into familiar difficulties and deadlocks. This has endangered both vulnerable population and health workers trying to assist them, hindering disease control efforts, which ultimately affect all of us. We have also become more aware of connections between the health of the planet and the health of our societies and economies. Scientific studies increasingly show that our destruction of the natural environment, our damage to our climate, is disrupting ecosystem and wildlife habitats. SARS, MERS, Ebola, and now COVID-19 pandemic caused by viruses of animal origin have become more frequent and more damaging. This means that no recovery from this pandemic will be sustainable if we do not address the threats of future pandemics and climate crisis. Unfortunately, many national pandemic recovery plans are still investing in sector and activities such as coal production that increase such threats to our future. To aid that recovery, vaccines now offer us hope, a chance not only to reduce death and leave fewer children as orphans and breadwinners, but also to reduce the level of disruption to societies. With countries facing new waves of infections, there is an urgent need to roll out vaccination and increase vaccination rates among adults to manage the pandemic better and give children a chance to regain their childhood and more hopeful futures. By ensuring a high uptake of COVID-19 vaccines as well as COVID safe behavior remains a key challenge across Asia. The drivers of vaccine hesitancies are varied. Concerns about safety and side effects, misinformation, particularly on social media, negative stories, distrust of the governments, and popular misconceptions. But in crisis, there is also an opportunity to build back better, safer societies, and in an era of more frequent and damaging shocks. Whether it is strengthening public health system, making online education safer and more accessible, addressing poverty and social exclusion, tackling violence against children, or creating a greener, more sustainable economy. The pandemic represents a historic opportunity for a fresh start that Asia Pacific governments and societies must seize. To do this, we need a whole of society approach. First, we need to control the spread of disease, minimize loss of life, and avoid spiraling household poverty. Adequate resources should be allocated to public health, economic stimulus, and social safety nets, with a focus on most vulnerable and poor households. Children need effective support to continue distant learning and return to school safe when possible. It is also crucial for governments, businesses, and societies to implement reforms that not only ensure a robust recovery, but also limit both the risk and impact of future pandemics and other global disasters. For this ambitious agenda to succeed, we need a new social contract for the 21st century between governments and societies. The pandemic has given us a license to change. But although the wheels of reforms must spin quickly, they do not need to be reinvented. Most of the frameworks to steer and enable those changes already exist. These include, in particular, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, adopted by governments worldwide in September 2015, which sets out the 17 Sustainable Development Goals as well as commitments made under the 2015 Sustainable Paris Agreement on Climate Crisis, as well as the much stronger collective commitment we need to see at COP26 in the coming days. Save the Children marked its 100th birthday in the year before the pandemic struck. For a century, we have implemented humanitarian and development programs and conducted advocacy to improve the lives of children and their families. We also support and amplify the voices of young people and express their concerns to demand to people with power who make decisions that affect their lives. The recovery should also repair the damage that has been done by many children's lives and to address the many gaps and challenges that this pandemic has exposed. But unfortunately, there will be more shocks to come. In the face of growing threats from pandemics, governments should up their GDPs to public health by 2030 to guarantee universal health coverage free at point of access. Government should also lay the foundation for a broader child-sensitive, shock-responsive program of benefits and essential services that alleviate poverty and improve societal resilience to future crises. They should bridge the digital divide to strengthen education and livelihoods. Investing in connectivity for all will strengthen educational access and continuity of the sustainable livelihoods, including for the most marginalized population. Governments should put ambitious and creative measures in place to ensure the boom in online education does not leave the most marginalized children behind. They should ensure that children without home internet access are capable, have access and have capable devices that do not exclude them from educational opportunities. Governments should ensure effective support for children at risk of violence and abuse. The pandemic has exposed children to alarming levels of domestic abuse and violence, highlighting the need to strengthen protection systems for all children, especially girls. Government should put measures in place to ensure that girls are protected from negative coping strategies such as early marriages and do not miss out on education. In countries affected by conflict and violence, we need to increase support for more inclusive conflict prevention and peace building. Relevant stakeholders should actively support ceasefires and political negotiations, as well as increased technical, political, and financial support for the role of civil society, including children and youth, in preventing and resolving more effectively and sustainably. And we need to increase and maintain vaccine confidence and take up. For example, Save the Children has designed vaccine hesitancy program, which is called Activate, an adaptable, hackable health campaigning model to encourage vaccine acceptance. This will be done by addressing key vaccine hesitancies via fact-based, behavioral insights-driven approach using key social media channels supported by health partnership with Facebook. All these solutions combined may sound expensive, but such investments will ultimately pay for themselves, and the alternatives will cost us a lot more. Healthier populations are more economically productive and less dependent on social services. Studies show that a green economic recovery would be better for jobs and growth. More resilient businesses and livelihoods can help minimize economic impact of disaster. Conflicts are expensive. Peace would free up resources. In the end, I would want to bring the focus on the climate change, where Save the Children is working with a number of countries under its campaign, which is called Red Alert. And we are engaging youth in several countries, including Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Philippines, trying to mobilize public awareness and action on the climate crisis. Here is an example of their activities. On this occasion, addressing world leaders who attended the Leaders Climate Summit hosted by the US in April, last April. Could you please play the video?
Climate change isn't a problem, it's an emergency.
In Nepal, we are already losing our lives, homes and livelihoods due to the disasters such as floods and landslides.
We are destroying the diversity of life on our planet. In many places, our agriculture and our fishing is unsustainable. Our industries are polluting the environment.
The economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic cannot just return us to normal.
We need a green COVID-19 recovery. A recovery that not only boosts the economy but also cuts greenhouse gas emissions, helps vulnerable communities adapt, and help nature and wildlife recover.
Governments in developed countries have a moral responsibility to lead the way.
We must reach net zero emission before 2050. And net zero is not enough. We need real zero and negative emission to protecting our future.
The countries with the biggest greenhouse gas emissions must lead the way. We must switch faster to the renewable energy, and we must completely electrify energy use in our homes and transport.
And richer countries should also keep their promise of giving $100 billion a year to help the poorer countries. Poorer countries are the least contributor to this crisis, but they are the most affected by it.
Dear leaders,
we are young, but we are people and citizens too. We have a right to be here.
We have a right to a safe and healthy future. Please don't take that away from us. Be a strong leader for us.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is very clear that this is the time to act, because if we don't, it could be too late. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hassan, thank you so much. Very important contextualizing there, particularly when it comes to our donations. Let me just remind you all, we do have a link for donations, contributions towards Save the Children Fund. It's right inside the chat box as has been posted by our organizer. Thank you for contributions already, and thank you for advanced ones coming in. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. So ladies and gentlemen, it is about lunchtime here in Brunei. We're halfway through our program. We shall return shortly with some coffee and conversation after this message from Standard Chartered Bank.
ASEAN is made up of 10 diverse markets, uniquely positioned at the heart of global trade routes. Home to a rapidly rising and affluent middle class with one of the fastest growing digital landscapes, manufacturing hubs and abundant natural resources. ASEAN's strong fundamentals are driving its growth and resilience. With our knowledge and insights on local markets, Standard Chartered can help you accelerate your growth and navigate the complexities of each market. As you expand across ASEAN, we can support you with end-to-end solutions, streamlining processes across multiple jurisdictions, making it more efficient for you. We are leading on the ASEAN regional connectivity to integrate trade and payments in the region. To support the growing cashless ecosystem, we've digitized our cash management. From virtual accounts to a wide range of APIs, we've optimized digitization for your transaction and reporting needs. We are investing in fintech solutions and building new business models, creating efficiencies and better experiences for your customers. When it comes to working across ASEAN's supply chains to finance your imports, exports or inventory, and raising capital for your business, our award-winning capital market solutions are customized to your needs. As you expand outside your home market, our dynamic hedging offering helps your treasury team manage volatility, ensure price consistency, and deliver competitive margins. We're committed to promoting economic and social development in our markets. Our value and philosophy are embedded across our banking products and practices. With $75 billion committed towards sustainable development goals, we can help your business make a positive impact. ASEAN's future is bright. As your trusted banking partner, we are committed to supporting your growth ambitions, co-creating innovative and winning solutions with you. We are Standard Chartered. We are here for good.
Thank you, Standard Chartered Bank. So, ladies and gentlemen, over coffee now, the Honorable Yanti will be having conversations to seek a wide range of views on addressing the digital skills gap in ASEAN in our next session now on HIAD, Brunei's legacy project on digital skills. The Honorable Yanti will be joining us with her guests after this video on HIAD.
The fourth industrial revolution has ushered in an era of sophisticated technology, innovation, and ideation meant to truly revolutionize the future. ASEAN should be a part of this revolution. According to the World Bank, a child born in ASEAN today will only achieve 59% of their full potential productivity, partly due to the lack of relevant skills that they fail to receive. COVID-19 has caused more than 30 million people in ASEAN to become unemployed. The pandemic has accelerated the need to be digitally literate and resilient, as the future of work requires specific skill sets, aligned with the digital transformation the world is seeing now. We need to address the skill gaps in the ASEAN region and encourage the available workforce to embrace digitalization. HIAD, an ASEAN-backed Brunei's legacy project, understands the importance of investing in reskilling and upskilling the workforce to adapt to a modern, technology-driven world. HIAD aims to provide online training and mentorship to the young, unemployed, and current workforce of ASEAN by harnessing existing initiatives and partnerships to support access to digital skills, collaborating with employers and organizations on training and mentorship to enhance employability and strengthen ASEAN workforce. The key to a stronger human capital in ASEAN is by staying relevant and providing opportunities to mentor and train the people to achieve their fullest potential. Hired provides ASEAN workforce with quality work opportunities accessed remotely, promoting doing business across ASEAN and beyond.
This legacy project is critical to ASEAN's sustainable future. Thus, we shall group the strength of our businesses, knowledge partners, key industry champions, trainers, employers, and institutions as ASEAN One Community. And we are indeed the ASEAN legacy. So join us. Together, we can collectively recover stronger and build a resilient workforce for a sustainable ASEAN digital future. Sama-sama.
Welcome everyone and a very good afternoon. I'm elated to be hosting this coffee and conversation on Hired that looks at skills development in the digital era, a topic that I am incredibly passionate about. Now, before we bring in our guest, let me just share a bit about Hired. ASEAN Brunei Legacy Project Hired means harnessing impact with resilient employability digitally. It aims to provide digital training and mentorship to the young, unemployed, and current workforce of ASEAN to gain the right skills to become employable and relevant to today's industry. Now, today's format for this session is a little bit different. So there are 6 exciting guests lined up today joining me, and I will invite each guest to the stage one by one to hear this perspective on digital skills and explore what can be done. So grab your coffee, enjoy your lunch, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. So my first guest is Natalie Black, awarded with Commander of the Order of the British Empire for Public Service, Her Majesty's Trade Commissioner for Asia Pacific based in Singapore, a good friend to Brunei and the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. So please join me in welcoming Natalie Black to the Hired Lounge. Hi, Natalie.
Hi.
Welcome virtually to Brunei. So thank you for joining me, and our sincere thanks to the UK government for the strong support of the Hired Legacy Project and for the excellent workshop that Jonathan Ledger recently delivered last week on data analytics. So could you tell us more about how the UK is supporting the Hired program? Natalie.
Yes, of course. And can I just start by saying it's wonderful to see you, and thank you so much for that very warm introduction. Good afternoon from a rather rainy Singapore, I'm afraid. You might hear some thunder and lightning in the background in a little bit. But it really is a pleasure and a privilege to share a platform with not just yourself, but all the panelists. And congratulations to you and the rest of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council for making this year's ABIS such a success, given all of the challenges. As ASEAN's first new dialogue partner in 25 years, the UK is committed to investing in this partnership at every level. This includes the Prime Minister, who will be addressing ABIS for the first time this afternoon. And I hope that you've spotted that we have many UK speakers involved this year, which is a testament to our friendship with the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. And on a personal note, I also want to take a moment to recognise our friends in Brunei, Dar es Salaam, who helped us become a dialogue partner. And in my role as the UK Senior Economic Official to ASEAN, I wanted to particularly thank Alan Gepke and the team in the Philippines, who are our country coordinator for the economic pillar. UK and ASEAN Ingenuity have built an economic partnership of extraordinary breadth and depth. The UK is a top 10 investor in ASEAN, and we are committed to supporting the very best of UK innovation in ASEAN. Many of the UK's 100 plus tech unicorns are already in the region. Cybersecurity firm Darktrace and fintech Revolut. Dialogue partner status brings a platform for enhanced collaboration between the UK and ASEAN, its communities and member states. And this includes our two-way trade standing at over £40 billion pre-pandemic and underpinning prosperity and job creation, particularly in the case of micro, small and medium-sized enterprises that form the backbone of our economies. To this end, September marks the inaugural ASEAN Economic Ministers UK consultation. UK and ASEAN economic ministers and representatives explored how best to deliver an inclusive, resilient and sustainable recovery from COVID-19. This includes maximising tech adoption through the recently launched ASEAN-UK Digital Innovation Partnership powered by the Digital Network. Dialogue partner status means greater cooperation on clean growth, a particular focus of Brunei as ASEAN chair, but also of the UK as president of COP26. The UK looks forward to welcoming the world to Glasgow next week. We are at the crunch point, and the appalling effects of climate change continue to be felt in ASEAN. It is critical that public and private sectors work together to limit the rise in temperature to 1.5 degrees. In the spirit of supporting ASEAN and unleash its potential as an economic powerhouse, the UK is working closely with ASEAN back on HIRED 2021 legacy project. Our collaboration hinges around UN Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring ASEAN's workforce has the right skills to deliver sustainable growth. UK seed funding, alongside technical and vocational skills expertise, is supporting workshops designed to understand ASEAN's data analysis skills gap. Across Southeast Asia, data analysts are in high demand and short supply. Closing the skills gap is central to ensuring that pipeline of top talent satisfies demand. It gives me great pleasure to announce a pilot apprenticeship program for data analysts. The pilot will focus on Brunei as this year's ASEAN chair, and it will develop new partnerships between UK and Brunei businesses and training institutes. It will also make use of digital tools, ensuring those in hard-to-reach areas can benefit. Over the coming months, up to 15 non-graduate students will receive training, enabling them to secure quality employment in the field of data analysis. In doing so, employers will be able to meet their data analysis needs. And once the pilot has been completed, ASEAN Back expects to expand HIRED across ASEAN. I look forward to following the progress of our apprentices. By working together, the UK and ASEAN Back are driving inclusive, resilient and sustainable growth in ASEAN through skills adoption. Against the backdrop of the pandemic, and to coin a phrase, this is about ensuring we recover stronger together. Sama-sama. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Natalie. We just had our first workshop last week, and that's really having with the employers. It was really a huge, huge success. We've got more than 20 companies participating, but it's important to really understand coming from the employers itself. And just a very quick one, with ASEAN's newest dialogue partner, what is UK doing beyond HIRED, which is focusing on strengthening education and skill ties with the ASEAN? Just a very quick 30 seconds just to wrap this up.
I'll keep this very short, and thank you very much for the great feedback on the workshop. I know everyone involved in our end really enjoyed it and was so committed to this project. But looking forward, it's about expanding the breadth and depth of the whole education partnership with ASEAN. That includes everything that we're doing with the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, ASEAN TVET Council, and of course, HIRED itself. We will continue to work very closely with our friends in the British Council, and we're excited about the collaboration options for the future. Thank you again.
Thank you, Natalie, for joining us. And I look forward to meeting you in person when we can, and all the best. So next, we'll go to our second guest coming from the oil and gas industry. Let's welcome Mizan Adilia Muhammad Deli from the Brunei Liquefied Natural Gas. So welcome, Mizan.
Thank you for joining us, Mizan. And you are the Human Resources and External Relations Manager at the Brunei Liquefied Natural Gas. And I understand that you are also just as passionate as me about the need to continuously enhance the workforce with the right skill set. So could you share with us how the industry is looking at digital transformation? And I know that BLNG has the oldest liquefied natural gas plant in the world at 52 years. And the success and longevity of the plant is really down to the people that make this happen. So how do you develop your staff based on the changing nature of your industry? To you, Mizan.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon. So thank you, the Honorable Yanti Rahman, Chair of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council 2021. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So this year's theme, Building Our Sustainable Digital Future, focus on how we can build back better and recover stronger together, sama-sama. So COVID-19 continues to impact lives and livelihoods across organizations in ASEAN, and Brunei LNG is no exception. So the pandemic has caused us to review our business strategies to achieve business goals and to ensure sustainability and continuity in contribution to the nation. Today, digital technologies are transforming BLNG's business. Digitalization plays a significant role in improving the efficiency of how we process our energy or gas and how it is consumed by our customers. Over time, we'll generate more value from new business models that digitalization makes possible. Although digitalization is not new, the technology has become cheaper and faster, and the amount of data and connectivity is increasingly exponentially, which makes application of digital technologies ready to deliver at an affordable cost. So what is key here is for people capability to advance and develop side by side. At BLNG, people are key to our success, and that is why the culture of a learner mindset is nurtured in our company. It is so important that our people feel it is psychologically safe to learn and grow, which means asking questions and making mistakes, coupled with retraining, coaching, as well as competence development and assurance mechanisms. We make sure the digital gap is closed faster. So our development programs do not discriminate between age or gender. So make sure everyone has access to the tools they need to succeed, because their success is our success. So with this realization of the importance of digitalization to deliver value to the bottom line, BLNG is on its digital journey where we are embracing digitalization by actively working in data and people foundations. What is key is to take time to fix the foundational issues and reap the benefits rather than live with the problems and compromise with patchwork solutions. So we have set the scene and prioritized business opportunities. We built the foundation focus on business opportunities. Digital transformation staircase is in place with an overview of the steps required to progress to the next level, with relevant proof points for each level and tips to progress to next maturity level. And here we are not talking just about the technology, but also the people. And again, it is important that setting the scene includes the culture of a learner mindset and lifelong learning. It is not a choice. It is the way to maintain relevance in a rapidly changing world and also employability. So in January this year, we created the transformation function to drive the business culture change, which includes a digital core team. We believe in building in-house capability, fostering them, utilizing it, and providing the right environment, encourage experimentation and accept failure. We also see the need to balance in bringing in external capabilities and mindset. This is to help grow the local competencies and capabilities. The culture of having a learner mindset I shared earlier is really important because we need to stay curious and be okay with being wrong. So leadership, mindset, and ways of working are the heart of the success. Our role is to develop leadership who understand digital and the value, drive an adaptive culture, and implement agile ways of working. So these leaders are to role model and build digital literacy. We generate the pool by leveraging the enthusiasm in the organization and position digital as an enabler through Digital for Leaders and hackathons. So we call them the digital ninjas. So we have a digitalization curriculum that is available to all staff, and we are promoting digital ways of working amongst our staff. These are just some ways we are supporting the business by supporting our people.
Right, a very quick question, Mies, and I know this question is as important as I do find that digital skills are easier for the younger generation to adopt. So how do you get your staff that are much older, let's say within the 40s to 30s? I have to admit, I am in that range as well, but who can be quite set in their ways to embrace change and lifelong learning? So if you can actually just share with us a very quick one. Thanks, Mizan.
So I think, I am in this age space as well. I can relate to that. So about 38% of BLNG staff are in this age bracket. So the industry is always facing change. Our people understand that to deliver the business, we need to adapt. So the culture of a learner mindset of leading from front in terms of role modeling, adaptive behavior, and being agile, this is how we do business. To remain relevant, we need to embrace lifelong learning. And coming from the energy industry, where new innovations are part of the DNA of the business, it is easier for our workforce to embrace change that will benefit the business. So formally, training is in place for BLNG employees to embrace digitalization to ensure we stay relevant and providing opportunities to train employees to achieve their fullest potential through digital transformation and strategy workshops and other relevant trainings. Via our Shell.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mizan. So you want to add up a little bit? Yes, please.
Yes, I do. So BLNG is it is a journey for BLNG to achieve the BLNG ambition to excel and master the art of digitalization and to be the example in the industry in reaping the benefits. I think key is ensuring the BLNG workforce is part of the journey and to extend the opportunity to be part of the digital journey to also local Bruneians and businesses. Thank you, Your Honorable.
Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Now let's move to our third guest of the day, and please join me in welcoming Ingo Imhoff, Program Director for the Regional Corporation in Tibet, GIZ. Ingo, it is so good to see you again, and a very welcome to Brunei. You're the Program Director for Regional Corporation in Technical Education and Training Tibet by the German government. And the German government has been a partner for the reform of for technical education in ASEAN countries for many years. And German companies today play an important role in upgrading capacity building in the region for Industry 4.0. And certainly skills requirements are changing in many industries. Tasks are being more complex. Workers are expected to adjust for innovations. And at the same time, the COVID-19 pandemic has accentuated the skills shortage in many countries. Now, if you can actually share with us your recommendations to promote resilient employment and help companies improve their access to skilled workforce. Ingo.
Yes, Yanti, thank you very much for the question and the opportunity. The reconsider program, as you've mentioned, is one in a long tradition of support for technical education. As a development partner of ASEAN, Germany has more than 50 years of cooperative experience in technical education with the ASEAN countries. And the current work we do with the reconsider program is very much focused on promoting capacities to help the education systems cope with digitalization and to provide well-qualified graduates with the necessary skill sets also for the companies in ASEAN. We do this in the form of promoting teacher training with skills upgrades for Industry 4.0. We also work with business membership organizations on providing services to companies to help them in their skills training efforts. And we have been a partner from the beginning of the ASEAN in setting up fora for collaboration, such as the ASEAN Tibet Council. Companies, I think, are crucial in terms of building skills. It's a task to get education systems up to the requirements of digitalization that can only be achieved if companies take a proactive stance. And of course, they do that to provide themselves, first of all, with skills that are adequate to the work process and the innovations they want to introduce. Now, what are the means available to do that? From our experience in Germany and from working with public and private institutions in the region, we can say, of course, if you want to introduce a digital work process, what you can do is hire an international or national training service provider, or if you have a link to a multinational company, send someone over from headquarters to provide the upgrading. But SMEs in the region, they do not have that opportunity. So how can they gain access to highly skilled or better skilled staff, and how can they skill staff up to the level that they require? Well, one longer term solution is, of course, to strengthen in-company training capacity. And we see great initiatives of the ASEAN business community on this, with companies going all the way to founding their own schools and universities. But one can start also small and just upgrade very skilled technicians with the necessary didactic skills. We've been working with ASEAN and our partners from business membership organizations on establishing an ASEAN in-company trainer standard, which has already been integrated into national training regulations in countries such as the Philippines and Thailand, and which helps to professionalize in-company training so that you can actually have people in your company who understand your work processes to take a responsible effort in upskilling your staff. Another long-term effort that we believe is not utilized enough, but maybe under the changing circumstances and the acute necessity of the COVID crisis will become more attractive to more companies, is to actually partner with education institutions in the direct environment of your company. We have been a partner of the ABAC since 2019 in organizing the ASEAN Business Award on skills development. And last year, one of the winners, Ang Pham Holding from Vietnam, actually did that. They were an upcoming company that was in dire need of more skilled labor. And what they did was to partner very intensely with the college to say, how can you adjust the curricula? How can we help you understand the modern processes? And how can we together form highly qualified staff that can also deal with more digitalized equipment?
Inge.
We believe from the perspective of RECOTIVET that the chance to have these alliances is actually increasing. And we see that even in Brunei with the bridging initiative. We see that in Malaysia with the National TVET Council. Governments and enterprises tend to be more ready to invest in digital, but also take a more proactive approach in cooperation.
So it is really encouraging to see this great work that has been underway in ASEAN, and this includes the Hyatt Legacy Project. You have supported us right from the very start, Ingo, and our sincere thanks to the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, which is the main commissioning party of GIZ, for the support on the Hyatt initiative. And we are very grateful, and we would have not come this far without the support. So Ingo, what role do you think can Hyatt play in context of resilient employment and skilled workforce, even under difficult conditions during the COVID crisis?
We believe and we hope, and this also will benefit, of course, from the leadership of the ASEAN BAC and yourself, that we will be able to encourage increasingly in the Hyatt project companies to compare their skills development strategies and make really good examples of modernization, incorporation of all available resources and institutions visible, and share across borders as well. So that we are really an ASEAN community of public-private learning and of cross-border learning, and that we support digitalization not in the abstract, not with a training that follows an abstractly defined need for digital skills, but actually reflects the needs of companies in the region and the digital level that they have reached in their production processes.
Right, thank you so much, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of the summit, and I look forward to see you again soon, Ingo.
So such an excellent program. Thank you so much.
Right, so our next guest is a very good friend of ASEAN Business Advisory Council and well known in the skills development and Tibet landscape of ASEAN. So let's welcome Dr. Palani, Chair of the ASEAN Future Workforce Council. So Dato, Tibet, welcome to the High Lounge. Sorry, Dato, yes. So Tibet is being recognized as one of the most important elements in narrowing the skill gaps. And we were both involved in the regional working group of Tibet champions from business and industry that came up with the future ASEAN agenda for Tibet that contains the 45 recommendations. So what do you think ASEAN needs to do both from the public and also private sector to develop digital skills in ASEAN, Dato?
Right. First of all, before that, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate you, YB Yanti, for this excellent, spot-on idea of the Brunei Legacy Project. I think this is something what the region critically requires, and I think the timing of it is really spot-on. Right, and AFWC is very glad to be together with you in taking this project forward. All right, so I think it's a very wonderful initiative at the right time. Let me just, I think I wish to touch this context, one from the macro perspective of ASEAN, and then we could also see from the enterprise point of view. Right, I think as we know, our ASEAN region is one of the area where we just experienced a growth rate, one of the highest growth rate, with investment in skills playing significant role in helping the national economics to adjust to the changes in working practice, advances in technology, and challenges associated with the globalization. And I think the WEF Forum 2020 indicated that 42% of core skill may require a transformation by 2022. And with the impact of fourth industrial revolution, we probably need to reskill more than 1 billion people by 2030. So that itself, a statistic that narrates the importance of the skill transformation, and the impact of digital skill is going to be one of the main factors to drive this. I think the COVID pandemic has gave all of us a new perspective in looking at these challenges. Traditionally, we always view skill as something that is hard and something that you got to really go on face to face. But I think the changes, the economic changes, the circumstances has now brought a bit more a broader perspective on this. But I think all of us would say, in terms of skill gap within this region, there is generally a mismatch between the skill acquisition and business needs in the region. I think that this is one of the acceptable phenomena, right? All of us are very much into it. So skill development of the labor force requires an enabling environment so that the provision of skill is balanced with the provision of opportunities to use these skills, right? So in this context, digital skill is going to be the real game changer in enabling this, because the skill development should be also integrated with employment promotion for both the formal and informal private sector. So in particular, the cooperation in developing an enabling environment for micro and small enterprises is of critical importance, because generally this region, majority of the business are actually micro and small enterprises. And there is a genuine need for us to approach the skill from a digital perspective, because that will ensure a broader and a bigger number of people could be assisted in getting the skill. It doesn't matter whether they are formal or informal environment, right? In order to get this utilization and also the skill to be properly done, there is a very important need to place the industrial policy. The government need to look into placing the industrial policy that targets growth in sectors that have employment potential. So once an industrial policy is placed, it's easier for the government as well as the private sector to synergize the need of the demand and then supply. And but having said that, in reality, we all are from business perspective, and we know it's easier said than done. I think it's a huge task in identifying the real balance between the demand and supply, right? So this is one area where the outcome can only be achieved when there is a structured, integrated approach between the policymakers, the government and the private sector, right? Because the technology advancement is driven by the private sector, and the government provides the platform for the advancement of the technology. So this synergy is very important because digitalizing skill also covers a few important critical areas that we need to look at. As number one, there's a need to raise the scale of the training delivered, right? The scale. Number two, as the relevance of the training to the demands of the private sector, the suitability of the training for emerging category of workers, such as women, and the certification of training where possible. That is to look into the quality, right? So the decision to expand the provision skill must take into account the capacity and the potential capacity of the public and private sector. So these would be the areas that we need to look at from the macro perspective. And as what, you have said, YBNT, you are part of the team, that the founding members which form the ASEAN Future Workforce Council. And I must think together with the strong support of the ASEAN Secretariat, as well as Rico Tibet, Ingo and his team has been fundamental. The 45 recommendations that we have put forward, which has been clustered to 9 core areas, actually truly identify some of the areas that we could look at. And one of the agenda that has been identified would be is to create an international platform where both the public and private players could actually come on a common platform where the availability of the skill, the requirement, and the mismatch could be addressed in a more digital manner across the region. And therefore, we could transform the skill pool from a country base to a region base. And that will really be a good game changer for us.
Absolutely, Datu. I mean, that's the whole idea when the team actually come up with the 45 recommendations, and we work very closely with the ASEAN Tibet Council as well. So if I can actually just bring you in a little bit with regards to how employers can actually help their staff with the digital transition, because all this needs to be, everybody needs to actually give the input. So what do we need? And in terms of being mindful, the future of work is ensuring a future-ready workforce. So how can employees help their staff in this?
Okay, all right. Thank you. Very good question. I think that probably put in the right perspective, because we always feel the government need to do something. But the way I look at this issue, this involves not only the government, the employer, but actually the workforce. It's a tripartite formula in order for us to get this agenda to move forward structurally, right? So from the employer perspective, I think we must acknowledge digitalization of workplace processes, and also the technology advancement is actually a combination factor which could only be successful when the human factors are actually the human resources, the people are well trained to adapt, to accelerate, and to bring in the transition. The innovation and the desired productivity, it is very much human driven, right? So it is very important, as much as the enterprise is embarking on a transition to a new technology, it also needs to allocate the same amount of resources, time, and also opportunity for the workforce to get themselves to be reskilled and upskilled to the changes that is required. Right. So in that sense, the investment, it is not only about investing in the machines, equipments, and the technology, but actually coming out with a clear rollout plan in order to get the workforce to be properly, adequately reskilled or even upskilled, all right, in that context. So what is important for the employers is not to look at the senior staffs of the organization as redundant, but to look at how the processes can be further innovated, reinvented, so that the actual wisdom of the skill could be continuously used. And that is one area that we need to give very important, because there is also a tendency, or there's a belief among the workforce, technology advancement is going to create redundancy. But that is not true. As much, I think the statistics shows, as the number is going to be like threefold, as much as the number of loss of employment, the replacement of new opportunities is going to be 3 times compared to what that is lost. So in that context, the employers need to put this rollout plan in tandem with the rollout plan of investment that you're going to look at. And another important point, Yanti, we got to look at
probably
is
need
that
to actually wrap it up, Dato. Yes, just a very quick one. Thank you.
Context is that there is also an important requirement of change of mindset in the workforce within the region. I think the change, it is not only, a change will not happen if it only is driven by the government or it is by the entity, the business. But when the workforce realize the obligation to change is actually a fundamental workforce right. And in order, when they change their mindset and they embark on the new skills, the up skills and the digitalization, then it's going to be a success. So it requires a combination effort of all.
Right. Thank you so much, Dato. And then take care and stay safe. We'll get in touch soon. So I have guests coming from Singapore, Brunei, Hanoi, Kuala Lumpur, and my next guest is joining us all the way from London. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Dhruv Patel, the CEO of Nisai Group. Dhruv, a warm welcome to Brunei, and I am excited to have you join us today. Tell us a bit about Nisai Group and the work you do with the marginalized communities. Dhruv, your microphone, if you can unmute, thank you. Can you try again, please? I think it's the microphone, Dhruv. We can hear you? All right. Okay. Go ahead, Dhruv. Sorry, can you go ahead, Dhruv? There's no sound. Right, so perhaps what I can actually do is, let me just, while we actually have a technical issue here, can we actually bring the next speaker first? And we'll come back to you, Dhruv, after this. So maybe our technical can actually assist you. So if I can actually bring in our next guest. So let me see. So we actually have Noraini Sulaiman, who is the Deputy Managing Director from the Brunei's largest bank, Bank Islam Brunei Darussalam. So Ajahn Noraini, who is the Deputy Managing Director 1 for BIBD. So welcome, Noraini, to the Hyatt Lounge. So coming from the financial services, what is BIBD's role in terms of contributing to our society in the preparedness for digitalization? As you can actually see, Hyatt focuses on reskilling and upskilling. So is there a program within BIBD where the employers undertake training? Ajahn Noraini.
All right. Thank you, YB, and it's a pleasure to be here. So before I outline, there's a number of things that we do in terms of preparedness for digitalization. Let me just outline to you some of the things we do from a staff perspective, and also playing a role to actually influence digitalization and also preparedness to the society. So of course, the whole process is started and is still currently ongoing as we see this as a journey with our own staff. We have actually created a transformation group when we started the journey to transform. And within that transformation group, we have created a digital academy, which is tasked basically to our HR side to train our workforce and also, of course, to upskill and reskill. Jobs now, of course, what used to be done by manual, our staff may well be performed by digital steps. So it depends on what the job and where you are in the journey. So for example, those in the IT side actually have a lot of things going, especially with the advent of very fast changing technology. They have to change different things at different times just to keep up and to remain relevant, and also to provide financial services, which is very efficient. And of course, we also have to ensure that those not only with working with technology, but those who actually harness what technology provides to actually provide decisioning on a fast-paced basis. We have been providing digital services to our BIBD Next through our BIBD Next Gen application, and there are a number of upgrades in the pipeline for customers of all segments to access our array of products and services. But to help accelerate the process of adopting digital services and taking into mind the different age groups that we have from a customer segment, we have personnel placed in our branches. We call them the digital customer service ambassadors, who will assist clients in familiarizing and ultimately ensuring clients do transact digitally through our mobile banking applications. So they are sometimes placed at the queues that we have in branches, and the friendly faces that would help and get them to embrace them. On the society front, and through our CSR activities, we are actually incorporating a lot of digital experiences as best we can in different areas. We've got different programs going. Most notable one for me to mention here, one of them is ALAF, which is the advocating of lifelong learning for an aspiring future. So this particular program is actually for underprivileged students, where we help them with their education. So what we have done, of course, whilst the pandemic has been here, one of the first challenges was actually to get the digital gadgets for them to continue online learning. And there was, of course, a scuffle in terms of getting the digital gadgets ready. So this will ensure that they can still stay connected and study and not get their education halted because of no longer is the face-to-face learning happening in school. We have also exposed them to different types of the technology, the coding, building drones, basically some virtual reality, what goes on behind that, gamification of their online learning, and others, which we hope give them an insight into what technology can actually do in terms of their studying and also life in future. We also have a SEED program, which is the Social Entrepreneurial Empowerment and Development Scheme. So what we have done is basically, for the time being, give priority to the ladies out there to get themselves kickstart and started. So, and also transforming the skills that they have into something which can be a business to them. So basically, we've got them to digitalize payments. In terms of maybe selling products which they can produce, also teach them to use the social media to become a marketing tool, and also onboarding onto e-commerce platforms such as a Community for Brunei. So Community for Brunei is also a collaborative effort which we have done in terms of bringing inclusivity to the digital platform for all walks of life, cottage businesses, informal sector. So we found that when the pandemic was at its height, this platform was needed to ensure that the livelihood of certain people, as I mentioned, is still there and they can actually still earn a living. And they were onboarded via our online payments, BIBD Quick Pay, so that accessibility and mobility was there. So that's some of the things that we have done, YB.
No, thank you so much, Noraini, because it's really interesting to actually see a lot of amazing work that actually has been done by BIBD. So you mentioned about ALAF, that's for the children. You mentioned about the SEEDs as well, that's for the single moms. And you mentioned about the community. And this is what it is about helping communities and those in the underprivileged on even with the digitalization. And we do hope that Hyatt can actually collaborate with BIBD on this really magnificent journey BIBD is currently doing. So that's basically, thank you so much, Noraini, for sharing with us. And I'm going to go back to our previous speakers as well. So Dhruv, I hope you can actually hear me.
Hi, Yanti, can you hear me now?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, please go ahead.
Right. Good afternoon. I'm so sorry about the technical hitch. Don't know what happened there, but hey, this is IT and technical, so you can't do anything without it. So just to give a little bit of background of Nisai, we are 25 years old. We've been working in the field of educating young people who are out of school, marginalized through various issues. And we've been getting them outcomes. These are the children who are basically supposed to do nothing but getting back into education. Been doing that very, very successfully. In the region, we've been out there now for 3 years. Within 3 years, we have invested heavily within the region. We are now starting from Japan. We are now in Vietnam. We got a big setup in Vietnam and very much committed to Brunei. And we got a lovely setup in Brunei, which does the teachers and trains teachers from all around the region. We're in Vietnam, in Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Bangladesh. So we have really invested heavily in the region. And one of the things, our objective is to bring education and using technology to the groups which would not get education as normal. And that doesn't mean that it's normal education, but also means that international qualifications like Cambridge or NOCN or certification for skills. One of the things which for me in the region has been very, very important is that how can we make an impact, right? We have a region which is very, very young, which has got a lot of youth, but also the major challenges we face is the mother tongue literacy and numeracy. And also the geography of our region in the Asia is very much, from islands to forests to urban and very rural areas. And how do you make sure that we get that in place, right? So that is something which we've been working on. And I feel that what we should look at is not just how we can use technology to enable the learners or enable the people in the rural areas or marginalized groups to make sure that they can get into the digital economy. We can talk about digital economy till the cows come home. We need to look at how we can bring the people on the ground roots to up that. If you look at the region, a large percentage of our population is in rural areas. And it depends how we can get to that and how can we use the digital platforms to enhance their livelihoods and bring them what I would call formal into informal into formal qualifications, because that's what's going to bring the poverty out, and that's what's going to get our SDG 2030s and make sure that we don't have any of our population left behind. So for me, this is a very, very important thing, and I have been very looking at how we've been successful in the UK, and we are bringing that out in the region using the technology and a blended approach rather than saying digital technology will solve all the problems. It's getting that blend right is what we are looking at doing. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with regards to the marginalized communities and looking at those, especially underprivileged kids, how we can actually help them and motivate them. Because no matter what we try to do, digitalization, it can actually go beyond that. And I absolutely agree with you with regards to going to the grassroots, Dhruv. And I know that it is also important that we have a good trainer. So, Dhruv, what can be done to develop the skills of the trainers and teachers to help them develop the skills of others?
So one of the things which we have recently set up is our NISA Academy of Teacher Training, which is set out from our operations in New Zealand. And the objective is to bring teachers who are and bring them up to the 21st century level of teaching, both in making sure they understand and how they do it. So we have that side of it. We have a train the trainer side as well. And what we've been very successful in Brunei is when we took on our new graduates and trained them to be teachers of British international qualifications and getting to them. I think it's possible to do it. I think the objective is to how and what and where, and it's the will which we need. Because every time I come to the region, people say to me, but we don't have internet connectivity in those poor areas. And I'm saying, well, the days are gone when you have to drill down the hole to take the cables up. We can have transmitters. Why can't we get the telcos partnering us? Why can't we work with everybody together to get to the communities? Because the communities also have a very, very good skills, right? Which we should take that on board and use that to drive the communities forward. So it's about training them as well and making sure we use the whole ecosystem to get the people skills up. It's just not us sitting in universities or colleges to drive that. It's also the people in the local areas. I think for me, what was quite opened my ears and eyes to something which I went to in Brunei, to one of the fishing villages, and and the amount of tacit knowledge they have, but they're not formalized. But because of that, they can't move forward out. So that knowledge could be used for storytelling, tourism, hospitality. So that's another areas where you can get a lot of employment in. So it's how do we get and harness that? So the trainer training is going to be very important, right? Getting the right qualification, but also having micro qualification and digital qualifications, like our NISA digital badges are there specifically where we can identify what their tacit knowledge is and skill sets are, without getting to think them to pass them exams. But that's how we are working towards that. And I think technology will enable us to do that. It's how we use it.
Right. Thank you so much again, Drew, for joining us in your early morning. And I hope the coffee and conversation has been a great start to your day. I look forward in our next meeting on the Hyatt and enjoy the rest of the summit. So guys, this is the end of our conversation, and I had the greatest time chatting with all of you, and I hope you did too. So this wraps up this coffee and conversation in this Hyatt Lounge, and we look forward to developing our Hyatt Legacy project further in helping the development of digital skills across Southeast Asia and beyond. And on that note, I would like to thank all my guests and everyone for joining me in the coffee and conversation in the Hyatt Lounge. It's been an absolutely fascinating conversation. I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Jenny, back to you.
With discussions on digital ASEAN and sustainable ASEAN. I'm going to start again. So I'll start again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got a very rich program ahead of us still for the remainder of our ASEAN Summit, coming to you live from Brunei Darussalam. Still to come, we have addresses from 4 more leaders. We'll be hearing from the Prime Minister of Malaysia. We'll be hearing from the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, and the Prime Minister of Cambodia, as well as having some discussions on digital ASEAN and sustainable ASEAN. But now, let's take a quick, short networking break, sticking to the program. Those are my instructions. So 2:30, in about 70 minutes time, we shall return for our next leader address and our discussion on digital ASEAN. We'll see you at 2:30 Brunei time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will be back with our leader keynote address, followed by a panel discussion on digital ASEAN right after this message from Brunei LNG on digitalization. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead us through our next session, it's my pleasure to now invite Mr. Steve Live. Now, Steve is a news anchor, Channel News Asia, CNA. He's coming to us from Singapore. He'll be moderating the session. Steve, welcome. Your parents who are in Brunei are watching you too. No pressure. Over to you, Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. And hi, Mum and Dad. I hope you enjoy the session as well as all of you as well watching. So thank you once again, Jenny, and thank you all. Over the next hour, let me get you up to speed with what we'll be doing. We'll be hoping to learn as much as we can about advancing ASEAN's digital economy. So what it means, how it can be done, and what challenges and opportunities lie in wait for all of us. Now, to help us do that, the organizers have put together a stellar lineup, as you would have seen, with experience and expertise from both the private and public sector, as well as academia and social media. local, regional, international perspectives. We've got all our bases covered. We're also looking forward to hearing your questions and thoughts on all things digital and ASEAN. So do send them in. You can do that by putting them in the comment section of the side of the screen, and I'll be able to pull those up quite easily. But first, it is with great pleasure that we can get this session underway with our keynote address by the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the Honorable Dato Sri Ismail Sabri bin Yaakob.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam keluarga Malaysia. Honorable Dr. Siti Rozai Merianti Haji Abdul Rahman, Chair of ASEAN Business Advisory Council 2021, Ms. Haslina Taib, Chair of ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021, Heads of Governments and State of ASEAN, Dialogue Partners, Business and Thought Leaders of ASEAN, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to share my aspiration in steering ASEAN towards sustainable digital future at the ASEAN Business Investment Summit 2021 with you today. This particular topic holds a special importance in the current global economic scenario as governments across the world are working towards building a sustainable digital future. A defining feature of the COVID-19 pandemic is digital transformation, of which has filled every aspect of our lives besides altering economic, social and structural domains. This pandemic has led to the rise of digital technologies by which have supported governments and businesses in adopting agile and adaptive responses. In this regards, almost all of the ASEAN countries have introduced digital tools for disseminating information, monitoring healthcare, and sustaining education continuance. Additionally, businesses continue exploring digital financing, e-platform, and promote gig economy. This digital economic growth worldwide had been estimated to reach $455 billion by the year 2023. While we can agree that digital integration has enabled ASEAN to harness its collective competitiveness in the global economy and foster domestic growth, divergences in technological readiness and connectivity remains elusive. We cannot disregard the speed and scale of changes that have implicated our society, of which in due process had widened inequalities across nations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the essential question, how do we harness these technologies for future preparation for our businesses and people while cushioning disruptive transition? Thus, we need to reshape our digital ecosystem in a way that ensures inclusive, sustainable, and resilient growth. On this note, allow me to share 3 key points of suggested resolution. First, by building inclusive digital infrastructure, it is imperative for every ASEAN state to foster a truly accessible and affordable digital infrastructure for all. In this vein, Malaysia has taken efforts to improve the foundational infrastructure with the launching of Malaysian Digital Blueprint or MyDigital initiative early this year in tandem with the Fourth Industrial Revolution or 4IR. Our aim is to transform the nation into a digitally enabled, technology-driven, high-income economy while enhancing digital infrastructure for seamless and extensive connectivity. This aspiration is currently being actualized by the National Digital Network or Jendela Action Plan with an allocation of approximately 6.7 billion US dollar. It was aimed at improving broadband quality and coverage while paving the way to 5G technology. These initiatives will enable Malaysia to enhance the preparedness of the nation as well as catalyzing a conducive ecosystem for an innovative economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Second, by promoting inclusive digital literacy. To this effect, Malaysia has emphasized on developing future-ready digital talents as one of the outlined strategies under our recently tabled 12 Malaysia Plan. Under the plan, continuous measures in upskilling and reskilling digital literacy will be undertaken in ensuring relevancy of workforce at all times. Malaysia is consistently expanding industrial trainings, which include technical and vocational education training, research and development, as well as commercialization and innovation. All of those efforts are meant to develop a more digitally ready talent among Malaysians. Through this whole of society approach, we firmly believe that more people will be able to equip and upgrade themselves with the necessary skills for inclusive growth. On the other hand, a persistent gap in digital skills across ASEAN region could eventually be brought closer. This is essential for better cooperation and prosperity amongst ASEAN states, considering facts that some ASEAN members are having more than 90% of digital penetration, while some only by 40%. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Third, by boosting digital-ready micro, small and medium enterprise, as for this, Malaysia has intensified policy interventions, of which specifically targeted to expand the breadth and depth of digitalization adoption by our MSMEs. This approach is imperative for Malaysia, as our MSMEs accounted for more than 90% of businesses in ASEAN economies. Without due preparations and measures, we could be among the most hard hit by the pandemic post-repercussions. Therefore, successful adoption of digital technologies are crucial for our consistent revitalization and sustainable economic recovery. To date, we are thriving consistently in broadening the MSMEs market access while building an inclusive digital economy. In the light of this summit, the existing ecosystem of all ASEAN states must also be strengthened, while some areas are in dire needs of streamlining on certain policies. Evidently, MSMEs that are lacking in access to technologies are facing greatest risk of being left behind in this post-pandemic era. There is inevitable urgency of need in boosting digital ready across ASEAN's MSMEs. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, digitalization and technological innovation have been embedded in the initiative and action plans, including in some of the free trade agreements. The recently endorsed Bandar Sri Begawan Roadmap has aspired many in propelling ASEAN's transformations into sustainable digital future. This initiative is in accordance with the past global survey, which had ascertained Asia in becoming a home of the largest number of digital platform companies. In 2016 alone, Asia's market capitalization has reached over 930 billion US dollar, whereas for Southeast Asia by 7 billion US dollar. Therefore, I urge my fellow ASEAN to work closely in ensuring digital technologies will be benefited by all. In achieving such aspiration, the wealth of experience, technological capacity, and innovative approach of private sectors could be further consolidated via public policy. I firmly believe that through capitalizing on those synergies, we would be able to pave the path for an inclusive, digitally enabled ASEAN in the near future. On that note, may we all be having fruitful deliberation in advancing Digital ASEAN Business Investment Summit 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for the address and for helping to set the scene for our Digital ASEAN discussion. Now, the Prime Minister spoke of the digital transformation and the impact the pandemic has had on accelerating the push into agile and adaptive digital technologies, the importance as well of inclusivity as the region emerges from the pandemic's shadow. He spoke about the need to reshape our digital ecosystem in a way that ensures inclusive, sustainable, and resilient growth. To this, the Prime Minister also highlighted 3 areas of focus which we will use to guide our discussion today. Number 1, building inclusive digital infrastructure. 2, promoting inclusive digital literacy, talking about skills, and boosting the digital readiness of small and medium enterprises. I'd like to add a 4th topic as well, because it's a word that has been popping up throughout the Prime Minister's address and actually throughout the whole day of sessions, and that is of inclusivity. Now, before we get into our panel discussions, though, I'd like to quickly introduce our panel. From the company, soon to be formally known as Facebook, we have Benjamin Zhou. From CIBC and former Canadian Minister Navdeep Bains. From SAP Southeast Asia, we have Verena Xiao. From Brunei Gas Carriers, Pangeran Shamahari bin Pangeran Dato Paduka Haji Mustafa. And from the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, we have the President Hidetoshi Nishimura. Thank you all for joining us. I'm going to invite of the panel to give a short introduction of 4 to 5 minutes of what Digital ASEAN means to them. And with that, we'll be able to inform our audience, let them have a feel, if you like, for what is driving our respective speakers' interests and see what they see in terms of the opportunities and also the challenges for the road ahead. I'm conscious that we do have a lot of ground to cover, so I apologize in advance if I interject to keep time and also to ensure that we can get some of the questions from the audience answered as well. With that, let's get things underway, and we'll start with Facebook's Vice President for Southeast Asia and Emerging Markets, Benjamin Zhou. Ben is based in Singapore and leads a team that builds communities and businesses across Southeast Asia and South Asia as well. He has a long history at Facebook, spearheading its growth efforts entering Asia way back in 2007. And I can only imagine that a digital ASEAN can't come fast enough for you, Ben. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Steve. It is an honor to be part of this panel to share learnings and insights that we're seeing across this exciting ASEAN region. As many of you know, over the past few years, digital growth has found a new home in Southeast Asia. A new consumer way of life is emerging. New purchasing habits, new ways to discover, and new expectations. So this year, we did an extensive study with Bain & Company, hoping to get a sense of what this post-pandemic consumption could look like. We can't tell you what the future holds, but what we can tell you is that digital transformation is here to stay, and it is happening right now here in Southeast Asia. 3 big takeaways from the study. First, Southeast Asia is leading the pandemic-fueled digital boom. Almost 70 million people, which is the equivalent of the entire UK population, have become digital consumers since the start of the pandemic, and almost half of them consider online as a primary channel for commerce. Second, home-centric lifestyle is entrenched in Southeast Asia and will likely be the new normal for years to come, with consumers expecting to spend 75% of their time shopping online at home, even after the pandemic. And lastly, social media is playing a bigger role in consumers' purchase journey. Social media has now risen to become the #1 channel for discovery of products, primarily through video content. Now, these are all exciting trends, but we also know that businesses continue to struggle, even as some have done well, particularly those that have adopted digital tools to meet the consumer trends that I just laid out. And because of this, since the early months of the pandemic, Facebook has been surveying small and medium businesses around the world in partnership with OECD and World Bank to find out what small businesses are going through and what help they need. Here's a few interesting stats for you to take away from the survey. Did you know that 70 to 80% of SMEs on Facebook reported that they are still operational but recorded a slump in sales? Did you also know that more than half of SMEs said that their sales continue to be significantly lower, leading to cuts in employment? And lastly, businesses in Vietnam and Indonesia seem to be struggling the most from the impact of COVID-19, as more than 75% say that they had worsening sales performance during this time. But it's not all bad news. One silver lining is that many small businesses have found success by shifting to digital. Globally, the use of digital tools has increased during the pandemic, and it's up again in this survey to 88% of all businesses compared to 81% in February. And this is not temporary. More than half expect their use of digital tools to be permanent. As you can imagine, for many, shifting online has been the difference between staying afloat or going under. And for others, it's given them a whole new lease on life. In Asia Pacific, nearly 50% of SMEs on Facebook reported at least 25% or more of their sales were made digital. It's also worth noting that throughout the 8 waves of this survey during the pandemic, we found that SMEs that make at least 25% of their sales digitally are less likely to report a reduction in sales and reduction in number of employees, and more likely to have reported an increase in sales compared to the same period last year, highlighting the fact that digital tools can help businesses adapt and remain resilient as economies build back up. As we all know, SMEs are the backbone of Southeast Asian economies, and that is why Facebook is committed to working with SMEs to empower their growth by helping them transition online. Early on in the pandemic, we announced a $100 million cash grant for SMEs, which went to over 2,500 SMEs in Southeast Asia where we have offices. In addition to that, over the last 18 months, we've conducted over 650 virtual editions of our in-person training across Asia Pacific, engaging over 200,000 SMEs and millions more online through our online webinar series. And these are free trainings that cover a range of topics from how to take your business online, find and reach your customers, and stay connected with customers and adapt in real time. In conclusion, ASEAN is leading the world in pandemic-fueled digital boom. And SMEs continue to need support to meet this changing consumer landscape that is here to stay. And along with many of my colleagues, Facebook is committed to our work empowering small and medium businesses across Southeast Asia. And at the same time, we're excited to explore other ways to support inclusive growth in the ASEAN digital economy with all of you.
All right, many thanks for that, Ben. Social media certainly does have a big part to play in ASEAN going forward. Just removing all the barriers to entry for so many businesses is something we'll be talking about a bit later on. Thanks so much for that. Next up, we cross to Ottawa in Canada, where the time is actually 2:51 a.m. A big thank you to Navdeep Bains for being with us today. Navdeep is the Vice Chair, Global Investment Banking at CIBC, and in a former life was Canada's Minister for Innovation, Science and Industry. So he has a wealth of experience, and we are very grateful to have him today, especially with these hours. Navdeep, your first sort of opening gambit, if you like.
Well, thank you very much, Steve. I'm actually in the basement. My daughters are sleeping, so hopefully they won't hear me. But I'm delighted to be on this panel with you and to talk about this very important subject matter. I want to pick up on a key element that was made by you, a comment that was made by you and the Prime Minister of Malaysia as well, is around the inclusive nature of developing a digital ecosystem. I think the key component here is that no one should be left behind. And every aspect of our life, we just heard it from Facebook. We shop more online, we learn more online, we do more business online, we create more value online. But there's a clear issue around a digital divide that has emerged over the past number of years. And a stat that stood out for me that reflects the growth opportunity, but also the divide, is the fact that there are 70 million people that have become digital consumers in Southeast Asia during the pandemic. And that's the equivalent of the population of UK. So you're just seeing tremendous growth in this area. But in order to succeed going forward, people got to feel like they have an opportunity to fully participate because they're digitally more savvy as consumers. The workforce needs the digital skills, as well as businesses are pivoting very hard in this space. And so a couple of stories that I want to share with you to underscore the importance of an inclusive nature is one. When I was the Minister of Innovation, Science, and Industry, we focused on two elements of this issue, which was discussed earlier as well. One was a lifelong learning and looking at digital skills right from a very young age, all the way through middle school, through university and college, mid-career, and focusing on the digital aspect of it, through coding, through digital literacy programs. But the key takeaway was focusing on the young population, our Indigenous population that was being left behind in Canada. And we tailored programs in government to make sure that they had the digital skills and tools to succeed online as well. And I think this is really important because if you look at it from a Southeast Asian perspective, 57% of the population is under the age of 35. And that's very similar to the demographics we have in Canada with our Indigenous population. It's very young and vibrant. So we have this incredible pool of talent that we need to focus in on that has been left in, been kind of fallen through the cracks, so to speak. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity here to engage people in that aspect of it in terms of just constantly promoting lifelong learning when it comes to upgrading their digital skills. The other is looking at infrastructure. Canada is a large geography, and we're using low Earth orbit satellites to really identify those communities, particularly in remote communities where broadband connectivity is not a realistic solution. So there's parts of Southeast Asia, again, that can use this technology in a meaningful way to connect people and deal with that digital divide. And I would say from my current role as a CIBC Vice Chair in Capital Markets and looking at global investment banking, we have a number of tools to help, again, accelerate digital transformation. CIBC is supporting this ecosystem from the beginning. If you look at innovation banking, for example, we're becoming a lender of choice to many small and medium-sized enterprises, particularly the startup ecosystem that needs those capital resources due to some of the financial constraints that were highlighted by Facebook. And so it's important that they have the means to survive through the significant digital transformation. We've also dedicated just recently $450 million for venture capital financing. We're seeing record VC financing in Canada, but also in Southeast Asia as well, $9.5 billion. So how to build on that and create the capital needed for small businesses. And we've been focusing on the life sciences sector as well as the clean tech sector. As we know, one of the key themes for this conference is sustainability. So how do we focus in on those solutions that are looking at sustainability? And I'll discuss a couple of key examples of Canadian companies that would be very helpful in Southeast Asia. So in conclusion, I think if you want to focus on a vibrant digital ecosystem, you got to invest in lifelong learning and digital skills. You have to build the appropriate infrastructure. And as you can see through the bank at CIBC, we've been investing in the capital needs of small and medium-sized businesses, particularly those companies that are becoming more and more digital.
All right, many thanks, Navdeep. I'm glad that you mentioned inclusivity. It is something that's been a big theme during today's different summits, and was something we will be talking about as well. So from Navdeep's basement, we now go to Singapore to hear from the President and Managing Director of SAP Southeast Asia, Verena Xiao. Verena's responsibilities include leading SAP's sustainable growth in Southeast Asia, orchestrating the efforts of more than 4,000 colleagues across the region. And as SAP's bread and butter is developing enterprise software to manage business operations and customer relations, Digital ASEAN, it's an exciting prospect, Serena.
Absolutely, Steve. And thank you so much for having me here today. Good afternoon to my fellow esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen. So looking back at how far ASEAN has grown over the past 54 years, today our countries, society, and businesses are more diverse, interconnected, and independent than ever before. In the past year, the COVID-19 pandemic has also highlighted and heightened the need to urgently accelerate ASEAN's digitization, especially in a never normal landscape where the boundaries of physical and virtual have been increasingly blurred. I mean, who would think that we would be having an event such as the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit virtually, as we are doing now, 2 years ago? Now, having weathered through the ongoing pandemic, there is a huge opportunity, as highlighted by the earlier panelists, to advance ASEAN growth into a new era. And this calls for action, particularly around 3 key areas, namely businesses, people, and, Steve, as you've mentioned, diversity and inclusion. Now, leveraging on the SEA acronym for Southeast Asia, and for somebody who is proud to be from the region, I would like to link my 3 key points for our conversation to SEA. Spearhead business transformation, empower a future-ready workforce, and last but definitely not least, achieving diversity and inclusion to unlock ASEAN's full potential. Firstly, there is pressing need to drive ASEAN's growth in businesses, in particular, spearheading the business transformation and unleashing the growth potential of small and medium enterprises. This was also highlighted by the Prime Minister of Malaysia earlier. SMEs are the bedrock of the ASEAN economy and accounts for 90% of total establishments, which is nearly 3/4 of total employment in ASEAN and 41% of our regional GDP. In fact, SMEs make up 80% of the businesses that SAP support through our enterprise software solutions. And if you think about it, in fact, all large enterprise start as a SME, even the unicorns and even for SAP ourselves. Now, a recent survey by Oxford Economies and SAP across Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines found that SMEs in the region find it increasingly challenging to keep pace with uncertainties and external challenges in the current business environment. The SME survey cite difficulty adapting to rapidly changing marketplace, 40% versus 29% of larger enterprises, keeping up with changing customer wants and needs, 38% versus 43% of the larger enterprises, and difficulty in retaining customers or driving repeat businesses, 34%, as their top business challenges. Amidst these disruptive events, SMEs are compelled to leverage on technology to drive business transformation, build resilience, learn to accelerate innovation, and gear up for Industry 4.0 and ASEAN's digital economy. The second aspect of ASEAN's growth is our people, specifically to empower a future-ready workforce. Given the fast-evolving employment market due to the onset of the 4th Industrial Revolution and the gig economy, almost every job now and in the future will require at least some digital skills. To ensure a skilled ASEAN for the digital future, there is an urgent need for us to bridge and close the digital literacy and skills gap, equip the current and future workforce with necessary skill sets to leverage on technology, innovations, and seize new business opportunities in our borderless digital world today. One example I would love to share is the ASEAN Business Data Science Explorers Initiative by SAP and the ASEAN Foundation, which has empowered more than 30,000 youth and 2,000 educators from over 700 institutes of higher learning with data analytics skills to create and solve challenges through technology. This has also nurtured and deepened a pool of homegrown talents in ASEAN to build, our workforce of the future. Last but definitely not least, achieving diversity and inclusion across our society, education, and workplace structures is key to us unlocking ASEAN's growth and success. ASEAN is home to more than 655 million people, with more than 1,000 spoken languages across the region. By harnessing this cultural diversity, we can mold a multilateral approach to meet challenges such as the ongoing pandemic and foster a sense of belonging and community as one ASEAN. This diversity is what keeps ASEAN competitive and at the forefront of opportunities, innovation, and development. Now, this is a crucial aspect that begins with our young, at home, in schools, and at workplaces where individuals are valued for who they are and given opportunities regardless of gender, race, religion, or background. It calls for stronger efforts by public, private, and plural organizations to commit to advocating equality in the society and weeding out biases and discrimination, which can hamper diversity in thinking and in turn compromise critical thinking and economic success. This requires a deep cultural shift in the way we treat and relate to people, embracing all in a shared humanity and pursuit of a common goal and inclusive ASEAN, and truly adopt the motto of ASEAN, one vision, one identity, one community. In summary, ASEAN's progress over the past 54 years is a cause for celebration. Yet, our future success is underpinned by our ability to accelerate its digital growth and become more connected, skilled, and inclusive. When our people and businesses succeed, economies will thrive, and addressing these areas will position ASEAN to be ready to seize opportunities of a digital future. Thank you, and back to you, Steve.
All right, thanks so much for that, Serena. Clear to see your passion coming through with inclusivity and diversity, and it's something we will be exploring a bit later as well. I liked what you said about empowering a future-ready workforce. We look forward to diving into that as well. But for now, though, let's move on back to Brunei, the host country, in fact, for this year's summit. We have with us the Managing Director of Brunei Gas Carriers, Pangeran Shamhari bin Pangeran Dato' Paduka Haji Mustafa. Pangeran Shamhari has 28 years working experience with the public sector, international bodies and industries, and his body of work covers organization transformation, risk management, crisis management, new business development, and commercial deal making. Totally makes sense to have you on our panel today, Pangeran. And as ASEAN and the world looks to move out from the pandemic and get back to business, energy supply will be key. It too is going through a digital transformation. Lots of lessons for us here as well. Pangeran Shamhari.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Steve. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, Your Excellencies, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of Brunei Gas Carriers, I would like to thank the organizers and specifically congratulate Yang Berhormat Siti Rozaimi Yanti on her chairmanship of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, and Haslina Taib, Chair of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, and for inviting BGC to participate in this interesting dialogue on advancing ASEAN's digital economy. I would like to provide from an industry or business perspective, specifically in the energy and its subsidiary sector. Technological advancement had always played a key role in ensuring business sustainability through increasing productivity and output, reducing our environmental footprint, and transforming the way we work. However, it cannot be denied that technological advancements this century has been exponential, more so in the digital space. And it will continue to evolve at a rapid rate, and businesses need to adapt accordingly. To share, for example, in Brunei Gas Carriers, we recognized early last year, this was pre-COVID, that our top 3 business disruptors was first, the energy transition, second were the shifts that was happening in the LNG market, and third, technological advancements, which includes digitalization and cybersecurity threats. In this regard, I would like to draw upon our own experience in executing our digitalization roadmap and reflect on the potential parallels it may have on the wider ASEAN's digital transformation journey, albeit recognizing the scale are totally different. Obviously, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, it was seen as a business disruptor. However, it was also an accelerator of change. And just like everywhere else, it helped in accelerating the digital shift. Whilst it may have been enforced adoption of new technologies and ways of working, it does bring to the forefront certain parallels where individuals, governments, and businesses needs to prepare themselves in adapting to this change. I would like to mention 4 areas where we need to prepare ourselves to adapt to this change. First is business will need to strategically invest in infrastructure and education for the required skill sets and future-ready skills. Secondly, businesses will need to understand how technology and how a digital economy is reshaping their comparative advantage and business sustainability. Third, governments will need to protect citizens from potential disruptions and populations from being disenfranchised or marginalized. And policymakers will need to quickly learn to manage disruptive changes and new technological developments, which is evolving at a rapid rate. A governance framework needs to be put in place. So with these measures, the hope is that the challenges of inequality, asymmetry of access and information, inclusiveness, and the human capital loss that's been mentioned by others in trying to digitally connect ASEAN could be addressed. And if I were to relate this back to the company level on infrastructure and training, with the pandemic, our earlier investment in mobile working solutions, digital competency had enabled us to quickly switch to remote working arrangements. However, due to travel restriction and state port requirements, our seafarers become more isolated. So these are our marginalized groups. Hence, to remain more connected and manage their psychological challenges of being away from family and friends, simple things as increasing the bandwidth capacity of vessels provided access, to communication. So at that time, everyone had to quickly learn to using IT tools that were previously not required. Second, on the business impact, while physically isolated and despite the ongoing challenges, through establishing digital connectivity, we continue to operate reliably with everyone working together towards a common goal of ensuring people's safety and mental well-being. And I'm happy to say there were no disruptions to our delivery to all our LNG customers. And in terms of inclusiveness, the company's acknowledgement of the potential disparity and challenges among staff towards remote working and working from home arrangement. So we introduce more flexibility in terms of the work arrangements and try to address where possible, even specific staff challenges. And the fourth, on governance, we had to amend our business processes and authority manuals to enable remote working arrangements, simple things like recognition of digital signatures, virtual meetings, and inspections. So just drawing on these parallels, I will stop here, and hopefully the parallels I've drawn in terms of our own digitalization journey also applies when we discuss what is required for ASEAN's digital transformation. Thank you. That's all from me for the time being, Steve.
Steve, you're on mute, so we can't hear you.
Thank you so much. Amateur mistake. My apologies. And thank you for pointing that out. So we'll move on to our final panelist, President Nishimura. He is the president of the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Professor Hidetoshi Nishimura. President Nishimura has a list of credentials and experiences that could easily fill the 5 minutes allotted. So I hope he doesn't mind if I can summarize them to say that, President, you have dedicated your working life to the development of international relations and businesses and SMEs across Asia through both public service and academia. We do want to move quickly onto the discussion, but a few words from you quickly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Steve Wright, for very kind introduction. And Excellencies, excellent, the distinguished the panelists, thank you very much. Excellent presentation, ladies and gentlemen. First, please allow me to share my views on how Southeast Southeast Asian businesses could accelerate their digital transformation to be resilient and thrive after the pandemic. The global economic landscape has been evolving at a very rapid pace. The world seems irreversibly transformed by the pandemic and is moving to a new normal. To remain relevant and effective, ASEAN should quickly adapt to this pandemic. The global economic, how ASEAN to remain relevant and effective, ASEAN should adapt to very hard developments and trends by being agile, flexible, creative, and staying open to new conversations. ARIER has conducted extensive policy research and analysis for ASEAN and East Asia Summit on key regional economic issues and found that major trends pushed by COVID-19 pandemic include restructuring and diversification of global and regional value chains, and hence a need to refocus on supply chain resilience empowered by digital technologies and new business models. The pandemic seems to provide the extra driving force for the e-commerce growth, with e-commerce penetration in ASEAN estimated to increase from 38% in 2019 to nearly 44% in 2020. This means that nearly 40 million new users enter the market. ARIER's study found more than 60% of firms changed their customer relationships in 2020, or in the first half of 2021, more than 50% of firms rearranged their supplier relationships and 43% relocated their production sites. The vigorous private dynamism is deemed contributory in mitigating the supply and demand shocks and supporting the international production networks in this region. Another notable impact of the pandemic is a shift towards greater use of online facilities such as in e-commerce, communication technology, and e-healthcare. The pandemic accelerated the demand for online activities, which encouraged further investment in digital-related businesses. Lockdown measures and health concerns motivated many retailers to expand or adopt digital platforms to support marketing and distribution. Nevertheless, our survey had discovered that only 23% of firms chose digitalization measures, and the percentage of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSME, choosing digitalization measures were even lower due to its resource constraints. The percentage decreased to 19% in the case of firms with less than 20 employees. Therefore, in advancing digital ASEAN, companies should re-strategize their retail strategies by adopting digital technology with reconfiguration of supply chains to increase resilience, increasing the adoption of digital tools and real-time data, and maximizing utilization of e-commerce platforms. This will somehow address the issues for inclusiveness, particularly for MSMEs, narrowing digital divide in terms of gaps and infrastructure, and could contribute towards social dimensions such as ensuring sustainable food supply chain and e-health system. As part of that, ARIA is supporting ASEAN in preparing the ASEAN guidelines on digitalizing food and agriculture sector. In conclusion, to facilitate ASEAN businesses transformation, there has to be a highly coordinated region-wide cooperation in ICT development and digital trade facilitation, supported by the market and business councils. Where this ASEAN businesses could remain resilient and thrive even during this pandemic, and therefore attract more trade and investment in the region. Thank you for your attention.
President Nishimura, thank you so much for your opening thoughts this morning. We will get quickly into our first area of discussion, building inclusive digital infrastructure. We have had questions coming in as well. I've got one from Zoraida Hussein. She says, it's amazing how a global pandemic has actually catalyzed digital transformation and is slowly but surely ensuring we adapt it in for our own sustainability. Thank you for that. With that, we can lead into our first topic, in fact. And I'd like to get the thoughts of Ben from Facebook and Verena from SAP to sort of give us their understanding of the digital landscape, how it's they've seen it evolve and what inclusive digital infrastructure means to them. We'll come to Ben first and then Verena.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, so we've seen the digital, due to the pandemic, the digital transformation has really accelerated. What would have happened in 10, 15 years basically happened in a year or two, right? So a lot of the things that the panels discussed around e-commerce, around commerce, around how people discover products online has been just quite phenomenal. And it's really interesting to see how ASEAN and Southeast Asia generally is leading the way. From an infrastructure standpoint, I think two challenges that we've seen is one around connectivity. Look, we now know that connectivity is not something that that is optional. It is a necessity. So we've worked very closely with local telcos and in our partnership to connect 300 million people to give them faster, reliable connectivity. But there's more we can do there. So working together to really increase connectivity is going to be a key part of inclusivity growth. The second piece is around digital literacy. Digital literacy, as some of the panelists have mentioned, that gap is still there, and it's an opportunity. It is a big opportunity for companies, for governments, from local communities to really lean in and identify those communities where we can really help. And this goes beyond just digital literacy around how to use these tools. It also goes beyond to say, how can you remain safe? How do you do privacy controls? These are really, really important skills that I think are big opportunities that we can continue to pursue in ASEAN.
Yeah, we will get to skills in the next section. Verena, your thoughts?
Thanks, Benjamin and Steve. So I think very similarly, as I mentioned earlier, we really need to come together in these times to have the strong commitment of the multiple key stakeholders that underpin this ambition, from public, private, and plural partnerships. The ASEAN members, the sectoral bodies of ASEAN, policymakers, industry leaders, businesses, and talents to come to develop a digital ecosystem for sustainable and inclusive growth. Businesses, as mentioned earlier, need to transform now and even faster than before amidst an accelerated pace of change for Industry 4.0, which has been really heightened by the pandemic. We need to tap on technology for resilience, to build resilience. We need to strengthen our supply chain and gain visibility and control, and also leverage on intelligent data insights for stronger and more predictable long-term growth. As mentioned earlier, powering SMEs to leapfrog competition and to sustain a business is key. And the other aspect besides businesses is people. I think people is the most critical assets and capital that we have, and equipping the workforce with critical skills to seize next generation technologies to drive innovation, to elevate our collective digital economy is really, really important, even more than before. And also mentioned before, let's make sure that we drive and we propel everyone together. Inclusiveness and diversity is both our strength and challenge in ASEAN. Without diversity, I think that's really, really important. And I think I'm sure you touched a bit more about that in the next topic, Steve.
Yeah, that's right. We will certainly get on to inclusivity and diversity. Let's bring in Navdeep and President Nishimura in on this as well. We have seen a boom in digital services, especially in fintech, logistics, healthcare, as the pandemic sort of changes the way that we do things. What are the key digital trends that you see globally and in Southeast Asia going forward? Navdeep, can we hear from you first, and then we'll go to President Nishimura?
Sure. Thank you very much. I think just to build on the digital trends, what we're seeing, I think, is really in the sustainability space. Before I speak about fintech quickly, as was mentioned before, agriculture was highlighted by Mr. Nishimura about an area where the digital tools are not fully being utilized. And there's a great Canadian company I can highlight that speaks to that, which is called Semios. And basically, it's a precision crop management platform. It has basically over 1 million sensors and collects 350 million data points daily. And this really enables basically higher quality and yield of crops in the agriculture sector. And this will make the food supply, and particularly now we talked about inflation, the cost of living earlier on. This will really assist the food supply issues that are going forward, particularly with the growing population and the middle class in the Asian segment, where it's going to double by 2030. So I think this kind of tool, this kind of initiative where you're using digital technology to look at sustainability is a great example of where there's tremendous opportunities, particularly in the agriculture sector, which is going to be critical going forward when it comes to the digital aspect of it, but also the sustainability components of it. And then very quickly on fintech, Steve, if I may, I think it's important to note in this area some of the work that I did as a minister, which was upgrading our data in digital laws to build trust. If you want to focus on open banking, if you want to focus on fintech, people need to feel comfortable when it comes to their data, around data ownership, around data portability. And this is an area where, globally speaking, before it was mentioned, we need proper governance structures in place to enable this to happen. And that's why CIBC, for example, is part of a global open finance challenge, which is about working with other banks and institutions to promote this kind of infrastructure, which will enable, again, crowdsourcing, but also done in a secure manner to protect consumers.
Okay, thanks, Navdeep. President Nishimura, how can ASEAN develop digital ecosystems then for sustainable and inclusive growth?
Yeah, I'd like to join President Shou. Very good point. That is PPP. Usually we are using this word is for the infrastructure development, and the poorly, government has no money, so we need PPP for the private sector. But that kind of PPP is not successful for the last 1 decade. But investment in data is essential to support digital transformation. Here, I'd like to emphasize the importance of the partnership between the public and the private sector in a different angle to distinguish to the traditional concept of PPP, which normally refers, I've already told, the private partnership with the infrastructure building, but I'll join with President Xu. Let's call this kind of PPP digital PPP, public-private partnership in investment in digital data, digitalization. With digital PPP, more data will be available and more people can use data because the public sector has a huge data. How to access that is very, very important to resources to the development for everybody. So as a result, data will be more. If we set the successful digital PPP, the data will be more valuable and attract more investment. Field of online public data and services. Moreover, digital PPP facilitate the communication between the policymakers and the business, especially MSMEs, because important thing is the rule setting must be done, not only for the private sector, surely needs the real wisdom of private sector, not only public sector government. So this will lead to better rule setting to accelerate the digital transformation in Asia. So first, I'd like to stress to join our presentators to the importance of new PPP. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, President Ishimura. Pingan Shamhari, can we get your perspectives then on this? Digitalization is also benefiting industry and leading to big shifts in the production, delivery, and consumption of energy. You touched on it a bit earlier. Can you just sort of elaborate a bit more on the shift? Just a few minutes, if you could, before we move on to skills.
Thank you, Steve. So I think in terms of, if you look at the energy sector, in terms of technologies enable us to explore and produce more oil and gas, for example, which is historically, we were not able to access those reservoirs. So that's one aspect where technology innovations have improved productivity and output. At the same time, it also then improved our environmental impact, manage the impact we have on the environment by making our production more efficient and having less emissions and smaller environmental footprint. So those were advancements in technologies and help of innovation have helped to progress the energy industry, for example.
Okay, wonderful. And that's something that the countries working towards COP26 goals will welcome as well. Although, getting political commitment for these things is a challenge in itself and a bigger discussion for another day, perhaps. Let's move on to promoting inclusive digital literacy and talking about skills, or as the Prime Minister of Malaysia put it, promoting inclusive digital literacy. We've got some questions around this as well. I've got one here from Edmund Teo. The question is for Benjamin and Verena. He says, do you see established companies at risk of missing opportunities or becoming irrelevant in the region because of their previous success using tried and tested operating models? How do you teach old dogs to learn new tricks, he asks? And do lessons from Kodak and Toys R Us come to mind, who tried to blend digital transformation with existing outdated operating systems and failing to the likes of Amazon? Ben, we'll come to you first up for your thoughts on that.
Sure, that's a great question. And as a company, we actually think about that question a lot too. How can we continue to innovate and move fast in this very fast world? I think, but I think it's both ways, right? You have the small and medium businesses that are nimble, that can move fast, but at the same time, the large enterprises have relatively more resources than the small companies. So some of it is, I think, is a very level field where people can compete, and it hasn't been one way or the other. But a couple of things that we have noticed is how these small companies are very innovative. And look, previously, a lot of us would think that innovation happens from other parts of the world. It is happening right here in Southeast Asia. How people do commerce, how people connect with their buyers and sellers through WhatsApp, how they negotiate to get a better deal, how to get a better price. And that is all being done through digital platforms. So if you're a single mom, and you're thinking about starting your own business, 30 years old, 40 years ago, you would probably build products, go to the market, and start selling products. Now, all of this is happening online. People are building Facebook shops, Instagram, and they're communicating and they're selling their products to people in their community through these digital platforms. But beyond, some of these medium companies and small companies are actually selling their products globally. And that, I think, is a really exciting opportunity and a big and something that I'm really passionate about.
Yeah, actually, Ben, could I just stay with you a bit longer, actually? I wanted to get your thoughts on a news story that broke sort of last week, announcing the news that Facebook was announcing plans to create 10,000 jobs in the European Union over the next 5 years. And that was to build what's been called the metaverse. Not to get too deep in the weeds with this, but if you could help us understand why Europe and not ASEAN, what would ASEAN need to be able to do to have the skills to be able to make, the next step, if you like, for this metaverse to take place here in terms of jobs and skills?
Sure, and just for the audience, Steve, let me kind of define or help people understand what we mean by metaverse here is. So metaverse is kind of a set of digital spaces that includes immersive 3D experiences that are all interconnected, so you can easily move between them. So it basically lets you do things you couldn't do in the physical world with people you can't physically be with. And I know it's a long answer. And my 14-year-old daughter actually asked me this question last week, so I'll give you the answer that I gave to her, which is, look, right now in the mobile internet era, you are looking at screens, you're looking at phones, you're looking at experiences. In the metaverse, you are part of the experience. You are actually in the experience. So this is a really exciting area for that we're going to be pursuing. We're thinking about our hope is to connect 1 billion people on the metaverse, and it will take many, many partners. Facebook will not be doing this alone. We're just going to be a building block of building this universe where we can bring people closer together. And going back to your question, Steve, on the European Union investment and how we're thinking about investments in Asia Pacific, I think there's going to be so much opportunities in Southeast Asia. Obviously, there are also challenges that I also did mention around connectivity. Given if you think about how this infrastructure, how these platforms will work, is going to be based on high reliable connectivity. And I think that's something that we continue to pursue, and I'm really excited about the progress that we make. But it goes back to President Nishimura's point around, look, we need to continue to invest and make sure that we build that foundation and pipeline for the future, because Southeast Asia and ASEAN is geared up right for that.
Okay, thanks, Ben. And Verena, you used the words earlier, empowering a future-ready workforce. Just quickly, in a few minutes, if you could just sort of elaborate on that and where you think ASEAN needs to sort of focus to make that happen.
Yeah, so empowering the future workforce I will cover in 2 ways. So firstly, we have been working with universities and polytechnics and institutes of higher learning in ASEAN for a long time, even before the pandemic, to really empower the students on developing SAP skills with the curriculum, with access to our solutions. So that has been going for a while, and from what we hear, the demand has been greater than ever, because there is a huge interest from companies, for SAP skills, which we truly appreciate, and it's great to see how they have grown and accelerated over time. Secondly, we are also working with programs like in Singapore here, the Skills Future with universities, whereby we are reskilling and upskilling mid-life careerists, those who are not from universities but middle of the career, on how they can reskill themselves on digital literacy and gain new skills, so that they can think about pivoting to new roles, new job scopes if required now. And I would also like to touch on SMEs, right? So we see how SMEs really in these times, and I'm talking about family-owned businesses, that previously have always ran on just manual systems. They now see the interest and need to really become an intelligent enterprise. And some great examples we have here in Singapore, Jumbo Seafood, they wanted to scale their digitalization plans, and it focuses on delivering exceptional customer dining experiences and bring Singapore's food culture across the world. And with that, they have leverage on SAP, ERP, and retail solutions to set as the foundation and for them to expand their business growth. Using also a very different example in manufacturing, Aspen Glove in Malaysia, a manufacturer of medical grade gloves. And manufacturing, as you may know, has always been rather manual, but now with the pandemic, they have really leveraged on SAP, ERP, cloud solutions to automate production and end-to-end as much as possible. So the demand coming from SMEs has also fueled the requirements and demand for digital skills, which has empowered and create the need for us to work very closely with institutes to create that digital workforce of the future.
Yeah, thanks very much, Verena. And talking about SMEs leads us nicely into our next segment as well. I've got a comment here from Fifi Rashande. We need to alleviate aid mentality in ASEAN. I'm not sure what you guys think about that, but it does sort of tie in with the need for SMEs to be able to sort of self-sustain themselves as we emerge from this pandemic. Navdeep, can we come to you for your thoughts on the digital readiness of SMEs, perhaps from your lessons learned in Canada, and how we can make them or adapt them, if you like, to us here in ASEAN?
I think the point that was made before about the acceleration of the digital platforms, the digitization that's taken place has been tremendous. We saw that with the pandemic. What companies and particularly SMEs would do in maybe 5-10 years, they've done in 5 and 10 months. So it's been phenomenal to see that transformation. And I think what's important now is, from the Canadian perspective, is making sure that those SMEs have the capital for that transformation, and that they have the skills for that transformation, and that they have the infrastructure in place to be able to connect with the consumers. And those are the elements that we focused on. At CIBC, as I mentioned, there is this whole aspect in innovation banking targeted at startups and SMEs, and providing them through this digital transformation the financial resources that they need. Through government, as I mentioned, investments in low Earth orbit satellites through a company called Telesat is an example of really identifying every company and every consumer has the ability for high-speed internet connectivity. And that's why that's really important. But I would say that, in the Canadian mindset, there's a lot of excitement in Southeast Asia as well. And I would underscore that we want to build on those partnerships. We want to build those partnerships at not only at a large company level, but at a small, medium-sized enterprise level as well. And if you want more information on that, I strongly recommend you go to Invest in Canada Hub. It's this virtual booth that we have set up. I have to put that plug in because we're so proud of the opportunities that we see here with Southeast Asia, and to really build on the fact that Canada is truly open to investment opportunities at the small and medium-sized level as well in this digital ecosystem.
Thanks, Navdeep. We do have about 5 more minutes left of this discussion, so I'd like to move swiftly on to inclusivity to talk about that. I have a quote here from the Vice President for East Asia and the Pacific at the World Bank, Victoria Kwakwa. She says, the economic shock caused by the COVID-19 pandemic has stalled poverty reduction and increased inequality. As countries begin to rebound in 2021, they will need to take urgent action to protect vulnerable populations and ensure a recovery which is both inclusive, green, and resilient. President Ishimura, how big, in fact, is this challenge of inclusivity and inequality for digital ASEAN? President Ishimura, can you hear me okay?
I think he can, but he's got to unmute.
Okay. All right.
Yes, President Ishimura, please carry on.
Yeah. Maybe we economize time to specify 2 important issues every the participants raised on. One is the connectivity, the other is the digital divide, and the area is closely involved with the establishment of the ASEAN Connectivity Master Plan. Fundamental idea of connectivity was proposed by AREA 10 years ago, pertaining to the digital ecosystem and the digital transformation. The important thing is one is data-free flow with trust. That is inevitably important of the connectivity, of the development of the digital transformation. That is very important. And the other point of the digital device, investment, cheap young labor with no digital divide is important in the future, yes, cheap labor is very important, but in the digitalized world, the important was digital skill. All labor forces needs digital skills. So, yes, good labor means good labor with digital skill. So without this kind of digital skill, that kind of area cannot invite investment in the future. But we don't forget the important point. The digital skill will be rendered not only to the young people, but also to the aged people, skilled labor, skilled workers. That is very important. So that kind of education, vocational, that is lifetime education, because the present Meisters has its own expertise and the asset, how to digitalize to the future or transfer to the young people. That is a very important policy of education, of digitalization. So maybe we are having the aged society. Japan has already done, but all ASEAN will in the future comes. But aging society, the aged people does not mean inefficiency. Aged people had invaluable experience that must be combined with the digital skill. So that kind of the point is very important. Very sorry.
We're unfortunately running short on time, so I'm going to have to quickly wrap up this session. But before we do, I do want to get final thoughts from each of you, 20 seconds or less, if you could. Share with us, in fact, what advice that you would give to the leaders meeting this week to advance ASEAN's digital economy. And we'll start, perhaps, Navdeep, with you could perhaps kick us off.
Well, again, thank you very much, Steve. Very excited to have this conversation with you and other panel members to highlight Canadian success stories and partnerships that we've had in Southeast Asia.
10 seconds, Navdeep.
Talking about companies like Shopify and OpenText and BlackBerry, just to name a few. But the bottom line is it's about partnerships. And this ecosystem, as I mentioned before, it's about investment in people, in infrastructure, and making sure they have the appropriate capital to fully take advantage of this incredible opportunity and do it in a way that really helps the small, medium-sized ecosystem in particular.
All right, wonderful. And if we can move on to Ben, your thoughts, 20 seconds on advice, if you'd like, for advancing ASEAN's digital economy for the leaders meeting this week.
Sure. I think this right now we're in a really exciting opportunity to bring the world closer together. As much as we are divided, I think through digital tools, through digital transformation, we have this big opportunity in ASEAN to bring our communities, our people together through these tools. And I would love for you to join me.
Thank you so much, Ben. Verena?
Yes. So if there's one thing I want to say is that through diversity, there's always opportunity. So let's leverage on technology to drive and spearhead business growth. And also let's drive inclusiveness in that growth. And happy to talk to anybody. I have to add that in. Come reach out to SAP with all the SMEs who are looking to go digital. Thank you so much, Steve.
Yeah, thank you very much, Verena. Piniran Shamhari, your final thoughts?
Yeah, I would say in terms of we do need governance structure, and I would say that it should not be constrictive, but it should be an enabler. So I think it's more creating that enabling environment is what I would look at the leaders to establish. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And President Nishimura, if you could
yes, 20 seconds. I have 3 messages to ASEAN. 1, to establish ASEAN the new COVID resilient digitally supply chain. 2, to develop 3 R's, robust, responsive, and resilient risk management capability holistically. And 3, that the first 2 initiatives should be technology-led, leveraging on platforms for growth. Thank you.
Okay, you hear that, leaders? You've heard it here from President Nishimura himself. Thank you all for joining me in this session. Navdeep, Ben, Verena, Piniran Shamhari, and President Nishimura. And thank you all for joining us as well, watching out there, and for your questions. We do appreciate them. Apologies we didn't get through all of them, but we have to keep the time moving. I will now pass you back to Jenny for what's next for this year's edition of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. And Jenny, I suppose I'll have to call my parents and explain to them what the metaverse is.
Yes, Steve, I'll also explain to my mum, because she's also watching too. So thank you in advance for that. Thank you, Steve Lyon, you're a very spirited panelist. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got about 2 hours left of our ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. Coming up inside this next hour, we will be hearing from the Right Honourable Boris Johnson, MP, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and a presentation on the ASEAN-backed Brunei Digital Legacy Project. But for now, let's take a quick break. A short message from Zulik Pharma. We're back with a presentation on the ASEAN-backed Brunei Digital Legacy Project in a few moments' time.
In this diverse region of exciting growth opportunities, a healthcare services business was established almost a century ago. A pioneer in the Asian healthcare market, Zulik Pharma's goal was to help companies establish a foothold in the region and enable the delivery of innovative drugs and treatments across Asia. This determination led to the development of cutting-edge healthcare importation and distribution services, and made Zulik Pharma the region's leading healthcare services provider that partners with communities, companies, doctors, hospitals, pharmacies, and clinics to make healthcare more accessible. Today, the pioneering spirit of our founders is found in all of our 10,000 people who work with the world's leading healthcare companies to develop and bring pharmaceutical products to Asia. You will see it in our determination to continually develop new standards of distribution quality and efficiency, and in our ongoing investment in cold chain innovation that ensures products reach all parts of Asia in top condition. Our team works closely with companies and institutions to trial, launch and grow new drugs, therapies and devices to treat some of Asia's biggest health challenges. But we know that making healthcare more accessible doesn't end with getting products developed and into market. Patients need to understand and be able to afford treatments, and we need ways to stop people from becoming sick when diseases are preventable. This is an important part of what we do. Our patient support programs help patients manage their conditions, and we have developed health, wellness and vaccination initiatives that encourage prevention over cure. But the healthcare industry doesn't stand still, and like our founders, we are continuing to pioneer into new areas. We will leverage data to better understand gaps in the sector and provide our partners with the insights they need to become more efficient in treating and reaching people across the region. We will use technology to help payers manage rising healthcare costs and make disease prevention and management more accessible and affordable. Together, we will pave the way for the development of new healthcare solutions. Doing things tomorrow that we can only dream of today to make healthcare more accessible.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have our presentation on the ASEAN-backed Brunei Digital Legacy Project, led by Haslina Taib, the chair of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021, the CEO of Dynamic Technologies. This session will start with a couple of videos and then over to Haslina.
airline industry taking a devastating hit. Many airports across the country, ghost towns. Planes littered with empty seats after travelers ground their trip over coronavirus fears.
In pre-pandemic 2019, the Southeast Asian travel and tourism industry attracted 133.1 million travelers, contributing to $393 billion in GDP and 42.3 million jobs. The economic repercussions of the global COVID-19 pandemic are felt by all and has affected many sectors, including travel and tourism, retail and services sectors, business operations, as well as disrupting supply chains and putting at risk employment and the livelihoods of people across the region. A separate study in August 2021 found an overwhelming 98% of ASEAN business leaders surveyed were willing to travel in the next 12 months, and 89% had concerns on opportunity loss due to travel restrictions. The economic need to resume regional travel is clear. It was in the ASEAN Summit November 2020 that Southeast Asian heads of state and governments jointly adopted the ASEAN Declaration on an ASEAN Travel Corridor Arrangement Framework. The Travel Corridor Framework is to explore and set up cross-border channels between ASEAN nations, resume the flow of business travel, trade and diplomacy, and in time, progressing to a safe and staggered reopening of tourism activities, while prioritizing public health safety at the same time. During the 27th ASEAN Economic Ministers Retreat in March 2021, the Secretary General of ASEAN, Dato' Lim Jock Hoi, underscored the critical need for innovative solutions and capitalizing on digital technology to fast-track safe reopening of ASEAN's economies towards recovery, leveraging on the Travel Corridor Framework to pursue common protocols for possible health and vaccination certificates. Later that year in September, the call for the implementation of the Travel Corridor Framework was made during the 53rd ASEAN Economic Ministers meeting and also called for the setting up of an ASEAN digital travel wallet. In ASEAN, member nations have been proactive in developing individual applications for domestic use, namely Brunei's BruHealth, Thailand's SHA and More Chana, Singapore's SG Clean and Trace Together, Malaysia's My Sejahtera, Indonesia's Indonesia Care, and Peduli Lindungi, and the Philippines' Stay Safe. With all this in place, there is potential for these individual applications to be integrated onto a shared platform that can synchronize traveling protocols across ASEAN. And this 25th October 2021, at the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, this is being realized through the launch of the ASEAN Digital Gateway and Travel Wallet. We welcome you to be a part of this exciting journey so that we all can once again travel, reconnect, recover, stronger, together, sama-sama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan Al-Bolkiah Muizzaddin Wat Daulah, Ibni Al-Marhum Sultan Haji Omar Ali Saifuddin Sa'adul Haywaddin, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Negara Brunei Darussalam, Chairman of ASEAN Leaders 2021. The Honorable and Your Excellencies, Heads of States, Presidents and Prime Ministers, Senior Government Officials, esteemed Joint Business Council members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. When we first looked at the ASEAN Priority Economic Deliverables, which aims towards recovery, digitalization, sustainability for economic growth, we identified the challenges, multiple hurdles, documentation, restricting ease of travel, different and inconsistent cross-border and health protocols. Also the need to share data while protecting national sovereignty. So we ask ourselves, how do we overcome these challenges to facilitate economic recovery with a solution that prioritizes both lives and livelihoods? I'm pleased to present to you the ASEAN Digital Gateway and Travel Wallet. Firstly, the ASEAN Digital Gateway. It is an open shared platform that allows each ASEAN member state to control its own citizens' data whilst issuing only public data. This will be encrypted as genuine tamper-proof credentials on private, permissioned blockchain. The gateway drive standardization of cross-border and business entry protocols while respecting data privacy and protecting interests. Each subscribing member country autonomously integrates its own national COVID response applications and manages its own verifiers, both from the public and private sector. Secondly, the ASEAN Travel Wallet. Like the EU Green Certificate, the wallet back-end administration dashboard allows ASEAN member nations to manage their traveling citizens' health records, integrations, border control verifications, and exchange public keys with the gateway. Travelers can opt to utilize value-add and easy-to-use mobile wallet app. From a traveler's point of view, it is as simple as accessing, storing, displaying a QR code. Detailed and careful configuration on the app will help create safer, contactless border and entry processes while validating travelers' public key encryption securely on blockchain. We call for the collaboration of ASEAN member states, together with businesses, to develop and deploy this gateway and wallet. As a united endeavor, this collaboration would pave the way for an integrated ASEAN economic recovery and a safer travel corridor in the region.
The ASEAN Digital Gateway and Travel Wallet will facilitate seamless movement in the region, supporting the ASEAN Travel Corridor Framework. Let us join Aman, currently living in Brunei, on his journey. He needs to travel to country A for a business meeting and inspect his factory at country C. Aman will have to fill in various forms online, submit and upload physical documents for Brunei, country A and country C. Aman feels stressed with the inconsistent document requirements and protocols. Aman's friend Dran, who lives in country A, then mentioned to him about the ASEAN Digital Gateway and Travel Wallet, ADG-TW, the region's initiative to reopening borders. With this, we will be able to ensure, as much as possible, safer traveling procedures and data exchange through contactless immigration and entry processes. With genuine, tamper-proof, and valid vaccinations on blockchain, we will benefit from a seamless process which facilitates the ASEAN Travel Corridor Framework and multilateral vaccinated travel lanes initiatives, as well as interoperable data sharing from each nation's mobile contact tracing applications. And this will provide a standardized solution and protocols ecosystem across ASEAN. This will resolve misunderstanding, non-recognition, or error in non-standardized protocols of vaccination certifications issued by different countries. Dran spoke about how the ASEAN Regional Travel Corridor has made it seamless and safe to travel. With the ASEAN Travel Wallet, Aman can request the required public information from the relevant national authorities, which will be stored as blockchain credentials on the ASEAN Digital Gateway. The data can be accessed via a QR code through the wallet. Aman is now ready to start his journey. Meanwhile, the system ensures that complete and confidential information is stored only in the national database of the traveler's country of residence. Aman resides in Brunei, so when does his private personal data. He only carries the public version of his data in the ASEAN Travel Wallet, connected and encrypted through the ASEAN Digital Gateway. The encryption is shared as a public key across the ASEAN Digital Gateway while he travels and crosses the border. Aman arrives in country A, and at the immigration checkpoint, he simply presents the QR code from the ASEAN Travel Wallet. The Verifier app scans the QR code and validates the encrypted data through the ASEAN Digital Gateway. With the ASEAN Digital Gateway and Travel Wallet, Aman benefits from shorter queues, contactless checks, bridges language barriers, and standardized verification protocols. In country A, Aman then can go for his business meeting, eat with Dran at his favorite healthy restaurant, and take public transport, because businesses and agencies can also use the ASEAN Travel Wallet verified app to scan his QR code. Aman continues the next leg of his journey to country C. Similarly, At the immigration checkpoint, he repeats the same process with the ASEAN travel wallet. Aman, once again, benefits from shorter queues, contactless checks, bridges, language barriers, and standardized verification protocols. He is ready to face the traffic. Aman then checks into his hotel to serve the required quarantine period. Country sees authorities, updates Aman's negative PCR test results into his wallet via the ASEAN Digital Gateway. He is now free to go on site to check his factory. Let us reconnect people and businesses. On board the ASEAN Digital Gateway and Travel Wallet. Recover stronger together. Sama-sama.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, to now join Haslina Taib in the conversation, we'd like to welcome Charles Dorsey, Managing Director, APAC Consensus, and the author of Blockong, 21 Entrepreneurs and Financiers Leading Blockchain in Hong Kong, for their conversation on the ASEAN-backed Digital Legacy Project and their future. Welcome.
Thank you. A very good afternoon.
Hi, Charles. Thank you for being able to join us here today. First of all, we would like to take this opportunity to have a closer look at the technology behind the ASEAN Digital Gateway and Travel Wallet project. Through the application of distributed ledger technology, a smart contract in blockchain, trust is facilitated through the collective record keeping maintained by each node and nation, ensuring security and accuracy. There has been a number of projects regionally that have utilized blockchain to take advantage of its benefits. Charles, Consensus has been instrumental in pushing for blockchain within this region and in other regions. Can you share with us your view on the practicality and benefits of building a blockchain platform for collaborative, sustainable digital ASEAN project such as this? In particular, as mentioned in the first panel this morning, the importance of combating cybersecurity, one of the priority economic deliverables for ASEAN this year. How do you make it safe and secure to protect interests of national sovereign data and personal data privacy? Charles.
Thank you so much, Ashina. Thank you for having me. It's a very important question you're touching on here. The beauty of blockchain systems, they are distributed systems. So it allows each nation to keep their data in their domestic geographies and essentially coordinate their efforts. So what we've seen with the COVID is an acceleration on digital society in general. And we need to go one step further in connecting and helping these different systems to work together so that they can exchange information, they can exchange information about businesses, about individual traveling, and really accelerating again the recovery and the brightness of the economy. The way to keep this system secure is essentially to keep them very well organized and keeping each of the members having their own node so they can be the owner and the masters of their data, and following also global standards, open source standards, which have been used by many other countries, should it be for central bank digital currencies or some other project in other regions. That's really helped to keep the system healthy and accelerate the collaboration and coordination between the nations.
It is amazing, isn't it, the blockchain technology and how data is being arranged into blocks and nodes. Only the each nation will actually keep the privacy of the data, their own data, and then only uses what is ever necessary for the public key for use to transfer border. Now, as economic recovery is a priority for ASEAN, the ASEAN Digital Gateway and Travel Wallet project is timely, and it will support business travel and reopening of borders. in terms of its use, blockchain can natively integrate its wallet, and as I said earlier on, but it is actually integrating wallets into smartphone mobile apps. And it is ideal to utilize what we already have, especially when Southeast Asia is known as one of the world's fastest growing mobile wallet markets. It's interesting to know what are the concepts involved to transact on blockchain, touching on what we previously said in the actual video that we just displayed earlier. Charles, let us in. What are some of the concepts you would like to share to individuals and businesses in ASEAN who would like to create assets and transact on such innovative regional platforms built on blockchain?
Absolutely, Ashina. I think the opportunity is really for all. It's an opportunity for governments. It's an opportunity for the private sector. It's an opportunity for the individuals and the small and medium enterprises. The opportunity is to upgrade identity, the same way you can upgrade your computer or upgrade your mobile phone with new software to make it more performant and more able to connect with others. You have the opportunity here to upgrade identity. You have the opportunity to upgrade the way you transact money, and changing the way money moves between countries will have a very deep impact and a positive impact. And it's also an opportunity to upgrade commerce. So upgrading money and upgrading commerce can only be really a very strong value proposition for everyone to start their learning curve and start their journey. And we are very excited by this travel identity gateway and wallet. I think it's just going to show in a very practical ways how this use of technology to coordinate and accelerate collaboration between nations in ASEAN will bring a lot of benefits for all the countries participants.
In terms of national blockchain strategies, more industrial nations are working on this, but developing countries have become the preferred test beds for blockchain technology pilots. The digital gateway will allow ASEAN member nations equal opportunities to participate. Inclusivity has been discussed all throughout today, and it's really important to actually ensure that emerging technologies such as this will actually spread across the region itself, so that we can all gain benefits of utilizing blockchain. The problem with emerging technologies such as blockchain, it has got a historical impact on its bad connotation. But the actual blockchain itself is a really important technology platform that we could actually move forward in terms of collaboration. So there are also other opportunities to maximize the use of the gateway. Charles, in terms of the region, how can this open platform and standardized gateway be further expanded in terms of digital trade, connectivity, and inclusiveness? Let's talk about how we can reach to the last miles, if you like, and how do we actually onboard these guys?
Ashlina, I'd like to build on one of your earlier remarks about ASEAN countries leapfrogging many other regions of the world by having the opportunity to build today critical infrastructures for their respective countries and nations. And that's a very, very good point here. Don't be afraid and don't overthink blockchain. Blockchain today are developed in a very casual manner. It's mostly API, and I'm sure everyone in these rooms have teams familiar with API. So it's essentially a software which will help you to coordinate many of your legacy systems. So it does not mean you have to migrate from one way to another and destroy everything to rebuild. Again, it's a very smooth transition. I think it's important to follow standards. It's important to reach out to all the different initiatives, should they be regional initiatives or national initiatives on identity, on central bank digital currencies, or many other topics around the blockchain technology to start learning. Everyone have started the learning curve at some point, and if you're starting now, be sure that all these projects are extremely inclusive. They always welcome new participants to help the technology and the collaboration progressing. So I will say follow follow standards, raise your hand and join current activities within the ASEAN organization and some others, and don't overthink the technology. You will find that within your existing teams, there is a lot of people with already very strong digital foundations, which will help them to essentially bring you to the last mile on this blockchain journey. So it's take it one step at a time, and you're going to find the journey way easier than it sounds from the beginning.
That's the beauty about these emerging technologies such as blockchain. Conducive strategies to achieve interoperability beyond ASEAN. Anyone can come on board now or in the next few months or in the next 2 years. It all depends on the will to change. I think one of the things that are that are key to this success of this project is to actually have. We have today the prototype. We are actually open for everyone to test it on for the 10 nations, but also just like the EU Green, we also want to have other joint partners involved in configuring and helping design the final milestone. What have you got to say in terms of getting the prototype interesting and then getting it to go live within the year? Charles?
I don't think we are very far away, to be honest. What we need actually now is a handful of early joiners to start to implement this first flow, to start to demonstrate to the other group members that these first corridors between different countries are working and building from there. So the prototype has been doing very well. It's following very clear and strict standards. And it's following also all the experience we've been building all over the world, working with central banks, with governments, with the financial institutions around identity, around the respect of privacy, around cyber security. So all of these core elements are here, united into this prototype. So we really warmly invite you to ask for a demonstration, join for some kind of pilot, so we can build and polish this common good for the ASEAN. And I think the concept is really to build something for this group, the ASEAN countries, making sure it's open source, making sure it's following standards, so it can benefit for everyone, and everyone can be playing in the same plane level field when it comes to identity and cross-border travel and transactions.
Absolutely. And what more to actually start from the vaccination travel lane? We already have got standardization on that. So one of the things that really is important, whilst we have a multilateral working environment for the prototype itself, we are welcoming nation to just participate. I think 100 access for this is open from today itself. So something for you to inquire and write about. Now, we don't really have much time for questions, but I really want to take this question because it's really, really fun question. So this is a question from Austin Nasir, who is 12 years old. A question I think he actually gave from through his mother's login. And he said, with this digital travel wallet, can I travel with my nenek? I think that's grandma in English, without my mum. So now that is a generation gap question, I think, from us today trying to configure. And then there you go, one generation gap, a child of 12 years old, and then another one that is actually a grandma who probably don't know how to use details of the telephone, but do know how to actually use mobile app. I think my mother knows how to actually use YouTube. So last question, what is the closing remark for you on that question, Charles?
It's a great question. We're going to come back to you with more details on that. But what is really proving is there is a pull, there is a demand, there is a market fit with this product we've been designing together over the past months. So it's very exciting to see that in the early stage of the solution, the gateway and the travel wallet, there is already hands rising and saying, I want to use it, and I want to use it with my grandma. So it's really exciting to see so much of attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Charles.
Thank
Unfortunately,
you.
my phone is actually pinging, but I can't take any calls. We will answer all the calls through the chat itself. But thank you very much, Charles, for sharing how blockchain can facilitate collaboration between governments and businesses. As our ASEAN families and community emerge from lockdowns and isolation, we rely more and more on emerging technologies such as blockchain to help us live, work, and interact better in the new normal. We hope that we have given you this insight. We look forward to working with you and member states to make this ASEAN Digital Gateway and Travel Wallet project a success. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Haslina. Thank you so much, Charles. Such a family affair. We've discussed moms and dads, grandchildren and neneks. So thank you so much for that. Very engaging discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall return with our next leader keynote address after this short message from HSBC.
We all know what's going on. Millions of voices tell us every day. What we need more than ever is action. We need a game plan. We need ideas that deliver a future of sustained prosperity for us all. We need a business plan for the planet. Because business does. Because business solves problems. Business innovates because business acts globally. Business knows the meaning of now. Business has an eye on the future. At HSBC, we're committing between $750 billion and $1 trillion to drive sustainable transitions over the next 9 years and to support our clients all over the planet and their networks to thrive in a low-carbon economy. HSBC's target is for our own operations and supply chain to reach net zero by 2030 and to help all of our customers achieve the same goal by 2050. We believe that business can be part of the solution. If you do too, join us. Visit business.hsbc.com/BPFP.
Ladies and gentlemen, still ahead of us on our ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, we have 3 leaders' keynote addresses, 1 more panel discussion on sustainable ASEAN, and a closing ceremony. Still a lot more to go. With that, we now welcome back the Honorable Yanti for our next leader introduction.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The UK is ASEAN's newest dialogue partner in 25 years. We are delighted that the UK's conferment of dialogue partnership was under Brunei's chairmanship of ASEAN. It has been a great pleasure for the ASEAN Business Advisory Council to partner and collaborate with the UK ASEAN Business Council and the UK government on a range of issues to deepen our public-private partnership, including on Brunei's legacy project, Hired. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, it is my pleasure to welcome the Right Honourable Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Next week, heads of state and government from around the world, including most of ASEAN, will gather in Glasgow for one of the defining summits of our time. COP26 marks our last best chance to begin the global push to net zero. And if we can use that opportunity to deliver real substantive action on coal, cars, cash and trees, then I really do believe that we can not only keep temperature increases below 1.5 degrees, but we can also usher in a worldwide green industrial revolution, growing economies by cutting emissions. There's no choice to be made between going green and creating jobs. They're 2 sides of the same coin. And there's no doubt at all that green investment is the future. Something like 70% of global GDP is already located in countries committed to net zero. And with the UK at the forefront of this revolution, with our 10-point plan to build back not only better, but build back greener and more sustainably, you will find no better partner to work alongside in this exciting new age. So I was delighted to see ASEAN choose the UK as its first new dialogue partner in a quarter of a century. Pre-pandemic, we were already doing in the region of £40 billion of business each year. Now, as we all seek to build back better from coronavirus, I want to see that figure rise further still. And I'm sure it will, because Global Britain is once again open to the world. We're embracing new partners and reacquainting ourselves with old friends. We're negotiating ambitious and wide-ranging free trade deals with a degree of speed and efficiency that few thought possible. And we're pioneering high-tech frontiers with a new digital innovation partnership underpinned by our digital trade network. On the surface, the UK and Southeast Asia may appear very different, not least in terms of the weather. But take a look under the bonnet and you see deep and enduring ties in business, education, culture, history, and more. Let's use that unique relationship to make the most of this green revolution and invest in the future, not just of ASEAN and the United Kingdom, but of future generations around the world.
Thank you so much to the Right Honourable Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. That's something I've never said before. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our final panel discussion on sustainable ASEAN after this video from BLNG. Ladies and gentlemen, to now set the scene for our next panel discussion, we have Sir David Attenborough.
Good day to you, and I'm truly sorry that I can't be with you in person. There is one subject which is going to affect every single one of us, and that is, of course, climate change. I grew up in Britain. As a boy, I yearned to see the glories of the tropical world, the mysteries of the rainforest, the jungle, the unbelievable beauties of a coral reef, nature at its most complex and glorious. And nowhere are these beauties and wonders more evident than here in Southeast Asia. The Coral Triangle, the global centre of marine diversity, and the rainforest, which is the oldest in the world, dating back to 70 million years. And when I got here, I was not disappointed. I came here nearly 70 years ago, and these wonderlands were exactly like that. But since that time, they've changed. They have been dreadfully damaged, and I have seen it happening. Borneo has lost its rainforest at a faster rate than anywhere else in the world. 30% of it has gone within the last 40 years. Thailand and Vietnam, over a similar period, have lost half their mangroves, and in consequence their coasts and the cities built on them are losing their protection against tidal waves and storms. But the natural world is a source of more than just beauty. It provides us with every mouthful of food we eat and every lungful of air we breathe. Our health and our survival is dependent upon it, and yet we continue to destroy it. That is sheer folly. But these losses are not irreversible, not yet. Nature can recover if given the chance. Mangroves can be replanted. The rainforest can spread back into areas where it once flourished. Coral reefs will regrow if allowed to do so, and with a speed that will astonish anyone who's not familiar with the underwater world. And cities themselves, the home for so many of us, can welcome back wildlife and help it flourish, as Singapore, the city of nature, is now demonstrating so dramatically. Rainforests can still help to regulate world temperatures. Urban green spaces can help cool our cities and reduce the risk of floods. ASEAN has played a central role in this recovery and must surely continue to do so with even greater determination and vigour. It's within your power to do even better. Humanity working together could, even now, stabilise the global rise in temperature to below 2 degrees, and so avert a major worldwide catastrophe. I'm truly delighted that the UK, as President of COP26 in partnership with Italy, is calling for urgent action to put the protection of nature and diversity at the very centre of climate policies. As we come out of COVID-19 pandemic, we must surely strengthen these efforts and build back and build greener. All of us, no matter who we are, have a responsibility to care for the planet. The future of all humanity now depends on us. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I wish you every success.
Sir David Attenborough, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we now hand over to our moderator for our final panel discussion. A warm welcome to Baroness Neville Rolfe, Chair, UK ASEAN Business Council.
Jenny, thank you very much indeed. It's a real pleasure to be at the summit once again, albeit not physically in Brunei as I had hoped. And as Chair of the UK ASEAN Business Council, I'm very excited to be part of the discussion on sustainable ASEAN. We have an excellent panel ahead of us to explore how Southeast Asia can be more sustainable and grow economically at the same time. As Prime Minister Boris Johnson mentioned when he spoke, we have to come together to find solutions, and we look forward to the outcomes at COP26, which starts in Glasgow in the UK later this week. To begin, I'm delighted to first introduce and welcome the new Secretary General of the OECD, who is joining us live from Paris. Secretary General Corman took up his post as the 6th Secretary General on the 1st of June this year. And he previously, of course, served as the Australian Minister for Finance, the leader of the government in the Australian Senate, and as federal senator representing the state of Western Australia. In these roles, he has been a strong advocate for the positive power of open markets, free trade, and the rules international trading system. Secretary General Corman, we are delighted that you are joining us from Paris to share with your thoughts on sustainability and economic recovery. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. Thank you so much for inviting me to address you today at the Sustainable ASEAN session of the 2021 ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. And a particular thank you to the government of Brunei Darussalam for giving me this opportunity to discuss the ways the ASEAN region can optimize the strength and the quality of the recovery in the wake of the pandemic. Many countries around the world, including across Southeast Asia, continue, of course, to face serious challenges related to COVID-19. Recovery prospects for the region continue to gradually improve, while economic activity has not as yet returned to pre-pandemic levels. More countries are starting to reopen their borders, and of course, which will support a further recovery in activity, especially in the tourism sector, though levels of vaccination need to continue to increase across a significant part of the ASEAN region in order to really ensure we can benefit from a sustained recovery. Today's session takes place just a week ahead of COP26. Reaching global net zero is a global challenge. Like the virus, emissions don't stop at anyone's border. We need a lifting of ambition and effort around the world in a way that is effective and fair. Effective in that efforts in individual jurisdictions must help reduce global emissions rather than just shift emissions from one part to other parts of the world. And fair in that every country carries an appropriate, proportionate and verifiable share of the burden. And this will require continuous commitment to effective multilateralism, finding the best possible globally coordinated approaches and solutions. And the world very much needs ASEAN to continue to be strongly engaged in that global conversation. At the OECD, we recently put forward a proposal to G20 member countries to help facilitate an ambitious but internationally more coherent, globally better coordinated approach to the pricing of carbon emissions. And as Indonesia takes on the G20 presidency, we very much look forward to engaging with Indonesia in relation to that particular proposal. The aim is to help ensure more ambitious, cost-effective action on climate change can be pursued in a way that doesn't cause trade distortions or carbon leakage. Indeed, how can we preserve a global level playing field while lifting our ambition and efforts on climate to the level required through an appropriately comprehensive, coherent global approach? And to achieve this, our proposal is to assess and report on explicit and implicit carbon pricing efforts around the world as a way to inform such a more coherent, globally better coordinated way forward. And recent increases in climate commitments from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines and others are of course very welcome. I would like to say a few words now on key areas of action in national and regional efforts towards net zero. First, ASEAN's efforts to prioritize the transition to a circular economy are indeed impressive. OECD research shows that a significant proportion of greenhouse gas emissions come from materials production, particularly in a region such as yours. So your leadership in this field is key. Second, the energy sector is critical to our net zero efforts. Southeast Asia will be the center of global energy demand in the decades to come. You have a remarkable opportunity to address the triple goals of addressing energy poverty, national regional energy security, and indeed sustainable development by investing in renewables and energy efficiency, and by providing targeted support for poor energy consumers rather than pursuing the continued use of fossil fuel subsidies. When it comes to the transition to net zero carbon emissions, we will need both public and private efforts. Third, we need policies and regulatory frameworks which incentivize green investment and innovation. Because beyond governments, businesses can and must contribute by setting their own net zero targets, transforming their value chain emissions, focusing on climate-friendly investments and supporting innovation. Greening supply chains will be a prerequisite for attracting quality foreign direct investment. Financial markets must be a part of the solution to climate change. It is important to advance efforts in the region to adopt sustainable finance practices, which will create a finance ecosystem that will provide adequate capital for the low carbon transition. We need to encourage and support local businesses. ASEAN countries are attractive destinations for investment. If you continue to put in place transparent and predictable regulatory frameworks, you should be able to attract a significant amount of the growing flow of international finance going towards sustainable investment in developing countries. The key message here is continue to design clear, integrated regulatory frameworks that offer stability and certainty for international investors. Our forthcoming economic outlook for Southeast Asia, China, and India assesses various market-based options such as social bonds and green bonds, highlighting the need to strengthen the region's market infrastructure and facilitating issuance by small firms. The OECD is also advancing a policy framework to integrate environmental, social, and governance factors that support a just net zero transition, including definitions, principles, and due diligence guidance for sustainable and climate-related finance. Southeast Asia also has a significant proportion of the world's biodiversity, both marine and forest-based. You have an opportunity to pursue economic development while conserving your natural systems through nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions is a means of ensuring economic development goals which align with environmental and community goals. It allows countries to monetize and value your natural resources. Southeast Asia is a region of islands. You're the stewards of a significant part of the world's salt waterways. You can become leaders in addressing marine litter. This is vital for your local communities and your fishing and tourism industries. The OECD is working with ASEAN to tackle the challenges of marine plastic pollution, which are threatening the region's ocean health and sustainable ocean economy. Our forthcoming Global Plastics Outlook estimates that the stock of plastic debris in oceans and rivers already amounts to more than 60 million tons and is rapidly growing. The OECD looks forward to deepening the collaboration with ASEAN to address this important global challenge. Many ASEAN countries already have started to put in place effective recycling system. The next step is to phase out single-use plastics and move toward a full system of reuse. This could also bring economic benefits. Southeast Asia is also a region of growing metropolises. The focus on sustainable infrastructure development will be key. Careful planning now would help deliver better connected public transport systems, for example. It will be important to plan for this now. This would allow you to not only address greenhouse gas emissions, but also another key challenge in parts of Southeast Asia, namely localized air pollution. Tackling climate change effectively and efficiently, as with all global challenges, requires, as I mentioned, strong globally coordinated action. That is why we are strengthening our global engagement and promoting OECD's values, principles, and standards all around the world, and in particular towards the Asia Pacific, a region of key strategic priority. Let us continue to work together, including through the OECD Southeast Asia Regional Programme, to define solid pathways to realize the sustainable ASEAN. I wish you an excellent discussion at your panel. Thank you for inviting me.
Secretary General, thank you so much for joining us and for delivering your address. As you said, ASEAN needs to be actively involved in the conversation that is being had, and the collaboration between the OECD, who I remember so well from my time as a minister, and ASEAN is particularly important. So we greatly appreciate your time today. Thank you for being with us. I'm now delighted to invite to the stage my excellent panel of experts to build on that important address. We're here today with a fine mix of geographies and of backgrounds. We have Andrew Morlett, CEO of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which focuses on the circular economy and is based in the United Kingdom. Surendra Rosha, Co-Chief Executive Asia Pacific of HSBC, who's based in Hong Kong. Farida Dato Talib, Managing Director and CEO of Brunei Liquefied Natural Gas. and I should note the first female managing director of Brunei LNG. And finally, Associate Professor Simon Tay, Chairman of the Singapore Institute of International Affairs. Now, one of Brunei's deliverables as chair of ASEAN is on the circular economy. Andrew, you're the CEO of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which focuses on just that. Can you tell us a little bit, please, about this and how emerging economies, which make up, of course, most of Southeast Asia, can benefit?
Well, thank you for inviting me to join today. It's a pleasure and an honor. Regarding the circular economy, the best way to think about this is in comparison to the economic model we currently have, which we refer to as a linear economy. It's a linear system. I mean, in the linear economy, we really take resources out of the ground and we turn them into something. We use them for a very short period of time, and then they go to waste or landfill incineration. It's massively wasteful. It's extraordinarily energy intensive and polluting. And it's clear that this model cannot be the basis for ongoing future development. And as we heard from David Attenborough, the impact of the linear economy is profound. If we think about climate change, we need to focus on energy transition, but actually 45% of the solutions exist within the way in which we make and use things. And if we think about biodiversity loss, 90% of this loss comes from the resource extraction and processing we actually currently need to enable the linear economy to work. So it's not just about environmental considerations, though. The linear economy is fundamentally intertwined in the way in which future industry and sectors work. And we need to actually think about and rethink the way in which the economy works, and we need to transform this in the future so that we can actually keep the value of the materials, the resources, the products that we put on the economy in the economy and keep them out of the natural environment. And by doing this, we lower the impact of this circular economy on the environment and significantly lower the energy demand of it as well. But many people tend to think about the circular economy primarily as a waste management and recycling agenda. And that's part of it, but it's a much, much bigger idea, actually. It's really about how we make and use products and materials and food. And it actually is a systems framework that, if we apply the levers of a circular economy, can have a very significant impact on creation of new forms of economic value, massively reduce pollution, and massively reduce the energy demand. And it's really based on three principles. By design, we want to eliminate waste and pollution. We need to do that up front rather than just think of it as a waste and recycling problem, for example. And we need to circulate the products and materials and use them much longer. We need to design them for repairability, upgradability, longevity, reusability, resale, etc. And this is really crucial because there's an enormous amount of embedded energy and highly valuable materials in these products. So we need to keep them in use and circulation longer. And we actually, thirdly, need to think about how we regenerate natural systems by design. And this is particularly important for the way in which we think about food and the way in which we design food so that it uses more biodiverse materials and it relies much more on regenerative farming practices. And we're seeing this idea of the circular economy taken up around the world by leading businesses, by leading governments and cities. And it's an inspiring vision for a model that can work in the long run and create greater value. And of course, it's crucial in ASEAN. And as we see the upcoming G20 presidency being taken over by Indonesia next year, we're looking forward to seeing policy, businesses and finance come together in a way that are pulling in the same direction towards this vision of a circular economy. And while the policy considerations are really crucial, they need to be applied in a way that is tailored to the specific economies themselves. So this combination of tailored enabling policy and innovation in business to rethink and redesign the way in which we make and use things is really crucial. And we are very much looking forward to working with the key actors across ASEAN over the coming years to really accelerate this idea and to rethink the path forward and to create a new economic opportunity through the adoption of the bigger idea of a circular economy.
Andrew, thank you so much for that. And as you say, David Attenborough was an inspiration, and your comments have added to that. You made some excellent points, which I'm sure we'll come back to, including indeed emphasizing that Indonesia will have share the G20 in the coming year, and then ASEAN after that. But now I'd like to move on to Rosha, co-CEO of HSBC for Asia Pacific from Hong Kong. Rosha, how are organizations like yours approaching the sustainability challenge?
Thank you very much for inviting me to be a part of the panel today on a topic that is one of the most critical subjects of our time. Paris was a watershed moment. The impact of meeting the Paris Agreement commitments for nations and organizations has been profound. But it created real momentum for financial companies to integrate sustainability into their commercial strategies. Firstly, by setting targets for financing, sustainable financing, and being accountable for those targets. Secondly, working with policymakers on the climate risks faced by businesses. And then thirdly, working on what transition means for them. Many financial institutions, including HSBC, saw the Paris targets as a starting point rather than an end goal in a long journey, using the opportunity to set our ambitions much higher. So in October last year, we said by 2050, we will become a net zero bank. It means we are doing this across the bank, in our own operations, in our supply chain, and by supporting our customers in their own transitions. But there are significant challenges that Asia will have to overcome if we are to succeed. After all, we live in a world that is still heavily reliant on fossil fuels, especially in the ASEAN region. And from a wider perspective, 87% of incremental global emissions since 1990 have come from Asia. Huge investments will be needed, trillions and trillions of dollars, as we know from various studies, if we are to achieve net zero. And we need to do all of this while still delivering growth to developing markets. We at HSBC strongly believe that the private sector has a responsibility to protect communities where they operate from climate change. And if we do not address climate change in ASEAN by 2030, it hits the region by 11% in terms of GDP by the year 2100. But all of this is going to be expensive. The annual financing gap in 8 of the 11 Southeast Asian countries was estimated to be $102 billion from 2016 to 2020. And this may have worsened since COVID-19 hit. The bloc needs some 2.8 trillion in infrastructure investment alone between 2016 and 2030. So how do we bring all of this together? How do we achieve an economic transformation that dramatically cuts carbon emissions and yet still ensure that there is lasting economic growth? Firstly, the public and private sectors have to work together to support new investment opportunities. Governments have a strong role to play in sending clear and consistent signals to incentivize the change of behavior they require. And the private sector needs to recognize these signals and invest. If the public and private sectors can align, I believe we can deliver net zero transformation. The second priority is ensuring that the financial sector plays its role as a catalyst for change. I strongly believe that banks like ours have a responsibility to help governments and companies to chart their own transition and prepare fully for a net zero future. We said we will prioritize financing and investment to support our customers by lending between 750 billion and 1 trillion to fund net zero transitions over the next 10 years. We also said we will help unlock the potential of nature and technology to help solve some of the issues that face us. This led us to join with World Resources Institute and WWF to form a 5-year, $100 million philanthropic climate solutions partnership, which is aimed at scaling up climate innovation ventures, supporting nature-based solutions, and helping to move the energy sector towards renewables in Asia. But supporting our clients in their transition is probably the most important contribution we can make. It is about understanding how their businesses will change as the economy decarbonizes, and making sure they understand how our own risk appetite will change as financial institutions, and then discussing how we can help the investments be financed that they need to make. I'll give you 3 examples of where we hope to make a transformative impact. Firstly, in sustainable infrastructure. We've linked up with IFC, the OECD, and others to create Fast Infra, finance to accelerate the sustainable transition in infrastructure, which aims to raise private investments to fund sustainable infrastructure in developing markets. The initiative will establish ESG performance standards. Meeting these will represent a stamp of quality, a kite mark, so to speak, so that any government or developer can ensure their infra assets consistently conform to the highest standards, and investors can be confident that their investments are sustainable. So far, over 50 global entities representing governments at all levels, the financial sector, investors, rating agencies, and NGOs are now participating in this initiative. Secondly, I'd like to highlight supply chain. They were mentioned earlier as well. As the largest trade finance bank in the world, we see the international, and we have an international network that covers about 90% of global GDP, and we see trade flows of about 760 billion last year in 2020. We are in a unique position to mobilize change. For large consumer companies, typically 80% of greenhouse gas emissions come from the smaller companies that make up their supply chains. Walmart is a great example where we are helping. For Walmart's supply chain finance program, we are incentivizing sustainability with improved finance terms for suppliers who make environmentally positive changes. Walmart's initiative aims to cut 1 billion metric tons or a gigaton of greenhouse gases from their global supply chain by 2030. And the last initiative is blended finance and reaching parts of the economy that would not be commercially viable for the private sector alone. We recently announced a partnership with Temasek, in which we will co-invest in a fund that will initially focus on renewable energy, water, waste, and green transport sectors. We hope to use seed capital of 150 million to mobilize over $1 billion in blended finance over the next 5 years. The intent of the platform is ultimately to aim to bridge the green bankability gap, financing sustainable projects which don't quite satisfy the risk or return requirements of ordinary commercial loans. The fund aims to de-risk green infrastructure lending and open the door for institutional investors and sovereign wealth funds to invest with greater peace of mind. We're very much looking forward to working with our customers and other stakeholders, including the government, to bring this to life in the near future. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Roger, excellent points and some wonderful examples for us to draw on in our panel. Thank you. I'd now like to move on. Farida, from Brunei Liquefied Natural Gas. You boast the oldest LNG plant in the world. Can you talk to us about how you are approaching the changing nature of energy?
Thank you, Baroness. I'm deeply honored to be part of this dialogue on sustainability and its importance for the future and the role we play, a subject I'm passionate about. Sustainability is actually at the core of the LNG business in many aspects. We are a key contributor to Brunei Darussalam's GDP, enabling the development and growth of the nation. We are also an engine of growth for the country, and our continuous revenue generation is essential in powering the progress of sustainability efforts in Brunei and in building future capability. Beyond this, we are also a proud provider of sustainable and clean energy to the region. In today's panel, I will be exploring 3 main. One is around gas as a bridge to decarbonization, partnering with renewable forms of energy. The other is around carbon pricing incentives or nature-based solutions to incentivize businesses to drive their emissions down. And last but not least, of course, where can we find synergies across and between industries where emissions cannot be avoided? In an essence, so a circular economy between industries, as it were. So with 50% lower emission than coal, LNG and gas plays a prominent role in complementing renewables and acting as a bridge towards the journey to decarbonization, especially in emerging economies like ASEAN. As the region is transitioning into lower carbon, ASEAN's economic growth is likely to make it the world's 4th largest economy by 2030, competing with the likes of the EU and US. So unlocking the demand for gas in the smaller and emerging economies in ASEAN is fundamental to ensure energy security in this region, where the total final energy consumption is forecasted to grow by 146% in 2040. Scalable solutions like small-scale opportunities or plays within LNG and other forms of energy can play a key role in ASEAN's energy transition agenda as an alternative fuel to diesel, which is currently often the fuel of choice for remote locations, which have no access to pipeline gas, for instance. So LNG producing companies like ourselves can play a role in the ASEAN energy transition by providing an important building block of the required supply chain. I'm pleased that there is already a focus from ASEAN to promote gas and LNG infrastructure within this region as part of the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, the Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline Program. So the viability of the path to net zero is dependent on industrial collaboration, as been mentioned by my two esteemed colleagues who spoke before me. And really, it does require the creation of a symbiotic relationship between industries to enable a holistic approach towards CO2 abatement. So for instance, an opportunity that could be feasible today would be to partner with, for myself as an LNG operations, would be to partner with other downstream industries to do a carbon capture utilization, which is then to recycle the carbon dioxide that has been emitted for further usage downstream, so that it prevents it being emitted out into the atmosphere. This, of course, is largely dependent on availability of consumers in proximity to our assets, the scale of economy, and of course, carbon incentives. Our strategy should be to avoid and reduce emissions as much as possible, and to protect and compensate the environment for emissions that cannot be further avoided and reduced. So as a 52-year-old plant, we have taken steps to improve our own energy efficiency through collaboration with the government of His Majesty Sultan via the Department of Electrical Service, where we maximize the waste heat generated from the power generation plant next to our site for our own steam generation. This is in a bid to actually reduce our own greenhouse gas intensity. We are also looking to shift 10% of our own power generation source from fuel gas to renewable energy by 2025 as part of our initiative to become more sustainable. Now, earlier this year, we were elated to be the first carbon-neutral LNG cargo supplier in the Southeast Asian region. This was an integrated, collaborative effort between players in the whole value chain, and it made an important milestone in our journey as a key partner for energy transition, whilst enabling our own customers to move towards their net zero ambition by compensating for the full life cycle of the CO2 equivalent emissions of the cargo with nature-based solutions. So to me, decarbonization, especially in a developing and growing region, is a complex journey that requires industrial collaboration between and across industries in a more sustained and integrated way, leveraging on public and private partnership. The journey of sustainability is multifaceted with different pathways to take. It requires collaboration, clear ambition, long-term planning for it to materialize. And it can only work with incentives and requires regional collaboration with regards to carbon tax policies and the promotion of cross-border carbon mechanisms. So I look forward for the dialogue with my fellow panelists today on their thoughts and views on sustainability and net zero. Thank you.
Farida, thank you so much. And it's great to hear you as an example of Brunei being so proactive on these global issues. And we now turn to Professor Simon Tay. Simon, you chair the oldest think tank in Singapore, and we've heard about sustainability from a global perspective. From the finance and energy perspective, and about incentives. Could you please bring the ASEAN view with your opening remarks? How can ASEAN grow sustainably?
Thank you very much, Baroness. I'd like to join many of the comments made earlier about the private sector, the energy transition, as well as the importance of green finance and supply chains. I shall try not to repeat them, because while this is a vital part of the picture, and of course to our audience in business and investment, I think the other part of the picture can't be taken for granted. And this is the role of governments and also the dangers and risks. The SWA, which I chair, grew into this area of sustainability because of that risk. We seized upon the issue of the transboundary haze pollution, which is a local pollution for Indonesia, a regional harm, as well as a huge global scale emission of carbon gas. I think that really from there, we've had to look at the agroforestry issues and the companies in the area, and then finally looking at supply chains and the green finance issues. And in the process, we've broadened our work to the infrastructure, and forthcoming, we'll be looking very much at ASEAN creating a truly collective community approach to the climate change problem. Now, our panelists have spoken about how ASEAN is much an integrated economy. That's true, and the ambition of the ASEAN community that the SWI also studies and supports. But additionally, we're only at the start of really seeing it as an ecological and climate community. Now, what is the difference? We are working, to be fair, and the ASEAN Secretary General spoke earlier in the day. We are looking at various issues such as the haze, about mangrove restoration, wildlife trafficking, renewable energy, and we're starting to have a taxonomy on sustainable finance. But while ASEAN is conscious of the climate crisis, they really haven't come together. The nationally determined contributions, NDCs, announced at Glasgow, will be each country by itself. It's wonderful to hear that ASEAN will now have a joint statement about climate change to start to recognize and deal with this issue. Now, what needs to be done is not just, of course, a statement at the COP, really to have a common or harmonized approach, despite or because, in fact, of the diversity of our countries and our economies. In this sense, we have to start to see that sustainability and climate are not environmental issues per se, but deeply economic. Implications for investment and trade and production are all there. And the markets are going to have to be the ones to move the change, but governments can and need to create and shape those markets. One will be carbon pricing. This was mentioned by several speakers, including my old friend Mari Pangestu earlier in the day. Carbon pricing will be integral to ASEAN's economic ambitions to be a leading economy, an integrated economy, and also to decarbonize and deal with climate. It must be competitive in global trade terms, and the coming picture of trade will include having to deal with the risk of carbon leakage. Governments at the present are avoiding this, and yet our trade partners, the EU, carbon border adjustment measure is coming, has been announced and will come into relations with ASEAN before too long. Carbon neutrality commitments have been made by some of our largest investors in our region, like China, Japan, and Korea. At the moment, my country, Singapore, is the only ASEAN country to implement a carbon price at the present. Now, obviously, this is at the moment quite low, but that's how Singapore works. We introduce it at a low level, and we'll start to go up as we deal with the problem sequentially and rationally figure out how to really get that maximum effect without making our economy uncompetitive. I'm delighted to hear that Brunei and Malaysia have also announced plans to introduce carbon pricing. Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam will work on emissions trading, and the Philippines is considering.
So we've looked here. We should. Are you back? Right, I think we'll have to move on and ask the professor to finish your Q&A. Perhaps I could start by saying we're very keen to hear from the audience on this occasion. So can I please ask you to put your questions in the chat box, and we will try and cover as many as possible during this short session. But if I may, I'd like to go back to Rosha, please. ASEAN's approach to a low carbon economy is clearly gathering pace from everything we've heard. How important is it for the region to establish its own approach to transition, which I think was one of the things that Professor Tay was suggesting?
Sure, thank you. So, first of all, let me say, if you were in any doubt as to the gravity of the situation, and the IPCC report that was published this August, made the gravity of the situation very clear. It set out the evidence that the changes to the climate are the result of human activity. And the world's remaining carbon budget, consistent with a 1.5 degree rise, is around 400 gigatons of carbon dioxide. At current emissions, we'll exhaust this in 10 years' time. Asia and ASEAN especially is particularly vulnerable. Now, transition is a process of build-up of innovation and breakdown of existing structures. This requires time, investment, and expertise. And we recognize the responsibility is on us to lead this transformation. The finance industry can direct transition in the corporate sector by investing in and lending to companies that contribute positively to decarbonization. Through an industry outreach program, we have been advising ASEAN policymakers on how best to structure the regional transition to ensure an unobstructed flow of international finance. Of course, we are also open to engaging with governments bilaterally, but I think as a unit, ASEAN can prepare better for the future. And ASEAN's voice needs to be heard, because announcing a transition pathway for the region now is important and urgent, as Professor Tay also alluded to earlier. Otherwise, there is a risk that the rules of the road that will govern the flow of investments that will be set in other regions will be, and perhaps in the interest of advanced economies. Countries and industries are increasingly making net zero commitments, and the pressure for ASEAN to do the same thing become irresistible. But that does not mean that the transition in ASEAN needs to be identical to other regions. It must and should be varied to suit the needs of these markets, and needs to be just. While most developed economies have reached peak carbon emissions, many parts of Asia carbon output is still growing. So we need to balance continued growth, rising living standards with decarbonizing. And therefore, it is critical that the transition plan is credible. It should give some indication of a net zero destination that is Paris aligned, and it must include interim short-term targets, particularly for key sectors, so that it can allow economic actors to contribute. This would give companies, investors doing business with them, the certainty they require to commit the dollars and the billions of dollars that would, or trillions of dollars that would be required for climate transition. So I think that would be my thought on how ASEAN can approach it.
And briefly, that means a role for ASEAN in this process?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. Farida, from an energy perspective, how realistic and feasible is it for ASEAN to transition, given, as Rosha has said, the different stages of development that different parts of the world are at? And what is the role of hydrogen, which you've obviously championed?
No, thank you for that. So I think in some ways it is, if you look at ASEAN as a growing economy, which is almost going to be the fourth biggest economy worldwide, and with over 700 million people by 2030 within ASEAN, clearly there's a need for uninterrupted access to energy, and energy use equates to economic activity. So we know that a large portion of that energy consumption will be in four main areas: power, transport, industry, as well as buildings. Now, 55% of the global greenhouse emissions comes from electricity and transportation. And this is where I think ASEAN can spend a bit more of their focused efforts, as it tries to then, continue to still have the economy driven by the higher energy intensity kind of businesses, which is also a part of its economic drivers, like the oil and gas industries. So, for instance, we know that coal is also a big part of the energy of the power fuel that's being used for power electricity generation. And the best way to bring emissions in power is, of course, to shift to renewable forms of fuel sources. Now, currently, we know there's only about 20% of renewables energy is being deployed, so that it will take time to shift that. And we know that there's also always going to be a need for higher energy that can only be provided by hydrocarbon kind of sources, where it provides intense heat and intense power. So, by switching away from coal to natural gas, will help make that shift. Will help to move to bring down the emission levels, and will complement the decarbonization journey with renewables. So we've seen that already in last year, and then the pandemic was a big driver for sustainability. We saw that 3 out of the top 10 carbon dioxide emitters, China, Japan, and Korea, all made their net zero commitments. Japan and Korea by 2050 and China by 2060. And they made that commitments by having higher renewables capacity, as well as shifting and shutting down coal capacity. So those are the kind of steps that the government will have to take in order to be able to shift to meet their net zero commitments. And it will be, I think it will be an economic as well as a decision as well, because as was mentioned earlier, we are trying to deal with not only energy security, but also address energy poverty. So how do we make that in a way that's balanced and allows all the various countries within ASEAN to still grow and still have access to energy in a sustainable way?
Fareed, thank you. I think you're fading a bit.
Am I?
So perhaps I can bring in Simon, who has now rejoined us. Apologies for the problems.
Probably
Simon,
my side, and it's a very quick way of cutting me off. I was probably talking too long.
It was certainly entirely unintentional, but funnily enough, we were picking up on what you were saying about the need for a sort of regional approach and for governments to act. I mean, what do you think about ASEAN actually developing its own sustainability rules? And what are the policy considerations, do you think, for ASEAN's business community in such an approach? Many of them who are SMEs, who we heard from HSBC and indeed from Farida, that the bigger companies are trying to help.
I think, if I may, I think many of us who deal with ASEAN, including businesses, understand that we are both a group, ASEAN, with its own particularities, but we are very open and global. That applies to every area. You look at trade, investment. We need to be open to the investors from all over the world, and therefore to offer them very much the same sets of rules. And so it is with climate as an economic issue, or sustainability as economic issues. So there'll be some adjustment. This taxonomy of green finance in ASEAN will have to be adjusted to some of the particular needs, especially given the differences in our financial sector. But we shouldn't depart too much from the global rules. In fact, quite the reverse. Like a useful developing country group, we should bring some of those concerns with us to Glasgow, which is the opposite point I'm trying to make, that really coming together, coming community is not just internal, but to give ASEAN more of a global voice. China clearly has one. We're not China, but at 650 million plus, we need and should speak up. hopefully, as some have said, in tandem with Indonesia, our biggest member, next year when it chairs the G20. There's everything to play for and much need for ASEAN to get our own act together to approach the global stage.
Andrew, you might like to come in on this. And perhaps you could also talk a little bit about the nature-based solutions, such as restoring natural forests and putting green spaces into cities as part of that.
Yes, I think the conversation's interesting because it really points to the multifaceted challenge that this transformation is going to require. On the one hand, it's the energy agenda, but on the other hand, actually, we need a huge investment in innovation for new solutions that are circular economic in nature. Based on the principles that I talked about earlier, the elimination of pollution, the keeping of materials in use, and the regeneration of natural systems. Now, if you focus on those principles, the application, the policy can vary by country, which has a different setup. But we need to be orienting towards a vision and be designing policy and stimulating innovation within private industry towards those principles. Food's a very good example, and food, I think, is going to be one of the big challenges going forward, but it is also a huge opportunity as it relates to climate change and to biodiversity. And we need to think about food in terms of a design challenge, and this hasn't really been the case to date. How we think about the ingredients and ensuring that we're encouraging a more diverse set of ingredients into food is super important, because today we're focusing in our commodities on a very, very small number of commodities that are causing monocrop agricultural practices that are destroying biodiversity and habitat. So we need to think about the upstream design of food in a way that sources and creates markets for more diverse agricultural products. And at the same time, we have policies and procurement practices in industry by food producers that are biasing towards regenerative agricultural practices. So we're starting to see a much more upstream focus on regenerating natural systems. And I think that's really super important. I think getting this combination of industrial innovation oriented the right way and policy to enable that to happen. And the third thing I think that's super important in ASEAN is the infrastructure point that Roshan commented on before. There's some massive infrastructure investment requirements. If you think of plastics pollution as an example, the amount of waste infrastructure investment that is going to be needed over the coming years is really huge. And we need to get focused on that on the one hand, and on the other hand, we need to look at the innovation of the products and the what's going into the system, the products, service systems approaches. So the two things intersect, and we get a better outcome faster.
Yeah, I'm going to bring in one of the audience, if I may. It's from Suzanne Neve. Will HSBC Climate Solutions Partnership support projects relating to transformation of agriculture sector, or is it only targeting the energy sector? So, Rosha, that follows on actually from what Andrew's been saying about this important area. Would you like to comment? And we'd also be very interested in your views about, whether ASEAN should have its own sustainability rules.
So firstly, on the question itself, yes, absolutely. I mean, it really, we will be largely led by two pieces. One is our own clients and their interests. So where agriculture would come in that context could be supply chains of some of our large customers who are in, for example, the garment space, etc. How would they look at making sure that their supply chains are sustainable and how we could support that. And the second is in our partnership with WWF and the World Resources Institute, which I had mentioned earlier, where absolutely, again, nature-based solutions which involve transforming agriculture to be more sustainable would be certainly workable. It could also relate to things like mangroves and other such areas that where we could look to support and make things commercially viable. But we would work with those partners because we don't see ourselves as being experts in those specific areas and how that could possibly play out. Sorry, Baroness, on your second question, if I may request you to repeat that again.
It's the question of, should ASEAN or the region be looking towards any respect to taxonomy, sustainability rules?
I do think that alignment across the ASEAN is really important to build scale and build scale in the discussions that will happen globally. So as many of the panelists have said, with Indonesia taking on the presidency of the G20, that would be a point in time where ASEAN presenting itself as through Indonesia as for a series of discussions to influence and advocate for certain types of changes to the global rule system, or to advocate for the rules that they feel are the best to position and push ahead is really important. But to form or to get there, you need to have a collective view, in my opinion, that would allow for that discussion to happen. And it's a bit like what we've seen out of Europe, where many nations have come together to really build consensus around how they want to approach this topic.
Okay. Well, Professor Tay, perhaps you'd like to come in on this.
Yes, I'd like to just jump in a bit on the agricultural point and the innovation point. Singapore, my small country, is really, in traditional terms of climate gases, very low in the world scale. But the levers we have of finance, technology, innovation can multiply the effect, the positive effect, I should say, we can have. Temasek, for example, is invested in these vegetable-based meat substitutes. I don't advertise for them, but I won't give the name. But this is very important in the sense of trying to create that protein in a sustainable way. Similarly, Singapore as a whole is a huge hub for finance and trade. So as we green the supply chains, as the traders start to shift their demands, this will have a ripple effect across the whole region. And we can't bring the region together ourselves. We need all 9 other members to collaborate. But it gives a certain optimism that ASEAN can start to have a serious dialogue to harmonize our approaches. And even if not differing so much from the global, and there's no need to, we will have our more coherent approach in the years to come. I think this year particularly could be a watershed year, given the sort of idea of transformation coming out of the pandemic, to twin the need for transformation or reform together with the need to become more efficient, more circular, much more carbon neutral in the way we approach things.
And how do you think ASEAN can encourage this greater adoption of green incentives, perhaps prioritizing of ESG factors? I mean, Temasek, I think somebody mentioned, was an example of somebody who's already doing a lot in this space.
Yes,
can you talk a little bit more about that?
When we did a survey of the green finance situation in Singapore and the region 4 years ago, we found there was so little attention to ESG. The growth has been phenomenal. I mean, we're not where we need to be. The transparency of companies, the reliability of those numbers, each bank, including the local banks, have to be quite wary about it. But I think the change has been for the positive and at quite a pace. The investors, I'm so happy to hear some Singapore investors talked about, but I'm equally convinced that a newer generation of CEOs and investors in our region, Indonesia, have a lot of the same ideas of how to grow the economy, grow their business, but in very green ways, and attract, by being more transparent about the ESG, the right kinds of investors for the long term. So I think that this harmonization of the economic sort of positivities of ASEAN, together with the investment community, will be sort of hand-in-glove change. If I could add one point about energy transition, which I think is an example of this, the infrastructure energy transition. We will need bridging from brown to get to more khaki and then to green. So I think a lot of the thing has been said about gas being a potential bridge But I think the further step, of course, is to put more renewables in that grid. And Singapore and other financial hubs and investors are well poised to do this and to link those grids up increasingly, not across the whole ASEAN at one go, but at least patchwork. And so Singapore this week has announced various trial imports of energy from our neighbors using the existing grid lines. In this sense, as they add more green sources, whether it's hydro or solar, will be some of the off-takers to that more green forms of energy.
Thank you for that. I mean, I've got another question. Transitioning towards renewables, how can we ASEAN countries ensure we have a sustainable supply of metals needed to build the infrastructure? Andrew, would you like to pick up on that?
Yes, I think it's really interesting right now, post-pandemic, the impact of the pandemic on commodity prices and the shortfalls we're seeing in production, etc. It is refocusing people on this commodities question. And the metals piece in particular, you know, again, in a world where we have normalized disposability, and we are designing for disposability, on the other side of that, there's a huge opportunity. If we think about how we design for disassembly and for component reuse and for remanufacturing and upgrading, etc., not only do you reduce the demand for raw materials, but you keep the invested energy in the materials and the products you've already made. And I think this is a huge wake-up call for people, actually. The notion of what we're investing in creating products, whether it's a smartphone or a steel girder, the amount of energy that goes into creating that, we want to actually maximize the return on invested energy as an agenda. And I think that this is starting to become clearer and clearer, that it's not just an energy transition we need, it's a transition in the way in which we make and use things, including food. And I just wanted to make one other comment as well in terms of the distinction between sustainability and what we're talking about in the circular economy and the regenerative economic space. I think we need to be clear that we have to reduce the harm of the linear economy, particularly through the transition, as Professor Tay said, as we go from, we go into khaki and green, we need to lightweight, and we need to reduce impact, and we need to, reduce the harm of a linear economy. But actually what we have to get to, and we have to get to it really quickly, is this question of how are we having a positive impact on the natural environment? How are we regenerating nature? And if, again, reflect on David Attenborough's images and the discussion that he was laying out, it's not just about reducing harm, it's totally rethinking how we make and use things so we restore and regenerate natural systems. And regenerative, it's a bigger idea as well. It's not just nature, but it's communities, and it's a more distributed, diverse and inclusive economy that we need to drive to. And I think this is where the debate needs to really shift to as quickly as possible.
I'm going to move on, if I may, because we've had a couple of questions on the challenging question of greenwashing. I'm going to come to you in a minute, Farida. So how can we ensure, as an ASEAN community, that we hold institutions to their promises and responsibilities and prevent greenwashing? And then, Professor Simon, greenwashing remains a major problem. Will there be a regional inspection agency for ASEAN to ensure investors that what we are investing in is green when we say it is green? Farida, would you like to start? And then I'll bring in the professor and then Russia.
Yeah, before I answer that, if I may just make a comment on the nature-based solutions, because it will tie into the answer. So the nature-based solutions that we talk to around the projects which protect or restore the land, sort of more focused version of what Andrew just talked to earlier. So it becomes a natural CO2 sink. Now we've seen the expansion of this application of this voluntary carbon credits, right, to make businesses carbon neutral, ranging from airlines and car rental companies to technology companies such as Google and a more recent trend of us as LNG companies using voluntary carbon credits to deliver carbon neutral LNG to cargoes to end users. So there's a huge potential in Southeast Asia to generate large volumes of carbon credits from the regional reforestation projects and the mangrove systems. So the Mantai project in Borneo and Kalimantan is just an example of that, which is the largest emission reduction forest project. So to the point around, how do we prevent businesses from greenwashing? It has to have a kind of regulatory body to ensure that the credits that we are offsetting with have got a viable basis. So, for instance, a nature-based solution would be one example of that. And we, an example for us, when we ventured into carbon neutral offering, we actually went through the UKDC government standards and principles in order to ensure that we are not seen as greenwashing. So you do need regulatory bodies in place which define specific standards that people have to adhere to. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is the link to digitalization. It is ensuring that information and data, as they're monitoring and as they're creating these offsets for the scope 1, scope 2, or for the full end-to-end, has to be captured in a way that's consistent and also auditable. So that again requires a kind of body in place, either within ASEAN or within the Asia Pacific, that plays that independent role, and that all businesses have to actually be compliant to over the period of time, as we shift, as the professor says, from a brown to a green kind of world.
Simon, what do you think about that?
Yes, Baroness, thank you. I first want to be a bit provocative. I think that given the SME issue and the transition issue, ASEAN should not be too insistent on, you have to be really, really bright emerald green before we call you green. We might have to run the risk of some greenwashing controversies. Rather than trying to prevent them, we should call them out. We need to get more companies to declare in the first place whether they're on board or not, and then we need to verify them. And we need to, if they are on transition, we need to see their path of progress. We don't have to insist on the highest standards immediately, but we'll need to check them over time. And the banks are very well placed to do this. Now, some banks, of course, cut you off, but most banks in the region are taking much more a sort of counseling approach, understanding the business, seeing progress in a positive way, sometimes issuing warnings or, you can't do this, otherwise we'll have to look at this again. But really, oftentimes, coaching, pulling them along, nudging them. And I think industry bodies will need to do this too. We need to look at peers. Unless, again, we're prepared to cut off entire sectors, we'll need to look at best of class rather than in sort of absolute terms. One sector the SWI work on, which is very important for the region, is agroforestry. We've seen a lot of progress. Some of the larger companies have taken on large carbon and conservation commitments. Some are able to track their supply chain, traceability has become much more important, verified, not just claimed. Some of them, however, are still not being financed by the big companies because deforestation is just a big sort of overhang issue, and there's sort of big rumblings about the whole sector. They kind of some are being treated a bit like a tobacco company is. And I think this is where we need to bring together the industry standards, the understanding of what is doable at different points in time of the journey, and we need to, of course, bring in technology and other verification. And technology will be very important. One Singapore company, Olam, is a large buyer of a lot of agricultural goods. It's able to trace and deal with small farmers in Africa and other parts of the world very directly. And I think a further step will be to eventually use blockchain to really sort of demarcate all the elements of the supply chain so it's completely verified and can't be fixed on anybody's ledger.
Rosha, briefly, and then we're going to move on to questions.
Yeah,
I would just say thank you very much.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll just say that all very valid points made, but let me just say that from a regulated industry standpoint, as banks are, the regulators will very quickly be setting the standards, in my view, on any action that acts as greenwashing within the sector. I think that is a change that is coming, given the need for quick movement and assessment of risk in the sector. What is the physical risk to institutions in terms of their lending books? What does that pose? What does climate risk pose as risk to our books, given that this can accelerate pretty quickly if we don't act now? So these are things that regulators are looking at, and I think that the need for data and ability to measure what is the emissions per dollar that I lend into one industry versus another. I think all of this is something that collectively the industry will have to work on, and in that process, make sure that there's uniformity to avoid that greenwashing, if I may. One point I will make, though, is the point that Professor Day made, which is you can't do this by exclusion, because you need this transition to be just, right? So you can't shut out parts of the population because there is a need for a calibrated change.
I'm so glad you made the point about exclusion, because it was the point I was going to make. That some companies have, in gas and oil and so on, come from a certain background, and they are making efforts to change and to initiate a transition. And as you say, we need to make sure we don't exclude them, but we actually praise them where they make progress. The last question I wanted to ask each member of the panel before we close was, obviously we've got the ASEAN Leaders Summit beginning tomorrow. Could I invite you, to conclude, and also to make perhaps one recommendation on sustainability to send forward to that summit? Andrew, would you like to start?
Well, I think the discussion we've had on this panel actually informs that. And I think the one thing that I would say would be that if ASEAN as a collection of countries can align to a common vision and a set of principles that it moves towards, that capture the essence of the circular economy and the energy transition and the need for a just transition, and put in place mechanisms for the measurement of progress and reward the front runners and invest in innovation. I managed to pack a few in there, but I think that's the general direction.
Thank you. Rosha?
Yeah, I would just say that, similar lines, I think the drive for decarbonization is imminent, and it's absolutely necessary for ASEAN to have a seat at the table, given the population that they represent. Otherwise rules will be designed elsewhere and will not reflect the needs of the region. So if I had one ask to the leaders, it would be to come together to start to define what their set of rules or how they would like to shape the rules.
Farida?
All right, so to my mind, I think the solution space will have to be an and when it comes to net zero. It requires an array of solutions to make the journey realistic. It requires including the consideration of nature-based solutions for things that are emissions that are difficult to abate. It requires cohesive community effort to move the energy mix away from high carbon intensity beyond just developing infrastructures. It requires regional collaboration with regards to carbon tax policies and promotion of carbon border mechanisms to drive the shift, and also to promote maybe a greater pool of green bonds to support socially responsible investment in, say, carbon capture and make that more commercial.
And with your knowledge of Brunei and of ASEAN, are there particular nature-based solutions that we should be highlighting for the leaders?
For Brunei, we've been, if you look at the rate of deforestation that we see in Southeast Asia to date since 2005, because of forestation, farming, agriculture, because of fire, which has affected the hydrological cycles, created soil erosion. We've been looking at planting trees. But I remember David Attenborough's piece around one of the videos where he was saying that, not all green is equal. So what do we need to do to be able to understand the ecosystem of our forests in order to ensure that we've got the right vegetative cover and the right impact to raising the hydrological cycle, as well as minimizing soil erosion and preserving our biodiversity. So that would be, and to that point, I would like to say that Brunei still maintains 17% of the forest cover of the in ASEAN, and for us that would be a very key driver.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And Simon.
Thank you, Baroness. The ASEAN Summit is something that the SWI and I cover with our other lens of political economy. And I tell you, the agenda is hugely crowded. Of course, number one is that effort to recover from the pandemic, start to open up the domestic economy, get some growth, get some jobs for people. Then the second, of course, will be the particular issue of Myanmar, and then the problems there, and broadly set within the Sino-American tensions and the shifting supply chains of this world. Within that, I think carbon and sustainability will always need to be the and factor. We mustn't see it as a separate bucket of issues. We need to align it. So, for example, if we look at the future of the digital economy, we need to start asking ourselves the question of sustainability and the digital economy. As we talk about the politics, we'll need to talk about ASEAN going beyond this common statement. I mean, 2 years ago, we had 2 sentences in the then chairman's statement at the climate change. We need to really start on many of the changes to bring ASEAN markets, ASEAN companies, ASEAN governments together in the way this panel has discussed. We need to see the and issue in terms of the finance and the recovery from the pandemic, the growing of more resilient supply chains, also the creation of greater infrastructure that can link the region, integrate them in a comprehensive recovery from the pandemic. The European Union, in a way, has led the way, talking about a green recovery and putting a huge number for it. ASEAN can't follow that path in terms of the huge number, but it can have the concept and the will to work together for each benefit. I was delighted to hear David Attenborough talk about Singapore, my small country, as a city that has both the built-up hub of that city, but also a recovering nature. I think we're doing it not for the world, we're not doing it for ASEAN, we're kind of doing it because we enjoy it, we benefit from it. And I think, in the sense, each country was to ask what they benefit, how do we contribute, what are our rights and what are our responsibilities for the climate and sustainability issues.
Well, thank you for that. And I think we have come to the conclusion that ASEAN needs a global voice, that we have a huge challenge, as we heard from David Attenborough. We've got some big opportunities. So there's our Leaders Summit for ASEAN, this COP26, which is bringing the whole world together, including many delegates from ASEAN. And this is the moment for the public and the private sector, who are both represented on today's panel, I think, to come together and work constructively with a whole sort of basket of solutions, from nature-based solutions to bonds, to finance, to innovation itself, and to assisting the energy transition that we've heard so much about today. So if I might, I'd like to thank you all for being such a creative and lively panel. That's Andrew Morlett of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, Surendra Rosha, Co-Chief Executive Asia Pacific HSBC, Farida Dato Talib of Brunei LNG, and Associate Professor Simon Tay of Singapore Institute of International Affairs. Thank you all very much indeed, and I look forward to seeing you at future ASEAN events. Back to Jenny.
Thank you.
Baroness Neville Roth, thank you so very much to you and your esteemed panelists today. So as the Baroness says goodbye to us, we are actually getting in a little bit more traffic from the UK, as it's around 10:45 in the morning there. Meanwhile, in Brunei, I'll tell you what our time is. We're coming up to 5:45 into our final hour of our ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021. Just to give us a sense of what's happening, we have participants from 50 countries who have logged in today. Thank you so much. And they're still continuing to come in. We've had the chat box filled in all the way from 8 a.m. this morning. Some of these guests have been with us and chatting and engaging for the last, I calculated, 10 hours. So thank you all so much for your engagement and your enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move into our next keynote speaker, who is coming to us live from Hanoi. We'd like to welcome back Yang Yanti for the introduction.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be able to introduce the Deputy Prime Minister of Vietnam live from Vietnam. ASEAN-BAC collaborates very closely with our valued partner and friend of the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry and ASEAN-BAC Vietnam on growing trade and investment across ASEAN. Vietnam is very progressive in developing its digital economy while encouraging greater sustainable approaches to its development. We are very excited to have His Excellency Han Ban Minh, Deputy Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, with us to deliver keynote address. Your Excellency, thank you for joining us. Over to you in Hanoi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to speak at the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021 today. I highly appreciate the ASEAN Business Advisory Council for convening the summit during these most trying moments of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm pleased to note that our summit today is well attended by representatives of businesses, international organizations, and ASEAN governments. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of the government of Vietnam to express my heartfelt thanks to the people and government of your countries and to international organizations for the invaluable support extended to Vietnam in the fight against COVID-19. I'm confident that our summit will contribute to the facilitation and promotions of trade and investment ties in the region, and the resumptions of disrupted supply chains, thus helping ASEAN enterprises maintain their operations, bolster cooperation, build a digital economy, and apply digital technology to the fight against the pandemic. Such endeavors will also make production greener, develop green technologies and agriculture, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and advance collaborations in clean and renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN region is home to the fastest growing and most dynamic economies. Together, we can strive towards a region of harmony, stability, peace, and shared prosperity. Also, we are deeply aware that it would not be enough to depend on the efforts of any single government or country to contain the pandemic, revive the economy, and bring about benefits to the people in the region. We will certainly need concerted efforts from all ASEAN members, as well as ASEAN partners, if we are to achieve this goal. I believe that during times of hardship caused by COVID-19, it is crucial that ASEAN governments, business communities, and stakeholders focus on the implementations of the comprehensive recovery framework adopted by the ASEAN leaders at the 37th ASEAN Summit under Vietnam chairmanship. At the same time, we will also need to continue rolling out other initiatives adopted by ASEAN in 3 directions, namely recovery, digitalization, and sustainability, and step up applications of scientific and technological gains to foster green recovery. As ASEAN and its partners actively work together in the interest of development, we should consider COVID-19 response and green economic recovery as the most important goals to bring about substantive benefits and all the best to all economic sectors and our people at large. To that end, let me reiterate the importance of the ASEAN Consolidated Strategy on the Fourth Industrial Revolution and accelerations of the strategic and holistic initiative to link ASEAN responses to emergencies and disasters proposed by Brunei Darussalam this year. Ladies and gentlemen, digitalization has become a global demand, and ASEAN is no exception. Responding to this trend, in early September, ASEAN adopted the Digital Transformation Agenda to accelerate ASEAN's economic recovery and digital economy integration. As such, I welcome the initiatives and recommendations proposed by the business community during our summit, particularly the experience and best practices in digitalization and mutual assistance in the application of high technologies and modern sciences to effectively curb the pandemic and in the enhancement of digital literacy. This will help ASEAN secure successful digital transformation and become an innovative and competitive community. Also seizing opportunities for growth in the digital technology domain is especially significant in promoting green growth and recovery, protecting the environment, bolstering connectivity, and raising ASEAN's profile in the world. Vietnam is committed to work closely with other ASEAN members and partners to advance digital infrastructure connectivity and secure digital ecosystem for all stakeholders towards a region of inclusive and sustainable digital development. Ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam is making every effort to improve its business environment towards transparency, openness, stability, and the protection of rights pertaining to intellectual property, trademark, and copyright. Vietnam also stands ready to work alongside the business in ASEAN member states and other partners countries, and pledges to create the best policies and green business environment to harness the business and investment opportunities between Vietnam and other countries in the region. With its Đôi Mời and open door policy, the government of Vietnam always attaches due importance to the collaborations with ASEAN for peace, stability, cooperation, and shared development. Vietnam will continue working closely with regional countries to translate the shared targets of the ASEAN economic community into reality. We have also tirelessly tried to maintain our links with the global value chain and engage extensively at international and regional forums for the stability and shared prosperity in the region and beyond. Let me reassure you that the government of Vietnam will spare no efforts to assist business in digital transformation, advance digital literacy, encourage cooperation between business, and facilitate greater investment in advanced technology towards fostering green growth and creating green jobs across all economic sectors. Vietnam also pays special attention to vulnerable groups, including micro, small, and medium enterprises, women and youth-led businesses, in order to secure inclusiveness and leave no one behind. Ladies and gentlemen, as for the business community, your contributions to the fight against COVID-19 are truly crucial. I very much hope that you will continue to join hands with ASEAN governments to defeat the pandemic and promote economic recovery. We are all in need of your activeness and innovation in adapting to the new normal, creating new jobs, ensuring welfare, stability, and livelihood for the people, and generating new values for the society and community. I'm confident that together we will continue to build on the ASEAN spirit with proactiveness, responsibility, and solidarity in order to overcome challenges and work towards a brighter future of ASEAN, our common house. May the initiatives and recommendations discussed in our summit today contribute to shaping better trade and investment facilitation policies within and beyond our region. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much to our Deputy Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after this message from Mitsubishi with our final Leaders' Keynote Address.
Mitsubishi Corporation is an integrated business enterprise with offices and subsidiaries in 90 countries and approximately 1,700 group companies worldwide. Through our 10 business groups, we are engaged in a wide range of businesses across virtually every industry, ranging from natural resources to items used in everyday life. Our employees manage a variety of operations in locations across the globe, working to achieve sustainable growth both for the company and society.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our final Leader Keynote Address, we'd like to welcome back the Honourable Yanti for the introduction. That'll be followed by her concluding remarks. Honourable Yanti.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the Prime Minister of Cambodia. Cambodia is a valuable partner to the region with one of the fastest economies in the pre-pandemic, and I'm sure will return to strong growth. We are delighted that Cambodia is the incoming chair of ASEAN, and we look forward to supporting their chairmanship in 2022, and very much hope we can visit in person. Distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia.
Your Majesty the Sultan, Excellency leaders of ASEAN countries and dialogue partners, Dr. Siti Rosaima Janti Haji Abdul Rahman, Chair of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council 2021, Doctors Aslina Taib, Chair of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021, Excellencies, Madam, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I am delighted to deliver the keynote remarks at the closing ceremonies of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021 under the theme, Building a Sustainable Digital Future. In parallel, I would like to congratulate the handovers of the chairmanship of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit
from Brunei to Cambodia and highly appreciate the achievement made under the chairmanship of Brunei in 2021. The COVID-19 pandemic has not only impacted public health and endangers the lives of our people, but also disrupt the development of ASEAN as a whole. However, the global economy is expected to gradually recover in 2021 and 2022, supported by the steady increase of trade in commodities, while trade in services is also slowly growing. In general, this clearly shows the effectiveness of the implementation of measures to fight against COVID-19, as well as policies laid out to revive socio-economic activities, particularly the global vaccine-19 vaccination campaign, which is the key to restore trust of private sectors toward the resumption of economic activities and reopening of the countries. Your Majesty the Sultan, Excellencies, Madam, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, the COVID-19 pandemic has also provided us important experiences and lessons for which we have to consider and incorporate into policies and reform agenda at both national and regional levels. In this period, ASEAN has set out key initiatives and frameworks for implementation, including the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, the Bandar Seri Begawan Roadmap on ASEAN Digital Transformation Agenda, Framework for Circular Economy for the ASEAN Economic Communities, and non-tariff measures, cost effectiveness toolkit, etc. In addition, the theme of our summit is indeed relevant and necessary for ASEAN in the context of learning to live with COVID-19 in the new normal. That is, enhancing the development of digital ASEAN and sustainable ASEAN with the aim to promoting equitable and inclusive socio-economic recovery. The evolution of digital economy has brought vast opportunities, as it has not only provided new sources of economic growth, but also increased economic productivity. In this context, in order to promote a resilient and sustainable development in the region, ASEAN needs to advance digital transformation, particularly encourage business enterprises to harness digital technologies by initiating the arrangement of joint governance for digital infrastructures development, including standardization, regular privacy, data sharing, and digital connectivities through the implementation of ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025, as well as other key initiatives. Concurrently,
Accelerating regional and global integration is also one of the top priorities in supporting recovery and sustainable socio-economic development. ASEAN must continue to adhere to multilateralism, strengthen globalization, and strive to advance the regional integration agenda in line with ASEAN Vision 2025, aimed at strengthening greater connectivities between social beings and economic dynamism. For that, we need to pay utmost attention on a number of important tasks, including fostering comprehensive and in-depth liberalization of trade in services and investment, facilitating safe cross-border movement of travelers, and enhancing the capacities of micro, small, and medium enterprises, etc. Taking these opportunities, I would like to highlight the roles that private sectors can play so as to contribute to achieving the priority works and work plan of ASEAN 2022 as follows. First, seizing full benefits of the existing ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, especially RCEP, that is planned to enter into force in early 2022 to boost trade and investment activities, particularly foreign direct investment, so as to create jobs, increase income for our people, and stimulate economic growth. Second, contributing to human resource development through the transfers of technologies, knowledge and know-how, particularly the development of digital skills, as well as the enhancement of science, technologies, and innovation through collaboration with business and direct investment from abroad, which would contribute to narrowing the digital gap and developing digital economy in the region. Third, heightening collaboration between public and private sectors, especially through public-private partnership mechanism, aimed at mobilizing financial resources for the development and implementation of various initiatives, as well as for fulfilling the financial needs for sustainable socio-economic recovery. Your Majesty, the Sultan, Excellencies, Madam, Ladies, and Gentlemen, for Cambodia, I would like to inform the meeting that with proactive spirit to promote the preparation of private sectors in reviving and promoting national economic growth, the Royal Government of Cambodia adheres to the approach of turning the crisis into the opportunities through launching and implementing key policies and measures, including Cambodia Digital Economy and Social Policies Framework 2021-2035, new investment law, as well as the conclusion of the law on public-private partnership, Cambodia-China Free Trade Agreement, and Cambodia-Korea Free Trade Agreement, which are planned to enter into force soon. More importantly, on containment of the spread of COVID-19, along with strengthening the implementation of education, administrative, and health measures to protect health and life of people,
As of October 21st, 2021, the Royal Government of Cambodia has vaccinated 13.6 million people with 2 doses, equivalent to 85.27% of the total population of 16 million. On this basis, the Royal Government has been intensifying the resumption of the socio-economic activities toward full operation in the context of the new normal, and also planning to launch the strategies for recoveries and promoting economic growth through learning to live with COVID-19 in the new normal at the end of 2021. Finally, as chair of ASEAN in 2022, Cambodia is committed to providing full support and facilitation for the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit to attain more achievement. At the same time, Cambodia will contribute to enhance the building process of ASEAN economic community, trade and investment, and cooperation between ASEAN and its partners in order to restore growth and transform ASEAN into a region of peace, resilience, and development. I wish Excellencies, Madam, ladies and gentlemen, good health, safety, and success in all your endeavor. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the keynote address. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's summit. I am overjoyed with the participation we had today, and it has been our greatest pleasure to host such a momentous event at a crucial time where the public and private sectors can come together and identify ways to promote inclusive, sustainable growth to serve the needs of our community in ASEAN's vibrant economies, especially during the digital age, if we are moving towards our goal to become the 4th largest economy by 2030. If I may share some personal takeaways, I feel even more positive and excited now about the bright prospects of ASEAN's economic recovery and rebound. I see great opportunities if we are decisive in deepening our digitalization, connectivity, and ecosystem. Since it cuts across all sectors, quick wins in healthcare, tourism, and trade towards competitiveness and recovery can be realized sooner. I see the strengthening of ASEAN and shielding itself from geopolitical earthquakes if we stay neutral, balanced, and committed to multilateral rules-based trading system. I see jobs and opportunities to recover livelihoods to bring more ASEAN people out of poverty if we are inclusive, committed, and well-funded in transitioning to more sustainable and green ways of living, working, producing, and consuming. I do hope that everyone is as enriched as I am, but there is a big if. In every opportunity that can be harnessed, there is still more work that needs to be done, and we, both government and the private sector working together, sama-sama, can only remain committed, deliberate, and persistent in pursuing our AEC dream. We therefore owe our distinguished speakers, panelists, most especially our highly esteemed head of states, our deepest gratitude for making our ABIS as a true source of hope, light, and the dark and gloom that can so easily dominate us at these trying times. It is truly an honor. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to share another exciting and much awaited milestones event of ASEAN Back, the 2021 ASEAN Business Award, which will be held this coming 30th of November. I hope you can join us and give due recognition to the true champions of ASEAN who have risked and ventured into making AEC a reality. Thank you, everyone, and let us therefore continue to recover stronger together. Sama-sama. Back to you, Jenny.
Honorable Yanti, thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, 50 countries, 8 leaders. We've had more than 3,000 guests on our virtual platform, even more on our guest streaming. What a day, but it is time for us to now officially close out ASEAN BIS 2021 with a handover ceremony. For this, we welcome back Haslina Tayev, the chair of ABIS 2021.
It is with great pleasure to conclude the summit for 2021 and hand over the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit for 2022 to Cambodia.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Brunei for delivering a successful event. On behalf of ASEAN Bank Cambodia, we're looking forward to see you next year at the Asian Business Investment Summit Cambodia 2022.
Thank you so much, Mr. Okasok Piset, the Vice President of Cambodia Chamber of Commerce, the Chair of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2022. Congratulations and all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we bring to a close from Brunei Darussalam our event for 2021. We'd like to finally say another round of thanks to all of our sponsors and our supporters. Thank you so much. Our lead partners, Brunei LNG and Bank Islam Brunei Darussalam, BIBD. Thank you to our platinum sponsors, Brunei Shell Petroleum, Baiduri Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, HSBC, Zurich Pharma. Our gold sponsors, thank you, Brunei Gas Carriers, Mitsubishi Corporation, SAP, Invest in Canada. Our media partners, Boni Bulletin, Media Permata, Radio Television Brunei. Our strategic partner, Darussalam Enterprise, DARE. Our charity partner, Save the Children. You can still donate and make a contribution via the link in the chat box, by the way. And our supporting organizations, EcoBoomi Architect, Dynamic Technologies, Adinin Group of Companies, ASEAN Joint Business Councils, and the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. It has been an absolute pleasure. We are signing out from Brunei Darussalam. We shall see you all very soon for the upcoming ASEAN Business Awards 2021, November 30th. Details on the website at aseanbackbrunei.com. Until then, thank you so much for joining us and be safe.